executive for a very big record label. And, while we were sitting waiting for our food, he used an app, I forgot the name of it. It's an artificial intelligence app, and he made a beat. He actually made 2 beats in 5 minutes in front of me. Now, there's a point in, the history of the world where you need like a bunch of musicians to come together into a studio to, record to get something equivalent to what he did in 5 minutes by himself using artificial intelligence. And it was, the beats that he created were both really, really good. I have another buddy that he uses artificial intelligence to create automations. Like back in the days, if you wanted to, whatever your business was, you're a roofer, and you wanted to create a commercial for your roofing company, that was a daunting, expensive task. Just the creation of the commercial that required a whole lot of people to pitch ideas, plan. It was now, you can, in a matter of minutes, like come up with the concept. You can use the AI to help you come up with a concept and implement it solo by yourself. The tentacles, like I had a conversation with a radiologist the other day, and the radiologist was like, well, they'll always need humans. And, I didn't push back. I just listened and I smiled. Radiologists, they value X-rays, CT scans, MRIs, ultrasounds. All radiologists are really doing is pattern recognition. Are you going to tell me that, like, a human being is going to be consistently better than artificial intelligence in terms of recognizing patterns? Is this a even close searching? Not even close. It won't even be close. It's not even close. It's fundamentally just doesn't make any sense. So, like what I'm trying, and I took like a bunch of different examples in a bunch of different industries to just try to show, like, no one is safe. Nobody's safe. There's so many different ways that this is a game changer. And we are still at hello.
So Anthony, I have a question, because you said not even close. Do you not enjoy the human element of life, just the part that where we sometimes make a mistake or we get it wrong or whatever? Do you not like that part?
Absolutely excellent point, Edward. And Edward, for the record, what I do for a living, I'm a registered nurse, right? And that human touch, that element, that touch, that human element, the empathy, the connection, like, I don't diagnose people. That's not my job. I carry out doctor's orders, and I try to help my patients in whatever way, is reasonable and needed. And I don't think that necessarily that can just be willy-nilly replaced. I'm not like, and I have my own biases because it's my profession. And of course, I'm going to find some way to defend my profession against AI. I'm clear on that. But there's like a connection that, when you've had like a really good caretaker, that's different from somebody that I don't think you can get from a machine, or somebody that doesn't give a shit.
Anthony, it's called bedside manner, right? Because Anthony, I work in the physical therapy field. It's called bedside manner, and it's definitely the human connection versus dealing with just some robotic, unemotional being taking care of you. And to a degree, yes, it's getting to a point, and I think it's less than a year away, where physicists, doctors, a lot of those doctors that will be able to plug things in that'll give them information they don't even understand or know or learning. So again, with AI right now, it's only as intelligent as you are. It can give you the generic answers, but it's about the user experience, and the smarter you are in your questions, your prompts, and how you ask those questions. On the music end, making music, I have a background in music. Suno is one of the ones I was mentioning in chat, where you could literally ask.
That's the name of the app that he did.
Yeah,
Suno.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'll get quiet again, but I just want to share on that.
No, Sean,
You're on point.
No, he is on point. So, Anthony, you know I'm in death care, end of life matters for 37 years. So, you know, we've made efforts where we do have some bots on some of our funeral home and cemetery crematory websites, but the families do not respond the same because they still want to talk to a human being. When I sit with families, it's they just lost a son or they lost their spouse, homicide, OD. You know, these are the things I talk about when it comes to human elements. Not that the tool of AI is not a tool to help us. I just do not want to get away from people meeting each other organically, you know, this slide left, slide right, all this kind of stuff. I think that we're getting away from community. And I think that we're losing ourselves because we're so reliant on the tool. And I hear you. There's a lot of things that are going to change, but I still want that human element. I want that part to where my 9-year-old granddaughter can still call me and say, "Gee, Pa, I just wanted to say hi," versus my 34-year-old daughter who decides to text me, and we have this conversation over and over. It says, "Baby girl, don't text. I want you to call your father so I can hear your voice." I want my son to do the same, my son-in-law, my daughter-in-law, because I really stress to them that we don't want to get away from the human component. That's all.
Like, I definitely agree with that strongly. I think the way that I envision that manifesting is probably different because I think one really good point that you're making, like it'll happen in ways that we don't expect. So like, let's say that for something, you know, like an RN, okay, maybe all of the things that you do now, all of that is now, you know, in 10 or 20 years, it's now done. You know, it's all done by, you know, AI is done by machinery. We've got things that do it better than humans. However, you still, it may just make more sense in terms of like people's recovery, where yeah, the machine's doing all that, but you're still walking in, talking to the patient, you know, asking them how they're feeling, all that sort of thing. Not because you need to do that, but it's in the patient's best interest. I think that the concern, though, and this is to Anthony's point, even though that is all true, and we have recovered from all these things before, the question is really to what extent will that actually happen? Because when you have so many industries, like, all right, for example, like take the telephone, like when at some point, you know, telephone operators were no longer needed. What was the rate of like new, just crazy innovation at that point? It was a lot. I mean, that was a very innovative time in human history. And of course, you know, we kind of been on like this exponential curve. But I don't know of any time in history that we've seen so many industries be permeated by one thing all at once. And I don't know if, like, all right, like transportation, that's one of our biggest industries. Like, do I need the fucking funky ass Philadelphia bus driver to be on this bus and let me on this shit and maybe knock me out if I say some shit that his ass doesn't like? You know what I'm saying? Some of these industries that don't necessarily need that human touch are huge industries. So I think the percentage of jobs that are in jeopardy all at once is the real concern. It's not so much our ability to bounce back and all of that sort of thing. It's just, you know, that speed aspect.
Yeah, Dwight, I think that the part that you said about the bus driver is interesting. And the reason why is I think that these are things that you don't experience any other place. I've been in 54 countries around the world, right? And just having those experiences guy that, need a breath mint and all this other stuff. I hear you. But reality for me is those interactions, those opportunities are what make Edward. I like that. I like when families walk into the funeral home or cemetery and I have the opportunity to ride them around and discuss about their loved one that I've never got to meet and to hear that human element. And you're correct. It's going to change. But I think because we are resilient people, a resilient creature, that we are part of the creation, and there's nothing more wonderful than the human being, no machine, no robot, no nothing. I just want us to remember that part, not taking away anything else. I just want to make sure that we get that part to where we don't forget that element. I think a lot of people today sit around, even kids, brothers and sisters sit in the same space, and they're texting each other right next to each other versus talking, or they're in a restaurant. I mean, guys, at some point we have to really think to ourselves, is the technology benefiting us, or is it a tyrant? The two things that we got to look at. So I know there's some benefits, but I don't want to become tyrannical, that's all.
Well, it's like a cultural infection right now, because we have to be able to balance. We're getting to a point where we're going to have to use it as a tool, but not let it tool us. And because this is where, going into the future, and not so far future, where people are talking about having an arm or a leg removed and transhumanism. And I hate to, if you haven't heard that term yet, do your research. But basically improving upon your body and people wanting to constantly upgrade. It starts with Neuralink, but where does it stop? So we're starting to give away parts of our culture and the importance of our own personal critical thinking as human beings, and then just basically giving it up to something that's not human whatsoever and not having control over it. It's very it's a concern. And I think we all need to take it extremely seriously, and we have to be unified on it. Where does it stop? It can be a good tool, but where does it stop? Because eventually people get comfortable with what it is, and then we just accept it, and then we've just completely hit the eject button on relying on the one-on-one communication, and then it goes from not just texting across the table, but we just sit in a bubble, like in whatever that cartoon was, that movie where people were just in bubbles sitting in like a pod. They just live in their pod. It's like the VR experience, right? And then you just don't even go outside of the world, and you're just living in a virtual world.
It's a movie.
Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead.
Gotcha. No, I'm saying there's a movie, I believe the name of it is Elysium, something like that, where they had this machine that could heal anybody of any ailment, and the rich people that were, formerly on Earth have left, and they've colonized like a satellite right outside of Earth, and there's this the star of the movie is trying to get to Elysium so that he can heal some family member of his. I think that was the premise of it. But I kind of just see this. So many people are super, super optimistic and see this, this future of plenty, and it could play out that way. And there's no country I would rather be in as we go through the change than the United States. I think that, of all the countries, when we look at the demographics and the ability to fix demographic issues through immigration, when we look at just our ability to be self-sustaining if need be, and our military might, I think that when you combine all of those things, America's probably best positioned of any country to survive what's coming next, as unscathed as possible. But that doesn't really mean much, I think that we are we are going to go through some difficult times. This is, and when I used to laugh at the UBI, I thought like, this is ridiculous. This is basically socialism. This is, but it's becoming more and more apparent that we're headed towards like a very stark rich and poor, have and have not, and those people that have access to those resources, like Sean mentioned transhumanism, like are they going to even be the same species as poor people? Like when you can afford to have the brain implant that other people can't have, and that brain implant can make you think 1,000 times faster, and you get perfect recall, and you could search a database, and every person you see, you know who they are, what they're about, and everything about them. Like, this is Brave New World territory. I'm just like, these are things that kind of like existential type questions that keep me up at night.
Facts. Yeah, I'm writing a story kind of about that. It's kind of interesting. So y'all might be inspiration for what that's happening. But anyway, so yeah, the transhumanism thing that you mentioned, it actually ties. So I mentioned third places in the chat. Somebody asked me about it. The point that I want to make about that transhumanism, third places, all these sorts of things. While we may value the human element, we have to be wary that some of these changes may happen outside of our, I guess, conscious decisions. So an example I would give would be third places. Third places is the place. I actually have one, but a lot of people don't. Your first place is home. Your second place is work. Your third place is, for a lot of people, going to be church. But a lot less people attend church in today's age. I'm one of them. But something like that, where you've got maybe it's a gym, maybe it's a bar that you hang out at, or whatever. A lot of people are lacking that, and it's not because people don't want that. It's because of these macro scale changes that weren't designed to do that. It's NIMBYs, it's districting laws, it's result of like all these different factors. And then you also have social media, for example. When did we all decide as a society that, you know what, I don't like all this interacting in person stuff. I'd rather argue with my uncle that I haven't seen for 12 years about some political topic on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Nobody consciously decided that we wanted to do these things. It's just that the technology progressed in a way, and the money made sense in a way where this is kind of what happened. Same thing with transhumanism, all of these things. So my point is, we're already seeing this unfold, and I think we have to be cognizant of that. We can't just say, oh, well, the human spirit is irreplaceable. Well, of course it is. We're humans. Our human will and what makes us human is incredibly important to us. But what we are dealing with is a system that is, sure, it's operated by people, but it is, in a sense, greater than the sum of all parts. We're talking about macroeconomic and macro socioeconomic systems that are unfeeling. They don't have agendas per se. This is just shit manifesting in a way. So that's, I think, Edward, what I get what you're saying, and I agree, and I want to feel that way, but it's hard for me to feel that way when I see this trajectory that we're on.
So, Dwight, and I appreciate that. So, just to give you a little perspective, so I've been going to a men's fellowship since I was 16, one Saturday or one Sunday a month, since I was 16 years old, in person. Last Sunday, we had 4,000 men show up in person on a regular basis. There's a lot of communities going on that put down their cell phones and really get in life. When my children come over, my daughter's an attorney, my son's a mechanical engineer, we put all technology in a box in our house. We talk about family, and we talk about life. And we have a connection with God that we personally believe that for us is bigger than any form of technology. And we have this thing our home that my wife always says. We believe in AI. It's almighty intelligence. We will let the other intelligence follow that. Artificial comes after actual intelligence, almighty intelligence. We teach our grandbabies this. But we're communicating that because I think the communication that we have as a family is more important than what we have with things. Because I think that AI is a thing. It's a tool. And I think, like you said, we're not consciously making decisions where we should be making these decisions, or we're choosing life over things that's causing us to, number one, separate ourselves from each other, causing us to not be critical thinkers, not be innovators and passionate and engaging. I love these things. It's like when Andy and I go back and forth. If Andy and I was in real life, we'd be doing the same thing. Sean, the same thing. I think American over there in Chicago, I think if we all met up, I think our experience would be completely different. But we'll have a wonderful time together, or we'll learn clarity over agreement. And to me, I think I don't want to miss out on this. I'm 61 years old, guys, and I don't want to miss out. I see so many young people today that have no interpersonal skills. They can't even talk. People got degrees. My wife says people got degrees but no temperature. They study something, but they can't talk to anybody. It's just pretty sad. So, Dwight, you're correct. I hope that we can get back to some level of balance, some level of, and I like what Summer said in the chat, I know where my help comes from. It's definitely not from AI, guys. I always ask people this question. If you're going to ask a question, why not ask God first? If you are a believer, Anthony, I want to make sure people know that. Because if you're not a believer, ask whatever belief system you have. But my help comes from the Lord. It doesn't come from AI, but I will use it because it's a tool. I land there.
Edward, on this one for a second too, and I appreciate the conversation because I think this is extremely important. Here's one that we're going through right now. Remember cutting the cable? Remember how much, how cable was so damn expensive that we ended up cutting the cable when we started streaming? Now look what's happening in streaming. We're paying as much as we were paying for cable now because you got a Hulu, you got a Paramount Plus, you got Netflix, you're paying 20 for ChatGPT or 30 for Grok, you got all these different services. Those aren't streaming, those are AIs. But if you think about all these now things that cost 20 here, 30 there, $5 there, $2 there. Look at all the streaming. And the thing that concerns me, and it's very, I think Black Mirror is it's the Twilight Zone of today. And if you look at it, think about when you do get that new leg or that Neuralink and what that subscription service. Did anyone talk about subscription service? Wait till they do subscription service. Oh, you get all these amenities with your service when you have it implanted. But if you can't pay the bill, then you're going to get that with the commercials infused in it. It's not too far off if you really think about it, right? Hulu gives you an option to have commercial-free Hulu, or you pay a little bit more. Look at Amazon Prime, right? You think you're going to get to see anything? You're like, oh, I'm going to watch this movie. Oh, no, that's going to cost you $2.99. Wait a second, I have Amazon Prime. I can't see it. Well, cutting the cable, cutting the cord, and now the streaming services, and this is happening right now. And what everyone should be looking at is how this same kind of analogy and focus is exactly what we're going to be walking into in the next level. We have to stay on top of the technology so we understand it. If you don't stay on top of it, you get behind, you get confused. We have family members that just don't get any of it, and they're kind of almost in a way blessed because they're not going to just see and deal with things that we're going to have to deal with as we get older. I'm just short of 48 as well, so as far as getting older and seeing all this, I've always found it important to stay on top of tech, and I'm semi-tech nerdy, but I've met a few people that actually are developers in AI, and it's over my head, and I'm still trying to stay on top of it. It's coming out so quick that you don't have a chance to catch up, understand it, or deal with it, and then before you know it, you're run over and you're taken over.
Hey, Sean, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
When was the last time you've been out to the ocean?
Well, I live near, it's cold as hell. That's the only reason why I don't go to it, but I used to have an office that was like literally 50 steps away from the ocean. But I'm about 10 minutes away. I see the ocean fairly regularly.
You see it, but when the last time you been out to it?
Been in it? Oh, not for a while. It's too damn good.
Okay, no, I understand. The reason why I say this, that everything you said is true. I mean, I got it. But this is a conscious decision that each person is going to have to make for their own life. We're either going to be the expression of who we are, because see, I believe getting outside is important. I tell young people all the time, you are now free to move about the country. You're now free to move about every place. And you know what I've learned from the lockdown? That you guys know that the biggest business that came out of the lockdown is door-to-door services. Did you guys know that? There are more people dropping off stuff at people's doorsteps now than anything else, which is crazy. We've gone back to there's nothing new under the sun. People are ringing people's doorbells, knocking. I see people putting door hangers on people's doors. Why? Because I think that the human element, Sean, has become so much into the screen. All we do is look at these screens and swiping left, swiping right, swiping this, swiping that, versus just going out. And if you get a chance, go look at my post. My handle's everywhere the same, Edward Lynn 0827. On X, on YouTube, on Facebook, the same. My wife and I, last Sunday, went to the ocean in Newport Beach. We just took beautiful pictures. We do this every weekend. I mean, that's one of the things we do. We like each other, we're going to talk to each other, and it's just fun. But the biggest part for me is this: getting outside, looking around. Too many people today, and I talk to young people here in California on a regular basis, and I ask, when's the last time you've been to the ocean? When's the last time you had a picnic? Just go out and put on a blanket and just have a picnic. Guys, we're so much into the technology that we forget the people around us. Like I tell people all the time, there's more abundance in your life, but you're not even recognizing it. I land.
I'm hoping that, like, this will, at least to some extent, result in that. Although I think, like, the trajectory right now is not good, in my opinion. I can see a situation where it actually enables us to connect with each other in ways that we couldn't before. And I know, like, for a lot of people, Anthony's example of, like, oh, we're going to have to be socialists, like, that sounds extreme to a lot of people, which it doesn't really sound that extreme to me, but I'm kind of crazy. What I can kind of see, which is related but not related, well, if we're not all doing these menial ass jobs, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we get rid of the factory worker, nobody fucking likes working in the factory. If we get rid of the burger flipper, nobody likes flipping fucking burgers. If we're doing things, if we are freeing ourselves up to do things that have more meaning and preferably have more human connection, and we're connecting with each other more, that could actually be a positive. It's just, we see how things works out. You know what I'm saying? We see how things tend to work out.
Dwight, I got it, Dwight. Everything you said is true. But Sig just said in the chat, okay? Because we're talking about stuff of substance and actually spending time with your loved ones and taking your children out and going outside, the room shrinks. People leave. Because it's not drama, guys. There's no trauma. There's no drama. There's real life going on. It's just funny that when you have a conversation about responsibility and just enjoying the abundance that's in life. Listen, like I tell people that work at our organization, hey, thanks for showing up today. Thanks for being on time. That's a good thing. I mean, guys, just showing up is a good thing. I don't know why we don't see these beautiful things that we have versus all this other stuff that people want to define themselves by. That I'm an AI technician, and I got this going on. I'm an AI engineer, and I'm a computer nerd, and this. Okay, that's great, but who are you? Who are you? What we do to make a living is not who we are, guys. We retire from that. You better ask yourself the question. Look in the mirror today and ask yourself the question. Who am I? Do not be defined by technology. Be defined. Now, this is Edward, guys. be defined by the one who created you, because there's an image. And some of us don't believe, and you know what? I respect those who don't. It's okay. I can have conversations with everybody, and they all know this. I don't care who you are. One thing I will never do, I don't judge people. I don't do that. I have no right to do it. Okay? What I do is make observations, but at the same time, I'm going to show kindness no matter who you are. You don't have to believe what I believe, but I'm going to show you respect regardless. And I hope that at some point, each one of you, I have the privilege of meeting you in person. Because we're real communicators, like I tell my grandbabies, words are 7% of communication. Tone is 38%. Body language is 55% of communication. Why do audio apps die? Because we don't get to see the real intention of that body language, of what people are really communicating. It's really, really sad.
There's so many examples of comfort and convenience, and that seems to be what the culture's become. People want comfort and convenience, and they want the delivery service to their door rather than having to get outside and go and pick it up for themselves. Even our TVs, even the high-end TVs now don't even have an on-off button. It's the remote control that has that. If your remote control doesn't work, well, then you can't even use your TV. I mean, there's so many different examples. I mean, electric vehicles, the dependency on all electric. Guess what? Even gas depends on an electric gas pump now. So it doesn't even matter if you have a gas or an electric. When you get to a point where they just own everything, they can turn it off on you. I say they, I'm talking about the government, whoever that entity is. We're basically starting to lose control. We used to have phones where we could actually take a battery out and put a new battery in. Now we have to plug our phone in. We can't have like 5 batteries, right? Just take one out, put another battery into our phone. Nope, not anymore. And even when your phone's off, you're still connected and pinging to satellites where you can be found. The possible elimination or threat of currency and cash going all digital, and how that could just be shut off if whoever they are, you can represent that in any way you want to take it, shutting it off because they don't want like what you're saying anymore. The control over us and how much we're allowing that control to be taken over, versus say back in the day when you ran your own farm, you were homesteading, whatever you want to call it, growing your own things, not relying on any technology at all. You start your own fires, et cetera, et cetera. You were independent. You didn't have there's no control over that. You could do that without there was nothing that could prevent you from using those things. Now everything we use is completely dependent. We wouldn't know what to do with ourselves. I mean, if California had, for example, where I live, had no electricity for 7 days, can you imagine the mayhem?
Yeah, I can imagine the mayhem, but I like to see that happen, Sean. You know what?
That would be the true purge. That'd be the true purge.
It wouldn't be a
Shut it off
purge
for 2 weeks.
No, it wouldn't be a purge. No, it wouldn't be a purge. This is so funny. I don't know why all of us miss out on the reality of life. Guys, there was life before electricity. There was life before the telephone. There was life before the internet. Guys, we've done this. We are the ones who created what we have. And I don't know, like I tell my children all the time, my son's 40, my daughter's 34. Hey, before you guys got all this stuff, we've done some stuff. The human person, the spirit of the human, has gone through all kinds of pioneers, going from east to west coast. There came across the pioneers of California gold rush. All these things are happening, and we've adapted. But the difference is back then, we had more family time. We, like Sig put in the chat, we respected each other. We respected each other's boundaries. What's happening now is people don't respect themselves. Both men and women. We don't respect ourselves anymore. So we just let anybody do anything to us. We let anybody in our home that we don't really know. We let people convince our children that they're not boys and girls, and we let people cut them up and do all this craziness for us. I mean, just listen to what we've come to, because man has decided that they can control other men or other women. It's just completely nonsensical. And Sean, that's why I say that at some point we got to get outside. Let me say it again. We got to get outside. People got to go and talk to somebody else. Go to the library. Go somewhere where you're going to meet some people. Talk to somebody. I mean, listen, I do this on purpose, guys. I'll go in the supermarket on purpose and say hello to people. They're shocked. People in California are shocked. If someone said that, look at me like I'm crazy. I said, yeah, I'm just saying hello. It's a nice day. It's a good day. Just want to say hi to you. It's crazy. Hey, Dwight, I talked to two 18-year-old people on Monday. 18-year-olds. I just wanted to find out how their day was going. And I just asked them a question. You know, when's the last time you guys ate at the dinner table with your parents? I just want to know. Or sometimes I talk to young ladies saying, I always ask young ladies and young men, would you choose a good career or a good marriage? What do you guys think they say?
I'm gonna guess career.
Yeah, most people want security before a relationship. I mean, I don't know. I think it's individual, but I like being secure in myself and not relying on anyone. But that's very individual. Some people, it's the other way. You know.
Yeah, see, Sean, you got it right though. You got to rely on yourself. And what Dwight said is people say career. And the reason why people say career is because we have told people for the last 50 years that having a degree or going somewhere and getting something is more important than being loyal, being a person who's dependable, being someone who shows up on time, being a caring human being, respecting yourself. We don't teach these things. Like I always tell young people, they say, well, they say, Edward, you old school, you talk about stuff, times have changed. I said, so you're telling me showing up on time has changed? You're telling me respecting yourself has changed? You're telling me being a person of excellence has changed? You're telling me being an honorable person has changed? You're telling me lying is not changed? Does lying still exist, guys? Or do people still do that? I mean, I'm just curious.
What I call it is my truth. I'm calling it my truth.
Yeah, Dwight, this is what I always ask when people say that to me. What is your truth? And how's that working on? How's that working for you?
I appreciate what's being said in the chat too. I want to say I appreciate what's being said in the chat too. Oh, she left. I was gonna say I'd love to see Christy come up on stage, but I think she left. Cause I think she has some resistance to just the conversation of, some people just fully embrace and say don't deny technology. I get that, but because everyone else is learning, and even if we stop, other people might not stop. We have to stay on top of it, be smart, understand it, and know how to handle it, use it correctly. Just like Clubhouse, when Clubhouse first came out, look how messy it was. Look at now how it's changed and how it's evolved from then, and how it's kind of how you see the ebbs and flows of how even just from room to room, how some of us are just finding it hard to even want to find a place to even go into if we want to use this app, because there's such lackluster. Everyone's robotic, and let's talk about Diddy. Let's talk about Israel. And I'm like, there's so many other things we could talk about. Now, given I think a lot of people don't want to come in and open up a room because then you're in charge and you have to handle all of that. I do want to say before I have to go right now, I do have to leave. But Edmund, I do appreciate you actually being in the room for a change and stating, hey, we're having a debate and you're streaming it live on YouTube. And I do want to give you credit for that. And for that, I do give you respect for doing it this way. I think this is a smarter way to go about it. So I appreciate that. Thank you. What's up, JB?
JB, Sean, I just want you to know I respect you, bro. Thanks for coming up and being.
Appreciate you too.
Just being yourself, man.
Respect you too.
That's why when we come and we just be real, I think.
He boomed it. He boomed it.
But that is not
concern of mine because I'm
I'm
not
not
going to
concerned
pardon.
with who's fucking your children either.
Who gives a fuck? Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares.
He's not pardoning fucking anybody like that.
What do you mean? But there's nothing. But there's no clients. Nothing happened. Epstein did nothing wrong, and Gil is in prison for no damn reason. She trafficked kids to nobody.
Well, that's what the document says.
Exactly.
It's fucking wild.
That is not what the documents say. That is not exactly correct. You haven't seen the Southern District redacted files from the court case. This camel-nosed jockey, shawarma-eating financier from Canada, is a fucking bullshit artist picking his nose and wasting your time.
That's right. That is true. That is actually true.
Fucking A, that's true. You say the same thing day after day on here. Are you like, I know you must have Tourette's like Dr. T-Rob's up there who uses the N-word at the end of every sentence. N-word! Wow, what a life.
Randy is autistic.
What a fucking life.
I'm just someone who like. You don't value your time, so why would I value your time? I value my time. Don't waste my time. Allow me to waste.
You value your time. If you valued your time, you wouldn't repeat yourself every single day on here. It's pathetic.
You can leave it. You can
Exactly, N-word. There we go with the Tourette syndrome again. It's the same story every single day. What's wrong with you people?
Shit. What do you mean, you people?
It's
You people! You repeat yourselves. I'm talking about
Hey,
Clown House
Hey,
users.
Congressman, what's the name of your boat?
Lady Hawk.
Lady Hawk what?
That's the name of it, Lady Hawk.
That's too fucking generic. Never count that. Hawk with an E?
Hawk is spelled H-A-W-K, mate.
Some people spell it with an E, but
No. We spell it without the E.
Oh, child.
I'm tracking my sister right now, and I thought I'm gonna track you.
You thought you were going to track her to my boat.
I'm not. Every boat has an NMSI.
Oh, I didn't register it, actually. I bought it on Craigslist,
Right, now you
but
broke.
I didn't register it.
Oh,
Child.
well, I don't blame you.
Ooh, child, I'm gonna say the N-word 1,000 times. Ooh, child, Epstein didn't do anything wrong. Ooh, child, the Republicans are a bunch of conservatives. Ooh, child, my name is Randy. Put that in Sunu. Put that in Sunu.
In his room, they were asking
Dude, don't
the
hate me,
intelligent
hate Trump.
person on Clubhouse, and Roger said that you were up there.
Don't hate me, hate Trump. I'm not the one saying we're pedophobic.
And he said that Randy
That's
was
right.
the biggest fucking moron.
He's the one saying pedophobic, not me. I never called anyone pedophobic. He is the one calling you pedophobic.
Randy, stop repeating yourself. It's crazy, Randy. How many times are you gonna repeat yourself? We've heard it already.
I'm not the one calling you pedophones. That is Trump.
No, because you have your pro.
But I'm not the one saying that, though. I'm not an elected official. You're not voting for me so that I protect the one fucking your children. That's not what's happening here. How about you go to
What's happening here, Randy, is that you're spamming regardless, and you're saying nothing intelligent or important, and you just repeat yourself day after day like people care what you have to repeat. They just don't care anymore, Randy. You've reached the end of the cycle. Let it go. Stop repeating yourselves.
I do not care who fucks your children. I don't care who fucks your children.
You just keep repeating yourself. It's crazy, Randy. Stop it.
That is you. I just would like it if no one fucks my kid. I don't care about your kid.
You don't have any kids, so you won't have
Because if I had them, then Trump would fuck him.
This is just another toxic space. I'm leaving. I can't deal with people like Randy anymore. It's a waste of time. It's such a waste of time.
It is a waste of time. I'll go. I have work to do.
I don't know why, but like, did you ever see the other video where it was like my business
was
like drug
those,
company?
those
Our
rich
narco, like
people,
drug company.
they're given an unfair advantage. That's just, those rich people, a lot of them worked and created and have an intelligence that, quite honestly, I don't have. And we're blessed to have them. You know, are they perfect men? No. Will they take advantages that they can get? Yes, they will. But And it's aggravating that, say, Walmart has put out a lot of small business, but it's not aggravating when I go and get a fair price for something I'm purchasing at Walmart. It's, I don't know. It's a hard problem to solve.
I don't disagree with you. Indira, what's going on with you, Indira? What's going on, Indira? Wow, what a whole, that's a whole, wow, Miss Indira.
Hey, how are you?
It's the best day of my life. How are you?
I'm hanging on in there. I'm hanging in there. I can't stay long, but I saw a notification that Joe was in here, and I believe she sent me a message, maybe on TikTok or somewhere, saying that, you know, she would love for me to come back. So
I love that you're back. Oh, ma'am, I do love it.
Yeah, but as you can see, Joe, I have been very busy in politics.
Oh, yes, ma'am, you have been. We're proud of you.
Thank you, and it's about to be on and popping. So Edward, I have been at the White House. I've joined this organization where we've been discussing policy on the federal level, and just meeting a lot of major players in the Trump administration. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Well, that's a good thing. You know where I'm at. You need some help, let me know.
I absolutely will. But but I just want to come in and say hello. I got some paying job work I got to do right now, but I just want to come in and say hello. I don't know when you guys are having another room, but I'll certainly be on the lookout for it. And Joe, you still have my cell number, don't you?
I think I do, but I'll have to look. I don't recall that I do, but I'll look.
Oh, okay. Well, look and see and everything. But it was good talking to you guys.
You too. Thank you for dropping in.
You're welcome.
There's a lady who could lead. I'm telling you, she should.
Yeah. So thank you. I'll see you guys soon. Okay.
Appreciate you.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Joe B., I think that there's a lot of leaders. You're a leader too. We're all leaders, you know. So it's just what are people willing to take on, you know? It's a big task out here. So, especially here in California.
Well, that's a whole country in itself, right?
It is a whole country in itself, and hopefully, you know, we'll get Steve Hilton in the right, proper spot. I've been attempting to work with his campaign for the last 4 months, so see what happens, you know.
Who is that again, Edward?
Steve Hilton, he is running for the governor of California.
Yes, I didn't hear the complete name.
Yeah, the New Revolution. He used to be on, he had a program on Fox News, but he actually worked in the British government. He worked with Margaret Thatcher. He was like her Secretary of State, you know. So that was a pretty good thing. So I don't remember all the people that was in the last room, but I was trying to pop them back over. Miss Natasha, you want to share anything? I see you down there. Some of you guys moving forward. So share the room out, you guys, just for the moment, since Edward's trying to say hello to some people, since I'm back on for the moment, right? Some of you people haven't spoke to in a while.
Na festa do fim de semana, só rolê bom. Ela chega e desencana.
Guys have to be so quiet.
No, my app's glitching. Something's wrong with Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's always been that way.
True.
I got dropped out of some rooms because I was talking about the Bible. I thought it was quite interesting. We had a whole conversation about it.
I meant this tongue in cheek, but God forbid, right?
Yeah, he does. But, obviously people don't want to hear the truth. They would just want to hear their truth. So it's just kind of interesting. But
And it changes every day.
Oh yeah. Of course, you know that you can't be the same person because it's not. That's not. People want to be a character. They don't want to have character. There's a big difference,
Good.
Having character.
Be a character.
What is it?
Come on, Bill. What's up, kid? Hey, Natasha.
Elle, what's up, Elle?
Elle left. Dadgummit.
Yeah, she popped in, popped out. I haven't talked to her in a month of Sundays. Yeah, people, they come in and out, people pop in and out. But I just did this room because I was in another space and it crashed on us. Healthy debate. So I just tried to get some of those people back in. But
How come Healthy Debates crashed?
Roger left, and I don't know how Clubhouse works anymore. But I wasn't a moderator. I think I was, but
Sig.
Yeah, what's up, Sig? It crashed and.
Come on up, man. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, Sig's a good guy. Hey, Sig, do you know why it crashed? I don't know why the room bombed or somebody bombed it or whatever. Boomed it. That's what they call it. Boomed it. But I thought that to be quite funny. So, but it's like we were having a real, what I call, good discourse. No yelling, no cussing, just having a conversation. You think it was, really? Oh, that's interesting. Why would he crash it? He could have, but very interesting. So, but I found the conversation very interesting because we were thinking more about. Yeah, I think we're thinking more about technology and not people, and I think that's a very scary place to be in life. If we think that AI is our answer, we've really lost our way as people.
Hi, Sig. I haven't been on the app much. I've been so busy. Right now I've got a carpenter in my house and I'm trying to pick out wallpaper, and I had my granddaughter here. There's been a lot go on, Edward. I had my grandson at my house for 5 months.
How's your grandson there?
Well, he's doing okay now. I wouldn't pick the denomination that they're going to, but my kids are back in church. And, but he was.
Robots going to be moving, 1,000 times faster than a human in physical space, literally picking strawberries at a rate of 1,000 times faster than a human. Like, I just think the exponential growth here is something that you're not really taking account for in your forecast.
And again, you can object to the people who are advocating for this. There's a bunch of reasonable reasons to be like, nah, we don't want an automated world. Like, one of the biggest reasons is you're going to displace workers by the millions, if not hundreds of millions, in a relatively short span of time, and leave a whole bunch of people out of the workforce and therefore out of the means by which to provide for themselves to a large degree. I think that's a little bit too doom and gloom, but a lot of people do argue that. What's hard about those arguments is you have to take into account the creation of new jobs that go along with the technological development, but you could still take that into account and then argue that there is a trajectory by which a huge swath of any given workforce is going to be, especially in America, are going to be displaced by machines. And I do think that those arguments can be made, taking into account all of the, parameters involved. But like, then what do you do? And then there's a bunch of, people who have policy solutions. Like one kind of conceptual example would be the freedom dividend by Andrew Yang, but it's basically a form of universal basic income. But what pays the universal basic income is a tax on the technology companies that are producing the machines that are displacing the workers. So you could do something like that as a policy solution. And then the reason why it's good for the companies is that people are still getting money so that they can purchase things. So the economy is still going in some way. And among the things they'll purchase are whatever the technological companies are making or producing, the goods, the services, etc. You need people in your society to make money so that they can go purchase whatever the fuck the robots are making, whether it's popcorn or whether I don't know, man. Robots are gonna be doing all kind of shit, but like whether it's a Waymo, whatever it is, like you need people with money. If they don't have money, they can't buy your shit. If they can't buy your shit, then you producing all of the robots and the Waymos and shit doesn't matter, right? So like it's an issue for everybody in the economy.
Yeah, but these things, I think y'all understand. These things will be gimmicks for at least 5 to 10 years, at least.
Caleb, don't.
Look,
I was deliberately avoiding the sex robots. Caleb, stop it. I'm sorry. That's a whole new can of worms, Caleb.
Who said? What is going on here?
Now go ahead. I'm sorry. I was making a joke.
What is? Okay. Anyways, I was saying it's gonna be a gimmick. It's gonna be a gimmick, I think, for the next 10, 15 years. Like I live in one of these countries that of course they want this automation stuff. They want everything to be, like super advanced, right? They got money. But I still think it's a gimmick at least for say 15, 20 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Still. Again, I think because we got these sci-fi movies and everything, seeing everything. And look, I'm a sci-fi nerd. I kind of want this stuff, but I don't want people to be displaced without maybe a safety net or something. And that's what, yes, we're going to, and that's what we're not thinking about too. Like, we still gonna need people for the next foreseeable 30 years. Period.
But come on, wait. Are Waymos a gimmick to you? Like, what do you mean by gimmick?
Well, no. I mean, I'm not saying Waymos are a gimmick. Like, I don't have Waymo. We don't have Waymos here per se. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about Waymo. I'm not in the States. So yeah, I don't know about it.
I think
this will actually be a problem. This will actually, in the long run, be a problem for the government. And here's why. Because, even if people are not working and their needs are being taken care of, it gives them too much idle time to think. And what are they going to think about? They're going to think about how they don't like the government. They're going to think about, they're just going to have too much time to be creatively thinking. And this is where revolutions and overthrowing of governments starts to happen.
That's a huge assumption.
It is.
With more idle time comes a lot of possibilities. Some people will probably think creatively. A lot of people will probably just indulge in a bunch of different things, like going to the movies, getting massages, going on vacations, hanging out with friends, playing basketball or sports, watching games. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with your idle time, and people are led by their interests. So they're probably going to go where their interests lie. And there'll probably be generalizable trends in terms of what people do with their time if they're not working. But a lot of people will probably argue that this is better because you're getting a lot of your life back. If you're not spending a lot of your time working and your income is basically a freedom dividend or some kind of universal basic income that is derivable from the proceeds collected from technology companies that displace workers, then you have more time to actually live your life and do what you want to do. A lot of people are going to invest that in their family. They're going to raise their kids. They'll probably prefer some kind of homeschooling. They'll be maximally available to do it. The government might even, in certain jurisdictions, subsidize it to a certain extent, like they do in a lot of jurisdictions already. Like there's a bunch of ways it can go. That's not just people, stewing and brewing about how the government sucks. You'll still probably have people like that, but most people probably won't do that. Right. And there'll probably still be a bunch of economic disparities and income inequality, to be fair. So there's going to be some basics for people to be mad about shit. And I don't think everybody's going to have the same access to the same amenities. But there's just a lot of variability is all I'm really trying to say.
I'm trying to figure out what utopia you live in. Okay.
Oh, I don't think it's gonna be a utopia. I think it's gonna be something straight out of. I think it's gonna be something straight out of Black Mirror, bro. I think it's gonna be something straight out of Black Mirror. For example, since Caleb went there, there's gonna be a lot of problems. There's gonna be a lot of problems with relationships when robots get as sophisticated to where you can barely tell them apart from human beings, and people start having sexual relationships with them, which is inevitable because people right now are fucking silicone dolls that don't even move. So like, yeah, that's gonna happen, and there are gonna be some preferences that people have towards these very anatomically correct, very realistic robots, android robots, and like, it's gonna fuck up the dating scene for a lot of people. It just is. And like, I don't know exactly what the social toll of that is going to be, but there's been a bunch of books written about it that I think are fascinating, about like the social tolls and how people are actually going to like be advocating for robot rights. You think I'm playing, but I'm not playing. Dead ass serious. There are going to be people advocating for rights for robots, just like people advocate for rights for pets or for non-human animals. And they're dead, like they already exist, but they're fringe. But they'll be way more popular if you get sophisticated enough androids that look like and act like human beings. So you're gonna have people doing that, and that's gonna be a whole political fucking paradigm. That's gonna be relatively new.
We'll be dead and gone by the time they come along.
I don't know that that's true. We'll be old probably, but they're already making these robots. Like it's 2025, they're already making them. The prototypes exist. You think I'm bullshit? Like I know way too much about this shit because I studied it in college under what's called, if you want to Google it, it's called transhumanism, and this is a whole ass philosophy of people who are advocating for exactly the shit we're describing. These motherfuckers are not playing; they're dead ass serious. They think that the future will be a lot greater if we can, in various different ways, maximize the development of computational technology. Ray Kurzweil is just to name drop some people. He talks this way. But anyway, like I literally studied transhumanism in college as a part of my, I was a philosophy background, and I actually was trying to develop a college course that they had this program at UCLA where they let undergraduates teach college courses, and I applied for this, so I had to develop this course. So I had to do a lot of reading to prepare for that. This is where all this information comes from. I'm not a weirdo, I swear to God. But like, bro, matter of fact, I'm gonna name drop a book right now, and the fact that I know that this book exists, you're probably gonna look at me sideways. But it's a fascinating book, and it's not pornographic, although it's suggested is. There's a book, Google it, it's called Love and Sex and Love with Robots. And it's a book that delves into the future whereby you have sophisticated enough AI robots that are very realistic, anatomically correct, and what the impact of the development of these robots for the purposes of relationships and sex and whatever are going to have on society. That's what the book is about. Google that shit. It's a fascinating read.
But again, of course, you're talking about the future shit, right? Again, Back to the Future, you know what I'm saying, 2015, right? Keep that in mind, right? Have a point right there, right? This is 100 years into the future. We're talking about the next 10 years. That is not a possibility. Yes, you're going to have a silicon, extra bots, and you can buy a robot to jack your dick or something, I don't know. But what you're talking about is 130 years into the future. It's not on anybody's periphery, not yet.
The thing is, though,
the estimates, to be fair, the estimates vary, but a lot of them are way shorter term than 100 years. But there is debate about how quickly it'll emerge, to be fair to you. Like, I'm not sitting here pretending like it's got to be 30 years. But there are, like, Ray Kurzweil is an example of this, and there are other futurists. They're predicting, like, this shit is going to be in the next 30 to 50 years. Like, not 100 years. Like 100 years, it'll also be more sophisticated. Like in 100 years, I think that Ray Kurzweil thinks that we're going to be able to literally upload brains into robots. Like we'll be able to live forever. Actually, he thinks that'll happen in the next 50 years. To be fair.
He's off.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Criticize Ray Kurzweil. I'm just name dropping the people who I know think this. But the basis of his prediction is interesting. Like he's talking about the exponential rate of computational power using Moore's law. Moore's law is a very specific. Just Google Moore's law if you want to know more about it. But and then he thinks it's going to head towards what's called a technological singularity, at which you can't really make predictions beyond that. And actually, just Google technological singularity, because I'm not going to be able to explain it in a way that I think makes sense, because my memory's vague. But if you want to know what it is, Google it. But it basically it's a predictive model to a certain point where all bets are off in terms of prediction wise, because there's just a bunch of shit that you can't take into account to make a solid prediction. And it's on a analogy to like a gravitational singularity that implicates black holes, which is why it's called a singularity. But anyway, you can't like, basically there's a certain point in time where you can't really make predictions beyond, because all bets are off, because the level of technological sophistication will have reached a heightened point, to the point where we don't know what the fuck is going to happen. That's basically the basic idea. If that's not helpful, I apologize. But sorry, I'm only enthusiastic like this because I think this shit is fascinating. And I have for decades. I've felt this way since college. I've been in college in like damn near 20 years.
So here's my question. Is Elon Musk a transhumanist? And if so, is he steering our planet toward such a singularity? Because there could be a case to be made there.
He technically could be considered a transhumanist. He embraces a lot of the warnings that come along with this kind of stuff, but yeah, in many ways he's positioned himself in his companies to advocate for a lot of these developments.
Yeah, he is.
Particularly, he stands to benefit the most. He's one of the people in the world who stand to benefit the most from the advancements of AI. Also, it can aid him in other businesses, like his Neuralink stuff, like all of that shit. Like, that's all futuristic shit. And a lot of the transhumanists are definitely pro that. But also space travel. Like, he's trying to put motherfuckers on Mars in the next few decades. And he actually has developed companies that are capable of doing it in that time frame. So in many ways, he is an exemplar of what I'm talking about. And he is a futurist. He thinks very hard about developing technological futures that he thinks are positive to human beings in various different ways. And in many ways, he's a pioneer. Now, he's also recently been marred and stained with a bunch of problematic political views. So it undermines how people think of him. And then I think that's fair, because that MAGA shit is some strong Kool-Aid. But that said, he actually is pro a lot of shit. And like it's ironic that one of the things that was the basis of his fallout with Trump that made the news was Trump was supportive of a lot of shit that's undermining to a lot of the futuristic projects that he wants, particularly the advancement of policies that will maximize the demand and the development of EVs, which he has a car company that stands to benefit from, or Tesla. And like the embracing of a lot of older technologies and a lot of like old ways of doing things. So like, coal, natural gas, all that shit. So like, there's a tension there that is hilarious. But yeah, he's basically a version of a transhumanist, maybe a moderate transhumanist. Some of these motherfuckers are radical as shit. Like, they want to like upload people's brains into machines and shit so they can live forever. And their whole goal is to like cure us of the problem of death. Like, death is like an illness that needs to be solved. Like, these motherfuckers are like uber fucking radical, bro. Well, I would say radical, but they don't think of themselves radical. They think of themselves as visionaries or whatever. But yeah, bro, they're trying to solve the problem.
Larry Ellison.
I don't know who that is. Larry Ellison.
The Oracle CEO, Palantir.
You're from
He's the head of Oracle, Larry Ellison.
The head of Oracle?
Yeah.
Palantir's Alex Karp.
Sorry, yeah, but
Larry Ellison.
He's on the board.
Oh, Larry Ellison. Yeah, my bad.
Chief Technology Officer of Oracle. Yeah.
Muse, you're forgetting one crucial step in your advancement to sex robots and being able to be jerked off or masturbated with in a convenience store, and your advancements in of brains going into robots. You forgot one crucial step in there that usually will signify an end. What will end up happening is we will redefine the way we wage war, and we will redefine the way in which we engage, hurt, and kill each other across the globe in society. That is the crucial step to watch, because all those advancements that you're talking about, they will occur in the military first, and we will see something that will be whole scale incredible. Like drone warfare in my lifetime has advanced so much that I would be terrified to be on the battlefield now. Not that you wouldn't be scared, but to imagine to fight an enemy and then hear this like little whine going off somewhere in the distance and trying to hide from that in a massive way and give that to a robot you can't kill, you can't harm, it doesn't tire, it doesn't have food, and put that against the population, and you're going to see something that you may not like.
Look, well, okay, to be fair, I think you have a valid point, but just to throw this out there, although there are a lot of examples where it does, not all technological advancements start off with military applications first before they're, outsourced to the public. There's a lot of them that are actually developed for public consumption first, and then actually the military will adopt them after the fact. So just to be clear, so I wouldn't make the assumption that all of these new technologies will start off in the military or have military applications that will be weaponized. But a lot of them will. Like AI has a bunch of applications that are non-military already, but it has a bunch of applications that have been military since its inception, from smart bombs to whatever. And like the military is clearly like investing in the development of even more sophisticated AI systems. So particularly for drone warfare, but also for other applications. So like, it's a weird example because the early forms of AI were applied to the military, and then they went out widespread to like the general public, but then they got like reinserted into the military again as it advanced. So there's like a weird cyclical thing with that example. But I don't know, man. Like, like humanoid robots, I don't know that they have that much of a military application.
Can I show you where
they seem to be primarily developed for like private consumption as opposed to military application. There are some, particularly when it comes to like parts of people's limbs and shit, like to like replace like arms and shit like that, robotics. But like, I don't know, like, are there humanoid robots that have actually been like deployed for military purposes?
So I haven't said there's a humanoid robot in existence on the battlefield. I wouldn't know that, and we probably wouldn't know that. There's probably some stages of that. I am aware of military exercises where like the Marine Corps 5th React Division beat the AI simulation that was set up for them a number of years ago. I don't know if they've retested it that way. One of the guys hid under a cardboard box and just crawled to the unit and then just planted a fake charge and was able to defeat the system. But it has grown in leaps and bounds since then. But like the application now, what I see is patrol dogs that are actually robotic.
Yep, that's true.
And so I've seen weapons placed on these to be able to implement.
They're using them for like bomb squad applications, law enforcement.
Yeah, so this a lot of ways. Yeah, and so like for an old salt like me, a veteran, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing like we thought nuclear weapons were bad, and yes, we didn't have an explosion, but now we're going to implement these alongside with our warfighter frames. And once that technology is even seen, there are going to be other nations that are going to deploy this, develop it, and make their own versions or even steal ours. Like China steals shit all the time from us. And they'll sell it to bidders around the world. So,
I mean, it's an arms
Yeah,
race.
but what about cyber warfare? That's even
also
bigger.
another area.
Yeah, that's a huge application for AI. I mean, you want AIs that are sophisticated enough to outsmart that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why there's government investment in quantum computing, actually, partially. There's a bunch of other possible applications for quantum computing too, but like, yeah, like all of that shit. Like, I mean, if you really want a whole nother like nascent field of technology is like nanotechnology, and like all of the fuck shit you can do with nanotechnology, bro. Like, there are a bunch of military applications for nanotechnology that are scary as shit, and that we've only seen in our sci-fi films. But there are other applications, like there are medical applications for nanotechnology. Like, imagine if you had a bunch of sophisticated AI control robots that are in your bloodstream. They're really, really small, and they can like heal you from the inside. They can like recognize cancer cells and neutralize them before you develop cancers and shit. Like, that's the kind of shit that people
pretty well developed. that technology is pretty well developed and being tested.
Well, it's nascent, but yeah, I mean, yes, it is being developed. That is 100% true. But my point is, the possible applications go beyond what I think the state of the art is at this point. And there's a bunch of reasons. Like, it's not as cost effective. Like, there probably will be a stage at which nanotechnology becomes as ubiquitous as like cell phones. But like that's the kind of shit that like people have been talking about, theorizing about for decades now in the kind of transhumanist futurist space. Like it'll just blow your mind the shit that they've come up with, and they're now like starting to actually like have prototypes for and shit. But they've been theorizing about it since the fucking 60s and shit. If not earlier, like it's wild. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, that shit's fascinating to me. Weapon technology is going to be very, very interesting because, I mean, it's not going to be like the movies Terminator, where you have these lumbering kind of automatons shooting, dodging these bullets. No fucking way, dude. Like Brad said, you're hype for this shit. So it's going to be so accurate.
No. AI deciding to wipe out human beings is actually a realistic possibility. Like that's,
yeah, I mean, accessibility too, right? I mean, think about it as these things advance and become cheaper. And all of a sudden, like the Mexican cartel or some bad actor that with a bunch of resources has access to this stuff. Like, and we're going to really need this the fucking Neuralink shit. We better hope this stuff works because we're going to need a revolution in consciousness if we want to.
You better hope I become John Connor and stay
so a lot of these ideas, the only access to the general public has to them are vis-a-vis sci-fi movies that are really impactful on our culture. And so that creates a bias towards looking at them in a very specific way. But they're still like good to like, reference because people have a frame of reference at all for the technologies. It may not look exactly like a fucking, T9000 or whatever the fuck they're called, but the idea that some kind of sophisticated AI machine becomes self-aware and decides that the biggest threat to its existence are human beings and then proceeds to create a fucking genocide is actually possible. Like, that's not, it sounds far-fetched, it sounds like the shit out of movies, but that shit is actually plausible. And a lot of futurists do try to take on the threat of like AI that's like, because there's like a logic behind like identifying human beings as threats to the planet, because we do a lot of fuck shit on this planet.
Let me tell you something that like terrible. Like when I read it, I sat back and people were heralding it as a great invention. They now have drones the size of a mosquito or a bee, like that small. And the idea, like you won't hear it, you won't see it, you can't pick it up unless you have some sort of counter device or AI or drone protection around you, which even then that can't do it. But just imagine like 50 feet away, all of a sudden just a swarm of these just come out and just enter you, hit you in the heart, lung, chest, like nothing can be protected because you can't protect yourself from something like this. Or the idea to inject, say, a communicable disease that's horrifying. You could do this. These applications are being thought of because we're doing it with like controlling mosquitoes in Florida. We're trying to tinker around these edges. And every time we advance, it seems we go through this whole period where we're going to do like some massive fucking slaughter, and everybody's going to get all noble after everybody's dead, and then we say, "Oh,
China's
we'll
already
do it again."
China apparently, or Japan or China, one of those Asian countries, developed one that is like they're looking for spy applications.
It's the size of a mosquito. It's China.
Yeah, that shit's. I mean, Black Mirror is popular for a reason. Black Mirror has a way of tapping into these scenarios. Yeah, Black Mirror, the show on Netflix, it has a way of tapping into these scenarios and kind of showing what's fucked up about some of these potential futures. And it's kind of eerie because that shit's very possible. Like,
I would like to welcome can I welcome you guys to conspiracy theory land that y'all always call us crazy? And now y'all sound
first of all, I never said all conspiracies were crazy.
Not you.
Okay. Well, we are pontificating endlessly about possibilities, but that's not quite the same as conspiracy theories.
I'm saying all these things were considered conspiracy theories, though. So
well, yeah, like the
now they're
everything y'all saying was conspiracy theories. That y'all called us nut jobs for.
What you saying, y'all, Fatima?
I'm painting the broad brush. It might be unfair, but I'm
bro. I got conspiracy theorists in my family, bro. I love some of y'all. Some of y'all are crazy though.
I just want to welcome y'all over here. Just welcome. Get comfortable.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is attractive about the conspiracy theory community is they do engage in conversations where we kind of loosely talk about future possibilities and all this kind of stuff. And that's fun to talk about. So I'll give you that. The thing I have as an issue against conspiracy theorists is the uncareful logic. I don't like that. That's the thing that I criticize the most.
No, I agree, because there's a lot of people that make up conspiracy theories. Like when something happened, they're like, well, it happened because of this. No, that's not how conspiracy theories work. No, I definitely get the sloppiness of it, but yeah. But in general, I definitely.
I mean, I was talking to flat earthers for like a year just because I was fascinated by what the fuck they thought was going on. Like, I was like, wow, like, why'd you just assume that shit? That's just me though. But yeah, I got a lot of conspiracy theorists in my family. It's normal, particularly in the Black community, because we've been engaging in various forms of conspiracy theories about what the government was doing to our communities, and a lot of that shit turned out to be fucking true.
Yeah, we seen a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah, so like I get it. It's a part of our culture to a certain extent. I get it, but yeah, some people in our community be going a little too overboard with some shit, bro.
But I'll caution that. Take this as a word of caution. If you think with the advancements of technology that you have infringements on rights and that our applications are going wrong, you wait till this technology actually jumps ahead, and you will see that it will be targeted, and you'll be screaming for something reminiscent of the past. And that's what I see going forward. Like, do you really want AI saying, hey, this one neighborhood out here is going to be the biggest problem, so we are going to focus all assets in here, and we're just going to go in and clean it up, however way it determines it. And what we'll see is lawmakers bend and modify laws to enable that to happen. And that's what I see going on, because everybody's embracing this thing. It's going to be a utopia. And show me somewhere in history where there ever was a utopia. And please don't bring up the fucking Bible, but I mean, show me a utopia that has existed in civilization.
The only utopia I know of is whatever time period Republicans are talking about when they say they want to make America great again. Because the way they talk about that shit sound like it's a utopia. Whatever period they talk about, I don't know what it is. They make it sound so awesome.
I think that applies to you.
And one thing touching on the conspiracy aspect and looping into how you had said we only get glimpses of this through sci-fi. I mean, there's a long running history of CIA and other OGA government agencies backing movies, backing certain shows in order to early introduce this stuff to the populace, so it's not shocking when it hits us.
Yes, psyops, right? They call it psyops.
Yeah.
That's actually true.
That's not how psyops work, but I mean, that's going a little bit far, but okay.
It can be. It's one way. So for example, like if you wanted to introduce slowly but surely your population to a certain amount of comfortability regarding aliens, and you leaked their appearances through various different means, including sci-fi movies and stuff like that, that's actually a theory that people think is actually going on right now. But that would be a version of a psyop if that actually happened. I'm saying it hypothetical. I'm not committed to the fact that that's actually happened, but people have argued that that's literally what has happened. And so like our images of aliens is actually in some sense guided by governments slipping into public consciousness. actual aliens. What up, Alante? So that would be a version of a psyop. And then when you reveal like, hey, we've known all this time that these aliens existed, people are less shocked because it looks like they saw the movies and they're familiar with it on some level. And you can introduce people to a lot of things like that they become more comfortable with over time, because it's like they didn't realize that's what you were doing. I'd be surprised if our government hasn't done that to us several times already.
Most people don't think for themselves. They're all programmed. That's why they come to this room.
I mean, to a certain extent, it's like we can't help but be programmed because it's how our brains work. But
exactly my point.
But we can mitigate some of it. Like certain people are trying to program us for very specific things that we may not adopt.
Naturally, yeah.
If you're going to talk about programming, I would say it occurs mostly when you're in your early 20s. You get programmed, and then you begin a decoupling when you're 30s, and then you hit 40s, and you're like, what the fuck? And then when you go through that period, then you're like, oh, fuck, this is all just shit. What the fuck? Don't believe it.
I disagree. I could not.
I disagree. Highly disagree.
Yeah. You can be programmed at pretty much any age. Yeah. As long as you're capable of learning, you can be programmed at pretty much any age.
I agree, but most people are not capable of learning. They don't have critical thought. I mean, think about it. An entire nation.
Almost anybody with a sensible brain is capable of critical thought. That's not a difficult thing to accomplish.
And it's not even about the critical thought that I'm.
Yeah, either it's actually about psychological conditioning. Like, so for example, one of the primary means of programming nowadays is our goddamn cell phones and social media algorithms. That literally is how people are programmed. Like even me, like to the best of my ability, I try not to be, but like I know I am because I'll watch a basketball game, I'll see a Burger King commercial 3 times, and all of a sudden I fucking want a Whopper. What the fuck? Like that shit works. It works on anyone. Anybody with a psychology that can be manipulated, it works on them. So this idea that if you're smart enough, or if you're a critical thinker, you can't be programmed is ridiculous. You have a whole ass subconscious that can be impacted by marketing, constantly seeing images. And if that shit is like algorithmic, right? You like certain things, so then the algorithm goes, all right, show him this again. Like you can actually, this kind of thing can be leveraged to like influence people politically. Which was like
it happened every day when people.
It happens every fucking election, but also like that's what what's that shit? Cambridge Analytica. That's what the fuck they were doing, bro. Like that's the shit they were like. They understood that you could use this technology and you could program people's political opinions in a certain way that could actually maximize votes in a certain direction. Like that's possible. That has happened. I think that there's a lot of efforts to like stop social media companies from doing it to a certain extent, but like. It happens, bro. Like, you create echo chambers in social media spaces.
Prove my point saying that more young people are actually easier to be programmed, and then they start decoupling as they age later on in life.
When you said 20 to 30,
hold on,
Hakeem. You said 20 to 30. I'm saying 2 to 6.
Yeah, all of the above, bro. You can be programmed at any age. Like, okay, so you're right.
It starts as early as a baby. Like, it doesn't start when you're 20.
Certain social media cater to younger ages, like TikTok, for example. And so the reach of younger people in the age bracket that you described, like, yeah, they have an outsized influence on them. But the idea that if an older person were to use TikTok in a similar way or to a similar degree of frequency as younger people, that they could not be programmed in the same way is what I'm disputing. I'm saying it's not really a matter of age. It's a matter of what your habits of social media are and how the algorithms are interacting with your psychology. If you're an older person and you don't fuck with TikTok because people in your age bracket don't fuck with it, then TikTok is not going to be the vector for you. For a lot of older people, it's Facebook because that's what they fuck with. That's what they interact with. My dad comes to me and with a whole bunch of misinformation all the time that he got from Facebook because that's what he uses. And it annoys me because I'm like, bro, like, I know that's wrong, but like, he's like, it'll be something innocuous like, oh, I heard Klay Thompson got traded. No, he didn't. Yeah, it's on Facebook. No, he did not get traded. He's still on the Mavs. He's like, nah, let me show you. And then he showed me some shit. And I'm like, yeah, this is false. Like, nah, it didn't happen. Like, he's like, what? And like, it's like, bro, yeah, like there are ways to figure it out. Like I go to Shams on X. I told him like follow Shams. Shams, if somebody got traded like that, Shams will be all over it. He's trustworthy. And then so I'm trying to help my dad out with some of this stuff. But he sends me stuff all the time. Like, oh, did you hear about this? I'm like, that's fake, Dad. Like,
and it's annoying as hell because my parents, my mom especially does it to me. I just seen so and so and
Wait, no, that's fake news. No, he turned it into the Orange Man. No, it literally is fake news.
Yeah, I've been having to prove him. I'm like, bro, look, he's on the roster on ESPN. He's still on this team. Like, what do you mean he did not get traded? I would know. But then he'll come home with some accurate information. Oh, I heard Gilbert Arenas got arrested. Yeah, that is true, right? Same sources though. So now it's like he don't know how to differentiate between the trustful information, you know what I mean, the trustworthy information and the not trustworthy, because he's getting good information and bad information from the same places.
But I mean, I think I gotta think.
Brad, I will give you this. My bad, Emoto. I will give you this. Like at a certain age, you know what I'm saying, we become a little bit more cognizant and we can decipher these things, especially when we have like experience or skills with these different platforms. So we can get a better sense probably around those ages, 20 to 30, and you know, of what is potentially fake news. So it gives a little bit more credence to what you're saying. But like again, we're dealing with the kids or the older folks in this particular time in society. It's super hard to decipher for them because they don't necessarily have those skills. They're not using the vectors as much as maybe a 20-year-old who lives in their phone.
No, I disagree. I'm sorry. Because the amount of people that think Trump is sane, sorry, Brad, is crazy. So this man was ranting about windmills and all kind of stuff for 3 days straight. So I'm sorry. No, a lot of older people especially, they go down these YouTube rabbit holes. Even young people too, right?
No, I said that. I gave credence to that.
I thought the young,
I gave credence to the fact that older people are looking.
I thought the young and old, it'd be the same thing, same mess and same substance. It just depends on what people do. A lot of, especially Americans, I don't say especially Americans, but some overseas, right? Even people here, they will believe this stuff and you'd be like, no, that's not true. But no, I seen this on TikTok or whatever. I'm like, no, that's not true. And they're like, oh, well, no, that's not true. I can tell you this and whatever, because I've experienced this, right? This is something I've experienced in real life.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that's the way it is, and I'm telling you, no, it's not true. But at the same time, you're going to argue me down that it's true. So it just depends on how many people want to really go to different sources and research the facts, and that's the problem. People, and it's worldwide, do not want to use more than one source to search for the facts. And that's the issue. It doesn't matter with age, region, culture, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we also have to account for the, like, so we're talking about fact, right? So that's easily debunked or whatever. But then there's the notion of things that come from opinion-based sources. And it's like, okay, it's wrong if you disagree, but if you agree with that line of thought, it might be, you know, viable in some way. So there's that aspect of it too, that everything isn't always based in fact. So you know, that's a whole nother layer.
I mean, well, opinion is opinion, right? I mean, yeah, I mean that's.
Well, yeah, but it can be like political ideology. Go ahead, use my bad.
Yeah, that's opinion.
Oh, you good? I want to agree. Like the thing I was disagreeing with Brad is this idea that once you reach a certain age, you're not susceptible to being programmed. I think. To me, it's a little bit.
I just said they're less.
Well, there's a sense in which that's true. There's certain vectors of programming that I think you're less likely to fall prey to. And I think, like, my TikTok example was good because once you reach a certain age, you may be done with TikTok, or really certain age brackets don't really fuck with TikTok and never really did in the status quo. But, like, the older generation is still programmable. Like, a lot of older people, you know, some of them are on Facebook, but actually some of them watch cable news. Like cable news disproportionately skews older, and like motherfuckers are watching Fox News every night and like believe in shit they see or whatever it is. It could be Newsmax, News Nation, it could be CNN, MSNBC. Like a lot of the older folks are watching that shit for real, and like they're believing a lot of it even if it ain't true. And that's one means by which they can be programmed. It's not the only one. And like the programmability of human beings hasn't really to do with whether or not they're critical thinkers or not. It has more to do with how susceptible facets of their psychology are to impressions or being manipulated in various different ways. And like, I think it also social media algorithms are one vector, but like television commercials are another vector, or like whatever you watch on TV. It doesn't have to be commercials or marketing. It can be like public service announcements. It can be news, whatever. Like anything that impacts the way that you think about things, right, can like be used to manipulate you, right? And like, there are a lot of things things you can do to minimize the likelihood that you'll be led astray. And I think a lot of us try to do that. We try to check our sources. We try to do different sources because we know about bias. We're maybe to a certain extent trying to be attentive to our mental, like, you know what I mean? Like to a certain degree attentive to our subconscious, but that's hard because it's subconscious. But we take steps to kind of minimize the ability to just be total robots or robotically programmed. But like we're all susceptible to it. Like no matter how smart we are and no matter how like well-intentioned we are and our like diet of information, like we're all susceptible to that shit is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key is diet of information. I feel like you hit it on the spot, and I think as people get older, they generally narrow their variety of food sources in their informational diet. I think that's basically like my grandpa's generation was basically completely traumatized by Fox News, believed every random conspiracy theory, weapons of mass destruction, all that kind of stuff. And then I think the boomers, they just are just trapped in the world of academia and they're just reading whatever fucking Politico and I don't know, all those liberal news sources, you name it, right? And they're just stuck, trapped in that. And they think these are authoritative news sources and they can't really move past that. And then whatever they look at online, it kind of just feeds that. They kind of just base their selection on that and just becomes this never-ending kind of like reinforcement circle or this force and function to continue to only feed them with what they see as authoritative news sources. So now basically the entire boomer generation is just like traumatized by CNN, Rolling Stone, MSN, like you name it. So I think it's just like as people get older, they just become lazy in how they diversify their news sources, and they just end up having like an infinite feedback loop of the same kind of bullshit. And yeah, I just feel like that's kind of like what it is. So it's like kind of the duty as you get older to continue to make a fucking effort to read, to like diversify your sources, because it's a cross-referencing that really, I don't know. Am I making sense? I feel like I'm making a point.
You know what I mean? The cross-referencing is one method of many that you can use to like identify bias or not be misled with misinformation. And there's other strategies you can use. Making sure that you're not constantly participating in certain echo chambers and just trying to diversify what you hear. Being open to talking to people with different perspectives. These are all strategies. They're not all foolproof. They don't always prevent you from being tricked or misinformed, but they help. So yeah, I totally agree. I mean, one of my like biggest drivers of being in these rooms is I'm trying to promote that kind of environment. Like I do want, no matter where your perspective is, I do want you to be able to like voice your opinion. I might disagree vehemently, but hey, at least I heard from you, and maybe you'll plant the seeds in like in 30 days. I might be like, you know what, that one thing that one person said I disagree with, I kind of agree now. Like I like that because to me that shows some kind of openness. And it doesn't always happen. Sometimes I'm like, no, I still disagree, but like at least I have some reasons now that I can articulate. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I try.
It's just frustrating, like that our older generation is completely kind of unaware of the tunnel vision and echo chambers that they're in, and then you end up with kind of like Russiagate bullshit being perpetuated for like 4 years. It takes people 4 years to like realize that's bullshit. And then most people that were really buying into that still don't realize that it's bullshit. And then our older population are the only motherfuckers that vote. So they're just like the ones voting based off a lot of bullshit. But I don't fucking know. Yeah, the younger population needs to get out there and vote because I feel like they're the ones that are a little bit more privy to some of the, like, they're the ones that generally have more diverse set of news sources. But I guess that's kind of like a separate issue.
I think some people who are members of those generations deserve more credit though, because they're not a monolith. Like they don't all. There are people in the older generations who do use technology in similar ways to us, and they have learned how to navigate these things like us. So I wouldn't cast with too broad of a brush, but there probably is.
Could Trump convert a Word document into a PDF?
Could Trump? Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not, right? But I can.
Probably not. But like
I can, and I know.
Dr. Francine, and to be honest, I don't know that Trump's the greatest exemplar of like checking your sources. Trump regurgitates a lot of shit that's false all the time. because of his echo chamber awareness.
I mean, I'm not trying to pick on Trump either. I'm just like making a point that like it's unfortunate that I think the older generation generally doesn't diversify news sources, and they're the only ones that vote. I think that makes us particularly susceptible as a society.
I think that's a horrible overgeneralization.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay,
say.
well, I'm sorry, Dr. Francine. You're the exception.
A much broader palette than that. And he's really a tough approach.
I mean, there's wisdom that comes with old age, and a lot of the older people are wise in their approach to addressing the I would say the dilemma of misinformation. They do try to have like wide variety of sources. Some of them are still reading print newspapers. I don't know why, but a lot of them are
because some of us like books and papers as opposed to
that's a little, that's the stereotype. But like, some of them are just tech savvy, just like us. Like they know how to use smartphones. They're on Clubhouse. They access the same shit we access, and they have different methods and shit too. Like, so I don't want to make it seem like it's all of them. But there are like generational divides in the ways in which information is consumed that I also want to give credence to. And a lot of older people consume information in particular ways that are kind of like, the habits of their generation. Like cable news, for example. And that's, I can acknowledge that too.
I think it's weird that society itself wants to get, like I hear this talk about older, and as I approach age, I find it ironic because when I was younger, I said the same thing, like, oh, you don't know anything. And we've all said that when we were young kids. When I was about to face the world and Dad gripped you by the shoes, Marshall, you got a lot of background, man. But we heard this, and like when I was like young and going off to the military, and my dad said, "Be careful, son. The world's not what you think it is. The world is very dark. It's very conniving. It's manipulative. It's beautiful." And he gave me that whole speech, and I was like, "What does the old man know?" And my dad was right. As I grew up, I became a version of my father, and had to recognize that. Fuck, he was right about this. He was right about that. He was right about this. And I think that we disregard wisdom so much so, and then we're in favor. Like right now, you hear it in this room. People will, rather than ask or look up a reference, they'll utilize ChatGPT. I find that asinine, but and then be very quick to dismiss somebody who, like a Dr. Francine, who can give a take on what it was like to be, young in the 70s or 60s. And she can tell you the vibe and what people were generalizing, thinking, rather than and give you a firsthand account of what was going on from her lens, and you can learn something. And we saw this in the pandemic when all the businesses and all those lockdowns, like nobody knew how to fucking can, jar. Most of your wives and girlfriends couldn't cook a fucking meal to save their lives because they didn't know how, because Uber Eats was the biggest thing. And when they shut down restaurants, you couldn't Uber Eat shit. So you either had to live off McDonald's or eat burnt crap that I eat. So, I mean, you have to look at, I don't know. I still say, like, as people age, they gain more wisdom, they gain more knowledge, and they gain more experience. And what we have is what we've had for decades and generations, that the younger generation just thinks they have all the answers, but oddly, they never know the question.
I agree with you, Brad. I agree with you. I probably made too general of a case. Definitely, I think all of us have gotten wiser as we got older, but I just think that, like, if you look at the age of the Senate, for example, where it's like 25% is over 70, and if you look at all the ages of the presidential candidates, Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump, Biden, Elizabeth Warren, Clinton, etc., like there is a sense, which I think is very real, that people have gone past the traditional age of retirement and are kind of clinging on to power and maintaining a lot of old ideas that are not allowing new ideas to cycle in.
Like, what's an old idea you feel like, for lack of a better description, these old fuddy-duddies are getting in the way of?
Well, do you disagree that there's some sentiment that I'm saying, that I'm talking about, Marshall, like in general?
I mean, I get the sense that people want the old to loosen the reins on power. I don't necessarily get the sense that there is a budding crop of young people willing to step up and do good governance.
I think good governance, in particular in the Senate, takes time to learn, and just throwing a new person in there in their 40s, while they may be in their 40s, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to negotiate stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to know the rules of the Senate. It doesn't really mean they're going to know the culture of the Senate. All of those things can only be gained with time. Serving, 4, 5, 6 separate terms at 6 years apiece. And though that culture of the Senate is as important to its functioning as Jefferson's Rules of Order is to parliamentary procedure. Like the traditions of the Senate are kept.
I mean, I can still man the position. I can still man the position. And this attitude generically, although not universally or exclusively, comes from a progressive lens. There is a lot of, particularly in our government, like let's say Congress, for example, in Capitol Hill, there's a lot of deference to like the good old boys. There's a lot of deference to senior members of Congress. And sometimes that deference is justified, and it's rooted in this idea that, hey, these people have been in there the longest, they're therefore the most savvy and can help you navigate, the way things are done in Washington or whatever. But sometimes, and especially from the lens of the progressives, is viewed as like arbitrary bases to keep things the same that ought to be changed. And so like there's a tension there, and I think the progressives have a point. And sometimes these examples become pretty like, I think, obvious. One such example perhaps is the issue right now that is actually being talked about making it so that members of Congress can't trade stocks. I think that's a great idea. I think that it's a bastion of corruption that Congress members have ever been able to do that. And by the way, I don't think that the vice president or the president should be able to do so either. Nancy Pelosi's insider trade NAS is a great example of why that's, and she acts like she and her husband are not guilty of anything, but she would say that. But I think the evidence against her is obvious. Regardless, because that might be the product of my own bias. Like the mere perception of corruption is enough to change this, whether or not she's actually guilty of anything legally actionable or not. And like there are a lot of people in Congress who are resisting this, and they don't seem to have good arguments, at least in my opinion, other than something akin, and I heard this argument, I forget who, something akin to, why are we punishing people for making money? why are we punishing people who want to serve in Congress for making money? And it's like, that is not a good argument against this at all to me. Now, there's some details in the bill that was proposed by Holly that I think actually are debatable, to be fair to the people who are against it. But the basic idea of making explicit prohibitions that members of Congress, who often have something akin to insider information, although technically legally it's not considered that gives them an upper hand and puts them in a position relative to the general public that they can benefit from trading stocks that they own, is a bad thing and reeks of corruption that shouldn't happen. Like, most people in Congress actually agree with the general sentiment. But why is it so difficult to pass a bill that accomplishes that? I have no fucking idea, given all the bipartisan support. But that might be an example of where, like, something is being kept in place that should have changed a long time ago. And, like, a lot of it is, like, this is the way we're used to doing it, or some reference to, like, it's totally normal for X, Y, and Z reasons. But, like, those aren't really good reasons in, I think, that particular context. And perhaps I can come up with a better example if that's not an acceptable one. But, like, I do think that sometimes this deference to the way things have always been done is an impediment to improving things.
I think it's because half these people wouldn't have got into politics in the first place. So you're basically taking away their motivation for getting into it.
I mean,
I just dedicated 20 years. You're going to take it away? This is what I'm here for.
I mean, it maybe, yeah.
I think just that was like actually a much better argument than I probably made myself. But I'm just looking at it from a very normie, common sense perspective that all the presidential candidates that had a serious chance of winning outside of Kamala, who was essentially a default selection due to Biden being cognitively impaired, which is particularly germane to the point that I'm making, right? The auto pen is particularly relevant to the point that I'm trying to make, right? Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Clinton, Trump.
What are you talking about? Kamala was chosen for all of her joy.
It was a campaign of joy. I mean, I just think from a very common sense perspective, when every single candidate is in their 80s, that's pretty fucking weird. I think that's a very strange society that we're living in. And those are the only options. So like, people would say, oh, well, you could have voted for Amy Klobuchar or something, as if she's so much fucking younger. Like, the point is they didn't have a serious chance of winning, right? I'm talking about candidates. So I'm just arguing from a very common sense perspective. I think a lot of people think that's pretty fucking weird.
To return back kind of to the topic proper, I do want to explore, to the extent people are willing, I do want to explore this, what I consider an interesting dilemma of what is the proper response to a naked power grab of the sort that the Texas GOP is being accused of by the Democrats. Should they fight fire with fire and get their hands dirty in the process, do the very thing that they're decrying as unfair? Or should they do something else that's more consistent with the fact that they view it as wrong? Why or why not?
Well, if they were really that upset, to bring it back to your original topic, if they truly were upset, then they would stop the practice themselves. Then they would put a legislation up to actually prevent it across all 50 states. I wouldn't be advocating for a universal body, but I could see that that you should make it mandated that redistricting must be adequately and the lines need to be drawn. But Democrats really don't want that kind of shift. They want the optic of this. That's all they want. They want to be able to redo it themselves, like they did in New York, like they do in California, like they do in Chicago, all over all their spots, Carolinas, etc. And they have no problem doing that. And then they say, oh, we're just for the people. Never mind when we do it. And then they cry about Republicans and vice versa. So unless one side is willing to actually stop the practice and then put forward legislation to outlaw the practice, then I don't know what they're crying about, because quite frankly, it's just bullshit on both sides.
Hey, bro,
but what should they do?
That means that they should do it then. If they've been doing it and they known for doing it, then in this instance, they stand to lose 5 seats. I mean, they definitely should do it. So I don't see the reason why not.
Okay. But Brad, what should they do then?
I mean, again, people are gonna turn, and particularly those on the left, they're gonna go turn and say the federal government needs to come in. And I would say that states, like you have 50 different entities that rule on this, or some variants of this across the states, that determine districts or determine what's in terms of like who's going to be in what populace for voting and who's under what. So unless those 50 somehow or that state becomes aligned in some facet, then you won't have it. And the thing that I would not want would be the federal government to have oversight over that process, because Joe Biden tried to introduce that bill, and he wanted it to rest in the decision hands of 3 federal district judges that were appointed by the president. That was a naked fucking power grab. And I mean, it didn't gain any traction. No one, even Democrats, because they looked long term and said there'll eventually be a Republican president who will wield this power, and it could come and backfire on us. So it died off rather quickly. So I mean, I don't have an answer for this situation. I really don't. People say to use AI to draw maps. I don't think that's right. Again, on the national level, is a mute point. On your local level, get better fighters. If Democrats were really so invested in Texas, like they keep screaming about, then start recognizing what Texans' issues are.
Wait, but what should they do?
There's nothing. I think you should do nothing. I think this is just an optic.
You should do nothing. You should let the GOP just have a naked power grab.
Like, again, where was the outrage when Democrats did it 2-3 years ago in New York? You didn't hold a room on it.
Well, I didn't know about it.
Oh, okay. But I mean, like, you know, like, I'm not going to fault you for that, but I mean, there you go. It's an optic. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to be done, and there's nothing
is it wrong to gerrymander? Like,
no.
It's not wrong to gerrymander?
Is it illegal?
I didn't say illegal. I mean,
the Democrats should follow suit then, right?
Is it, well, I mean, another way to ask it is it consistent with democratic principles to allow partisan gerrymander?
Well, that, you know, no, I wouldn't say it falls in line with what people's perceptions of, but we're a constitutional.
I'm not talking about perceptions. I mean, objectively, like, is it consistent
I don't want
with
a Democrat.
democracy?
I don't want a democracy in the United States. I do not want a full blown. Neither does anybody.
Hold on. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one man, one vote principle. Okay, everybody gets a say insofar as you're eligible to vote, and your say is not like diluted by weird line drawing games of either party. Isn't like that would be fair, I think, and consistent with that principle, that democratic principle. To the extent that gerrymandering undermines the fairness of that, isn't it bad?
Yeah, but it can also be good. It could help an impoverished. Wait, hold on. The same in the inverse. It can help an impoverished district. So, for instance, if it gets incorporated under a more industrial, that representative is much better, much more alignment, sits on higher committees. All of a sudden, that congressperson brings back representation that's able to, which channels, guess what? Federal funding, federal tax dollars, federal programs. And that's what Congress people should be fighting for. So,
but hold on. But it's subject. The problem with that is that it's subject to the whims of nakedly partisan actors. That's what makes it awkward. Like, so like, yeah, it might turn out to have some definable benefit for a jurisdiction that was like unintended, but that would be an accident. That's not the point of it. The point of it is to concentrate power into the partisan actors that are doing the redistricting.
I mean, you're talking to, you're like, naked political power grabs have been happening. You brought up Cambridge Analytics. Obama nakedly used that shit, and then Trump put it on steroids on his first term. And then Biden utilized it, and then Trump used it again. So, like, that's a naked power grab.
Yeah, but
you have naked power grabs.
It doesn't have the impact of diluting the.
Again, you're not going to get me to say that this is morally wrong, because it's not morally wrong. There is no morals about it. But you're uncomfortable with it, though.
But it is inconsistent. Hold on. But it is inconsistent with principles, fair principles of democracy, isn't it?
I mean, do you want to just throw out the Democrats and Republicans? I'd be on board with it.
No. I'm not taking a side. I think Democrats and Republicans are equally guilty, and when they do it, they're doing something bad. But I'm acknowledging that it's bad. You're resisting that for some reason. I don't understand.
Because you're looking at it, you're trying to get to a moral lens, and I think it's.
I do. I am.
And I'm not. I don't see the morality in it. I just see it as we do zoning for houses. That's basically redistricting and determining where you can live, or what house you can have, or which commercial space is going to do.
Well, that can also be wrong. But okay, I guess I'm trying to appeal to your conception of what fairness demands in a social context, in a political context, right?
I mean, it's 50-50. Like, again, people, like, show me the intrinsic harm that has occurred outside of the Democrats losing a couple of seats this time around. When they've done it and gained seats in the past. So show me the intrinsic harm. Show me where the decimation.
There's been entire voting blocks that have been effectively disenfranchised because districts have been drawn in such a way to undermine or minimize their impact on political outcomes in the context of elections. And that has a bunch of implications for the attentiveness of issues that are germane or important to those voting blocks. This is especially bad when you consider the history of the South and various different tactics that they've done to disenfranchise Black voters in particular. Right, like a lot of these things are continuing.
I get the point, and I get the history, and I'm not discounting.
But that's harmful, though. I think.
I agree that was done in harmful practices. But in today's age, 2025.
No, I'm saying it's a continuation. So I'm saying
I'm saying
the same jurisdictions, like Georgia. Let's go with Georgia. Georgia is a particular place where a lot of these racist practices were done, particularly prior to the Jim Crow South, and then a lot of similar tactics are being done to dilute the Black vote in places like Georgia, like even currently.
I'm not discounting the history. I know the practices that went on. That was practiced by fucking Democrats. They poll taxes, etc. We could go down the laundry list of that shit. But I mean, today in 2025, you're saying, well, it's going to disproportionately affect this group of voters that routinely vote one certain way and one party has control over that area for 25 years, and now all of a sudden it may dilute that.
It dilutes the power of that voting block is the thing I'm trying to do, even to this day. And that's a problem.
So your voting block is based on only a certain ideology of a collection of people that are huddled in.
No. What I was about to say is, a lot of times when it comes to like the Black vote, a lot of times the reason why Black people vote overwhelmingly in one direction is because they share a lot of concerns for their communities and a lot of political orientation towards solving them. And so that's why they vote overwhelmingly for certain kinds of constituents that have certain kinds of policies. And so like diluting that voting block in these jurisdictions is harmful, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to leverage their vote just like anybody else as a constituency to vote people into office that they think are going to be best suited to address their issues. And if their votes get diluted in these conniving ways, then their ability to effectuate that is therefore undermined. And what that means ultimately is a lot of their issues do not get addressed adequately.
Okay, so what about so then take the inverse. How about the minority group that exists within that said same populations whose voting concerns can never be recognized or ever be leveraged because they'll never have a fair opportunity to voice their concerns or vote in a certain way, because a larger demographic that is pandered to, and I'm not saying just Black people, I can say white, Asian, fucking whatever, Martians if you want to, but you can have a pandering done, and that smaller minority, which we have seen in overwhelmingly, like let's take Georgia, let's take MGT, the fucking idiot of the South. Let's take that twat waffle, and in her district, if that was to be broken up and she would not be able to leverage the majority, which would overwhelmingly be people who align with her, and she had to contend or contest with a minority or a broader minority of different ideological thought, then all of a sudden, it's now you have to work at it. So you can have your cake both ways on this one, I think.
I mean, you seem to be describing what I was describing happens to Black people, but I guess you're applying it to a different block, and that's fine. Like I imagine that probably happens in various places of the country where it's not just Asian voters, it's not just a Black voter block. Yeah. So for
Asian voters in California and Washington,
I acknowledge that happens, but my point is, if it were to happen in the same deliberate way that I'm describing when it comes to the Black electorate in places like Georgia, then I would object to it for the same reason. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that you should be able to arbitrarily draw lines in power grabby ways that dilute or undermine the vote of entire minority groups of people, no matter what the groups are, right? Like I'm against it in principle, and I'm just applying it to some examples that implicate Black voters because those are the ones that I'm the most familiar with. But yeah, if it implicated Asian voters, if it implicated Hispanic voters, if it implicated, poor white voters in fucking Appalachia or some shit, cool. I would object to it for the same reason. That's all. I'm simply saying it's easy for me to say this practice is wrong, it's untoward, it's unsavory, it's immoral, it's unjust.
You can say it's unsavory. I call it politics. I mean, you're trying to put a morality on something that is neither moral or immoral. It is political.
But if it implicates fairness, how can it not implicate morality, right? Like, if it's unfair.
Okay, tell me about what in politics is absolutely fair. Please.
Absolutely fair.
But you're asking for fairness in politics. It does not exist.
I am. I am asking for that because it's within our. Hold on. Because it's within our locus of control and of policy.
No, it's not.
It literally is. We do not have to gerrymander. We do not have to allow it. It is within the locus of control.
Okay.
Of policy level.
Give me your alternative to gerrymandering or redistricting. Give me your.
You can have. Yeah, there's several alternatives. So you can have an independent redistricting commission, like a lot of states have, that is more accountable to the voters and whose job it is functionally to draw district maps that make sense, that are not designed to give either or party an advantage, but are designed to, in some sensible way, make sure that politicians who are voted in office are reasonably accountable to their constituencies. Like, that's a solution.
Okay. So that solution is already in place, and that has happened.
Not every jurisdiction.
No, but like it's around there. There's some form of representation of that in all 50 states. However,
no, Texas does not have.
Yes, there is.
Texas does not have an IRC, bro.
No, but they use some other implementation.
No, state legislature draws the lines. That's what
yes, I know, and they get that off of advisements. So, like, you have all the this redistricting map groups in the 50 states are just advisements, and they get in there, and depending on their leanings, they're going to be one way or the other. That's why the arguments. But then, what is the mechanism in place to prevent what New York, Carolina, Pennsylvania, and California are not? Yeah, California did. Particularly New York, where it ignored.
You can have. I mean, that's actually a fair question. I actually would willing to answer that. You can have something equivalent to like a certain threshold that needs to be met for a veto by the legislature. So, for example, rather than the legislature being able to willy-nilly wipe their ass with recommendations from their IRCs, like in California and New York, what you can do is have a certain critical mass of the legislature needs to be reached in order to be able to veto what the recommendation was. And you can make it, I don't know, fucking 70% or whatever.
So
you can make it high enough where it's not easy to accomplish.
So 85% of the Democrats in the New York, when that happened, redrew the lines and ignored it. And they absolutely just shot it. And Governor Kathy Hochul just basically said, "Oh, no, I disagree with them as well," and just bypassed it altogether. So,
you can fine. You can make, instead of like,
if you're going to make hold on, if you're going to make a mechanism,
I'm going to revise. You can make it instead of like a threshold, because it actually some of these legislatures are that skewed, and I didn't take that into account. So maybe then you can put it to a vote then. So then there has to be a certain threshold of voters who approve of the veto.
So then you want a populist decision.
Yeah, that might be a bet, but only when the legislature makes a move or a motion to veto the.
Now, wouldn't that skew it based on let's take I'll stay with New York. Wouldn't New York City have the largest proportion and power of that vote versus the rest of the fucking state? Because that would be the issue there.
I mean, yeah, but that's fine because the whole state is voting on it. So it's a state initiative. So basically, you make them accountable to the voters by building in that, look, if the IRC, whose job it is to draw fair lines, is going to be overturned in some way by the legislature, you got to get the approval of the voters. And if you don't get the approval of the voters, then they can't veto it. They can't just be like, nah, we're good.
So again, your solutions don't take into account the power grab that would actually exist and the power grab that would be replacing, but it would definitely be a power grab. You would give far more power to places like Los Angeles than I don't know.
That's fine. I accept that. I you're right. You would, but because the rest of the state has a say, right? Like I think that the benefits outweigh whatever negatives you can identify with the outsized power of the most concentrated areas of a state.
No, because even here, I'm only picking on New York because I was actually born, bred, and buttered there. But when you look at it, the decisions that Albany makes for the rest of the state are solely based on the principality of New York City. Like they overwhelmingly have so much say in terms of what goes on in the rest of the state, and everything is allocated towards what is best for New York City.
I'm accepting that as a reality.
And if you're going to have a group or a body that says, hey, we're going to put it to the people, and then you have a group saying, hey, we need to redistrict here so we could keep our power here because you guys love blue or you love red, you wouldn't want that going on in Texas. Like, you would have Democrats freaking screaming to the rafters.
I'm trying to do two things. I'm trying to still disagree with you, but I'm also trying to acknowledge the truth of what you're saying. This is actually generally true in the status quo. There's a disproportional outsized power to the most concentrated places in the state. So the most, the major cities, the Los Angeles, the New York cities, etc. That's a reality that exists, and you're not wrong to point out that there would be a favoring of some sense to these areas. But my statewide initiative is still, I think, justifiable because the purpose of it is not to render any kind of electoral advantages moot. It's to give accountability for decisions about redistricting back to the people. So the people get to have, if the legislature wants to override what the IRC did, they got to get the approval of the people. They can't just do it for partisan reasons.
But they would be able to.
It's a check and a balance that's not meant to satisfy everything. It's meant to satisfy something very specific.
Okay, so again, it would be a power grab. It would actually skew, again, let's stay with New York. New York City, mainly blue. The rest of the state would actually vote in a kind of red. You would actually be surprised at how many areas are actually red, and by significant amounts in terms of it. And then those voices would have absolutely no say in anything that went on because
they would have say. It would be skewed towards the more populous.
Then what is wrong with redistricting then? Because you're basically having the same issue that you're complaining about.
Because the inequality of say is maximized with the arbitrary redistricting in a way that the disproportionality of say just by population concentration that's accomplishable in a state would be. So it's harm reduction.
So
it's not as skewed as it would be if we allowed the power grabby gerrymandering. Is my point.
I think you're not truthful in that. I mean, we could sit there and say, what, Dallas? All right, I'll pick on Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas, or let me get a better state. Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, or whatever it is.
Brett, how so?
The overwhelming power. It would not, in that concentrated area, would have far more implications, even though the demographics of minorities exist far outside that and in a multitude of areas within regards to that state. And that power center, which it seems to be the hub, the business hub, the major employment hub, that would actually end up being the power center, and they would be able to determine it, which would still cause your inequalities that would exist in other districts around the state.
The goal of the policy proposal isn't to eliminate, I guess, all inequalities between votes, because I don't even know that that's possible. I don't think that's accomplishable, right?
But you held me to the fairness standards. You said you wanted fairness.
I know, but what?
So you can't do that.
There's a difference in. Hold on, dude. There is a difference in the impacts that you're not taking into account, right? So the ability for a state to arbitrarily gerrymander in such a way as to pick up 5 congressional seats in favor of a particular party, right? And the minority party just has to eat that, right? That kind of discrepancy in congressional representation is not really replicable with the policy that I just articulated, which is if you're going to have an IRC whose job it is to draw district lines in a fair way that don't benefit one party or the other, you can even make your IRC mandatorily bipartisan if you wanted to ensure balance, right? And then the ability of the state legislatures, which are skewed in various different states to one direction or the other, to just wipe their ass with that fair recommendation we want to block that, because otherwise we're not really doing much to stop what's already happening in the status quo. So one way to block that is give it to the voters to decide on. If you can convince enough voters in a state to go along with the overturning of the recommendation from the IRC, then at the very least what we know is that the voters in that state jurisdiction are cool with it overwhelmingly, right? But like, if you can't do that, then you got to go with what the IRC recommended. I think that that's a fair balance.
Okay.
And what I argue what that would do is it would minimize the likelihood that you'll have these redistricting as egregious as we have it in places like Texas right now.
Okay, so I'm going to present two challenges.
All unfairness in voting. The goal is to reduce harm by minimizing the likelihood of these kinds of naked power grabs. That's the goal.
Okay, so I'm going to say two things wrong with this theory right now. One, how do you appoint the IRC? How is it done? Is it picked by a governor? Is it picked by a panel? Are they elected to the position? Are we creating another federal entity? Are we looking to another government source and more tax dollars to be used? That's my first part. My second part is the inverse could be true. So you talked about like minority communities, which I will say most will say, just for the sake of like Georgia, are around the urban areas. Now, as we saw in the past election with Stacey Abrams and whatever the dipshit governor is down there, the inverse can be true. The rest of the state could actually side with an RIC that specifically targets, and it does split the minority area and creates a less dynamic vocal or voting representation in terms of elections and in terms of their power. And the rest of the state can sit there and basically do exactly what you're concerned about. So I don't know if your idea is a better one. I think it would cause the same problems that you're actually trying to address.
I mean, yeah, but again, if I thought I acknowledged the second part, I'll do them in reverse. Like, it is possible on the policy I proposed that the state could vote in a way where they overturn it and they vote for the naked power grab. But my point is, at the very least, that means that the constituents of that state were cool with it because they voted for it. And so they're accountable to the people. Right? My guess is a lot of people would object to it because they would be from jurisdictions that would be shortchanged. So I don't think that it's interesting to what extent that it's likely that the majority would go along with some of these because they're really egregious. But at some sense, that because it would have to go to a vote, then it would behoove whatever maps are being drawn by the state legislature to be attentive to the acceptableness or lack thereof of the general state population. So that's why that's a check and a balance on that. It's not foolproof, but it is useful though, because then it maximizes accountability to the people. The first thing is, how would you do it? I mean, there's a lot of different ways you do it. One is you can build it so that you have a certain amount of Democrats and a certain specified amount of Republicans on the IRC. What?
Or does California do it that way too?
I don't know. I literally am just making this up as I go along because it seems sensible to me. I don't know how a lot of these IRCs work. I can look into it. But what you could do is you can construct an IRC. You have a certain amount of vacant spots, and a certain subset of them are reserved for Republicans, and a certain subset are reserved for Democrats. You can make it so it's uneven for tiebreaker purposes. So maybe you have 15 spots, and you can say whoever's in the majority, that they can have the majority, so the 8 and versus the 7, or you can just make them even, and you can have some kind of tie-breaking protocol that goes beyond them. Maybe the governor has to weigh in or something. I don't know, but like you could structure it that way to maximize balance between parties and to ensure fairness between parties.
So in Texas, they do senatorial redistricting commissions to travel the state. I participated in a hearing last time this happened, and I'll participate in one this time. However, a former state rep told me, and he was in the know, that in Texas, the folks that decide what the map looks like are the lieutenant governor, and speaker of the House. So they take the redistricting committee into account
however much 3 people are going to take that kind of crap into account, which I think they don't take it into account, or at least I don't have anything that would comfortably let me know they took the public's view into account, and then the 3 of them chop it up. Like, Rick was a little upset with me today because I was kind of lackadaisical about it, and I'm lackadaisical about it because I can speak to the Senate Redistricting Commission and definitely will make my voice heard, but at the end of the day, it's the Speaker, Governor, and the Lieutenant Governor, and there ain't shit I can do about it. There's like shit all Marshall Rankin can do to make that redistricting situation more fair.
I'm looking up a bunch of different. So there's a bunch of different ways that these commissions are done. Sometimes they do random selections, which is interesting. Sometimes they involve legislators to have some kind of role in the selection process. Sometimes they do an application and review process, qualifications and restrictions process, bipartisan or non-bipartisan balance. So many commissions are structured to include a balance of Democrats, Republicans, and often members not affiliated with either party. Yeah, the structure aims to promote consensus and prevent partisan gridlock. Yeah, so I think I would favor just a bipartisan balance structure where you have a certain designated amount for Democrats, designated amount for Republicans, and maybe some people who are neither, or even maybe some representatives of other parties if you really wanted to get froggy. But the goal would be to have a balance between the commission and make it bipartisan in a true sense, rather than just in name only, so that you don't get outsized influence from either direction, because that's what you're trying to counteract from the state legislature. The state legislature is out of balance. So in order to create balance, you create an independent entity, a commission, that has a balance of power. And then in order to override the thing that they create with the balance of power, you need to go through the people or have some kind of check so that you're not just literally rendering moot the very purpose for the existence of the IRC. So that's why I recommend something like put it to a state vote. That's not the only way to do it. You could maybe have some other protocol that is meant to minimize the likelihood that fair redistricting boundaries are going to be overwritten for partisan purposes. But the goal is to have something like that, some kind of check and balance. I gave one, maybe I can come up with another if I thought really hard. I don't find that the one I came up with is that problematic. I recognize that there would be outsized voting power in the parts of the state that are the most concentrated, but that is not commensurate with the level of imbalance that we're trying to prevent. So my counter is, yeah, I accept that a little bit of imbalance, but it doesn't match the level of imbalance we're trying to prevent. Therefore, I think it's acceptable. And one of the reasons why I think it's acceptable, the biggest reason is there's no way to eliminate all imbalance in electoral processes. Like there's just the nature of populations. Like there's going to be
if that's the case, why not?
You can minimize the level of imbalance and the impact that it has ultimately on outcomes. And I think that the things I propose accomplish that within reason.
That might change the system at all. Thank you.
Because it minimizes the goddamn imbalance. I just said that. What are you talking about?
That you can create new imbalances. Like
I don't care if the new imbalances are less than the first imbalances. Then I still accomplished something. That's the point. Like you can't minimize. You can't get rid of every. Do you think that you can just eliminate all imbalances in government? Like, is that what you think?
I'm not the one that put that question forward. You asked.
Okay, well then can you at least acknowledge what I'm saying?
You wanted to.
Hold on, Brad. I don't want you to strong man what I'm saying. Okay, wait, but just understand what I'm saying. Like, the goal is not to eliminate all imbalances. The goal is to minimize the imbalances, the egregiousness and the harms that come from them. And I think that I articulated a policy that reasonably will accomplish that. You really haven't said anything substantive about why that's not the case. You just keep saying it's not the case, or you keep insisting that because there's some imbalance that is preserved, it somehow renders the actions I'm recommending moot. But like if the imbalance is minimized and the harm of them is reduced, why is that not an accomplishment?
All you're doing is shifting the imbalances to you don't even have an outcome ratio. You just think it may and do it for a particular sector. But you're actually going to shift the imbalances to a larger population, as I stated before. You don't contend with that. You acknowledge it. But see, that's what you do when I speak. You say stop.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
But you want me to go on the morality.
Because it doesn't make sense, Brad. You're just saying things.
No, what you say doesn't make sense.
I'm literally about to ask a clarifying question, Brad. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Like, how is it not obvious that there is a reduction in the harm associatable with the naked power grabs of the sort that Texas is engaged in right now?
First, you have to show me what harm in 2025 is at this.
I just told you that disenfranchising.
Show me the actual harm.
Disenfranchising black voters is obviously harmful. I don't know why you're acting like that's not harmful. You just admitted it was.
I never said anything was harmful. I said there was no morality. Wait,
Brett. Is disenfranchising black voters in places like Georgia harmful?
Yes, that would be. How does this disenfranchise them?
Because if you dilute
Georgia
the votes
is not
of
Texas. I asked you to show me.
No, I said like Georgia, Texas counts. There's black people in Texas. Like
if
you dilute the vote, if you dilute the vote, the black vote in Texas, is that not harmful?
If you dilute it,
yes.
Okay. Maybe not. You haven't shown me that.
What the fuck?
Because you're thinking that all black people vote on the similar thing, and I'm saying there are people. Yes, you do.
I
so you're saying it's diluted the black vote. Do all black people vote the same? So if it's an ideological spectrum, and you're saying that the Democrats are losing black people in these areas, but then there's a contingent that is ideologically separated from the Democrat plantation, so to speak, as they call it.
The ideology is not relevant.
Oh, yes, it is, because those voices haven't been heard in those strongly controlled blue areas.
Do you understand what that
Jesus
is?
Christ. You're only going down one area, and you're not actually the problem.
I'm just trying to ask you a question. Do you understand the means that are taken to dilute the black vote in the first place? Do you understand what that means?
I understand the historical precedents. Do you think that that's
I'm not talking about historically. I'm just talking about what do they do to dilute the black vote contemporarily? Do you know what they do?
First, who is they, and what are they doing to dilute
the people who draw the lines, like the Republican legislature in Texas, for example? Do you know what they do to dilute the black vote?
Sure, I'm pretty sure.
They tend to add on rural counties in Texas.
Yeah. But those populations, rural counties,
how does that dilute the black?
Hold on. Those rural county populations are actually significantly smaller in scope than the urban populations that are added.
So how did they dilute the black vote by doing this, Brad? Can you explain it?
Hold on, I gotta put this fucking seatbelt on.
I got this.
Thanks, Marshall.
If you take Senate District,
Brad, you admitted yourself that hold on, Marshall. Brad, you admitted yourself that with California, New York, etc., you're talking about how these city centers, San Francisco, LA, New York City, has so much control. Under Muse's example, how then is giving more power to the rural areas to voice their opinion, such as, like we say, most of California is actually red, but then you got San Francisco and LA. So how is giving those areas more power in this way of balancing things going to be less helpful in mitigating the harm?
Okay, where do the people that are in the red areas?
You said that earlier.
When the red areas in California actually have power in California, then I would be able to answer that. But they don't have power. They haven't had power since Reagan.
I'm trying to. I do want you to finish, but I'm trying to stick on something very specific that is being missed here in terms of the mechanics of how this is pulled off and what the implications are. So far, Brad, you haven't used some key terms I'm looking for in terms of like what the norms are.
You asked me on a morality. You keep asking this question. So first off, I don't think it's moral. I don't care if it's moral.
Okay, I'm not talking about that. That's not the question I'm talking about.
And it's not fair. But you want a concentration.
Brad, just calm down 1 second, please.
Say that they can vote in a certain way, but you don't want to give voices to the minority.
Walk with me. I get that you disagree, vehemently. I get that. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to actually gauge whether you're even aware of it, because I'm not sure that you are. You might be. But like, what is the mechanism that is used in the context of gerrymandering that results effectively in diluting the black vote? What do they do that results in that consequence? Can you describe it? Can you name it?
I don't know what you're trying to get to. I don't know what you're looking.
Okay, so then I'll just name it then. Have you ever heard of the phrases cracking or packing? Do you know what those mean in this context?
Cracking and packing. I think I've heard of it, but I never paid much attention to it.
Okay, can I define it?
Go ahead.
Okay, so cracking involves splitting a concentrated black community across multiple districts, dispersing their voting strength, and making it harder for them to elect the candidate of their choice. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm not disputing that hasn't happened. Again, regularly through.
Wait, hold on, but just walk with me. You're right. You didn't say it didn't happen. I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just trying to be clear about what the mechanism is. Now, packing involves concentrating a large number of black voters into a single or a few districts, giving them an overwhelming majority in those districts, but reducing their influence in the surrounding districts. This creates safe seats for black voters in those packed districts, but reduces their overall representation across the state. Do you understand what packing is?
Yes, Jason, I do. Please don't preach to me like I'm
not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely asking if you understood it. I swear I'm not trying to be condescending. The reason why those matter is because those are the specific mechanisms that are used to undermine the power and potency of the black electorate in these jurisdictions, okay? And the reason why that's harmful, I think, is obvious, but if you need me to make it explicit, is because what you are effectively doing is deliberately drawing districts in such a way as to reduce the power and effectiveness of particular electorates. That's not fair. That's wrong. I think that's obviously wrong.
Okay, so again, the outrage now.
It also might be illegal.
It is illegal.
But that's not.
You have to be able to prove it.
That's actually what they're doing. And
racial gerrymandering is illegal, but you have to be able to prove it. There's a burden there. But go ahead, Brad. I want to hear from you. But
so again,
okay, hold on. I want to engage with Brad in good faith. Brad, again, I'm not trying to be a dick. I want to know.
Like, we can go back and forth. You can be a dick to me, and I'll forget about it tomorrow. But the whole idea that somehow that the new version that you stated would address or figure out a way to actually keep a population or a demographic of people concentrated enough to have that same representation level that you're looking at, I don't see. Even in the maps in Texas, the rural counties that were added don't even equate. I'd have to look again at the population search, but they don't even equate to the number that they're now joining. They don't have an equal vote. Those rural counties.
That's not what's wrong with it. That's not even what I'm.
But again, what I'm saying is, it actually may backfire on the Republicans' wishes.
You're right about that. I agree with that.
Then thank you. So it's not.
Okay, wait. But that doesn't undermine. Hold on. But
they're not doing it.
Wait a minute, Brad.
Vote.
Wait a minute. This is not a statement of their intention, although that is being called into question by a lot of people on the left. I'm talking about merely impacts, okay? They're redrawing districts in Texas that will net them 5 congressional seats. That's not really debated. Nobody on the right or the left debates this, okay? That's what they're doing. That's what their proposed map would effectively do if it went into effect tomorrow, okay? And in the process, right, they've engaged, arguably, in cracking and packing to a certain degree with respect to jurisdictions in the state of Texas that are majority black. Now, it could backfire in a lot of different ways. You're right about that, right? But the goal is to net them congressional seats, which gives them a not trivial advantage in maintaining the House, which is ostensibly up for grabs in the midterms, okay? Like, that's the motivation here. And my point is, you wanted me to establish what was wrong with gerrymandering as a practice writ large, not simply with gerrymandering in Texas. And I tried to answer that and address that broadly, but it does have applications for what's happening in Texas. In general, gerrymandering is a bad thing because what it does effectively is it concentrates power in arbitrary ways that are designed and devised to maximize representation for a particular political party, and it has a bunch of deleterious effects for certain electorates.
Okay, so now will you recognize that maybe these exact same districts that you're upset about could have been packed? They could have been concentrated to ensure that a certain political party retains that power, and that the fact that diversification amongst that may actually prove to be a more beneficial process than what is currently being argued in the press right now.
Yes, I acknowledge the possibility of that. That's not typically what happens, though. I mean, we live in a real world where we have these actual outcomes that we can literally read about or we can describe, to be fair. So I acknowledge the possibility. And actually, I acknowledge that in the real world, it probably has happened that way from time to time in various different jurisdictions. That said, it doesn't typically happen that way. In fact, and I brought this up earlier, when Republicans gerrymander, one of the outcomes that's more likely for Republican gerrymandering than Democratic gerrymandering is precisely the undermining of the electorate of minority voters. That happens way more often when they do it. And that's bad. That's not fair.
Okay.
That's just there's an issue with fairness here. I'm just trying to get you to acknowledge.
I'm not discounting the fairness in past principles. What I'm saying is, though, can I just
interject one question? How can you discount the fairness?
Okay, is it necessarily fair to pack one district with one demographic of voting block that you're going to just solely retain that power because of?
I don't think that's fair. No, I don't think that's fair.
Okay, so then we're at a crossroads. No, I don't think it's fair.
Well, then we agree.
But I mean, it doesn't matter.
I'm confused. We are agreeing that it is not fair, correct?
Packing and cracking to do it solely based on racial lens is absolutely not fair. I think it's fucking disgusting to actually have that happen.
What if the intention was merely to pick up congressional seats, but inadvertently you dilute the black vote in the process? Isn't it still unfair, even if it wasn't the intention?
How is it diluting the black vote necessarily?
Well, so if you're cracking, for example, okay?
That, again, this is a hypothetical because it's not even proven.
It's not a hypothetical, actually. But I'm talking about it in
today's stance. Like what's going on in Texas right now? They're not cracking.
Bro. Do you really want me to? Yes, they've done cracking and packing in Texas. Yes, but I was just trying to talk about in general, right? Like, cracking involves splitting the concentrated black community across multiple districts, right? So what you're doing is you're dispersing their voting strength, and it effectively weakens it. It's not as strong because it's now dispersed over several different districts in a way that it wasn't before. Okay, so that's one way that you can undermine the black vote. Another way is you can pack them. What you're doing is you're concentrating black voters into a district, and while it makes their vote stronger in that district, it's where you're pulling them away from where their vote and their impact is minimized. So there's two different methods for undermining the strength of the black vote. Is that clear? And I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely asking.
Yes, it's clear, Jason. I understand the whole point.
So if you did that inadvertently, let's say the people in Texas weren't trying to be racist or anything like that. It wasn't their intention. Their intention is genuinely to net 5 congressional seats so that they can win in the midterms. Let's say that's their stated aim, okay? And inadvertently, they end up cracking and packing in a way that dilutes the black vote. Let's just go with that for a second, okay? Stipulating that. Wouldn't it still be unfair, even though it was unintended?
If it was unintended,
wouldn't it be unfair?
In a political spectrum, no.
Okay.
In a moral, like humanistic approach, yes, I would give you that.
I don't know what that means. What is the difference?
Like right now, would I say that it's fair? No, I would say that, because you're going it based off of demographics, and I'm more looking at it through ideological lenses. Like,
I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm looking. You're right that demographics is involved, but I'm looking at impacts. I want to be very clear. I'm looking at impacts. I'm saying if that impact is inadvertent, isn't it still unfair?
I don't don't know if I can get on board with that. I don't know if I can get on your fairness principle there. I'm looking at the diversification of the people that are being allowed to vote. If you have an overwhelming population that votes significantly for one party over and over again, and all of the other voices, the minority group that's in there.
Let me take a step back, Brad, because I'm trying to establish a principle here, and I'm going to try to apply it to a totally different domain that has nothing to do with gerrymandering, just to see where your head is on this, okay? So please don't get mad at me because I'm kind of changing the subject. I'm announcing that I'm doing that. I'm not trying to do anything tricky. Really what I'm trying to do is establish the principle. So let's say I have a policy, okay, by which I can, let's say I use eminent domain to gain access to a bunch of properties, and then I build a freeway where those houses or wherever those properties would have been, okay? And the goal, my intention is to minimize traffic in that community by creating a highway that makes travel faster for people, okay? And inadvertently, what I end up doing is I end up subjecting a whole bunch of people to extra noise and extra pollution that makes their life suck in a lot of different ways, okay? That was an unintended consequence of my well-intended policy, okay? Wouldn't you agree that the negative externalities that I just described would be unfair to those people insofar as they have to now endure it as a result of my policy, even though I didn't intend it? Is that fair to them that they have to endure that their lives are more miserable in certain ways?
It's not as clean cut as that. So if they have massive congestion, if they have massive problems in terms of commuting and being able to reach destinations, they don't have public transit, and all of a sudden that opens up under the highway system that actually allows for the expansive abilities for people to travel to get to work sites, to get to grocery stores, et cetera, down the list. You're asking on something that I don't know if it would be unfair or fair. Well, I don't agree with him.
They didn't get a say. I used eminent domain, which didn't consult in any way their choices.
But
and I implemented the building of the highway with a bunch of benevolent intentions. And there's a lot of negative impacts that my well-meaning policy or construction project had on them that they didn't get to vote on at all. And now they have to, as a direct result of my policies, they have to endure a bunch of things that they otherwise would not have to endure. Okay? You mean to tell me that doesn't implicate notions of fairness to you?
You're wanting me to put in this moral stance of like what is fair and agree with you all the time, and I'm not.
You don't have to agree with me. I'm simply asking you. Does the concept of fairness apply in that situation? And if not,
I don't think it's fair.
Wait. You don't think it's fair? You don't think
I don't think you have a fairness principle to apply here. I don't think it's fair or unfair one way or the other. I think there are pros and cons to it.
You as a conservative don't think it implicates.
First off, you asked me to answer under your hypothetical. If you ask
I know, but I'm just
okay. You're asking me if you wanted my overall thoughts.
Hold on.
I think eminent domain is a shitty
I'm just referring to you. I don't think calling you conservative is an insult, right? I thought you embraced that, and the only reason
but you asked me under the paradigm and the
fair enough. What I'm saying is I'm actually finding it surprising that you as a conservative don't think it implicates notion of fairness for the government to unilaterally make decisions that negatively impact citizens. That's weird to me. I actually am shocked.
Stop there. You asked me, was it fair to the people in that area because the highway system was put in?
Yes.
If you ask me if it's fair that the government uses eminent domain to seize property and take it to do whatever they want to, no, I don't think it's fair. I don't think the government should be allowed to use eminent domain.
I hear you. I hear you about the eminent domain thing, and that's actually a consistent principle that a lot of libertarian types and conservative types view. But I feel like you're missing the point. The eminent domain, I feel like, is distracting you from the ultimate point, which is the government made unilateral decisions with the best of intentions that negatively impacted the constituents in a certain area, okay? And I'm genuinely surprised that you can hear a case like that and go, well, fairness has nothing to do with it. It's like, what? Like, the whole don't tread on me principle, the whole small government principle, like all of that is about the government overreaching and doing fuck shit that negatively impacts people and like not wanting the government to do that. So like,
So you're asking me on that principle? Yes, I think it's fucking wrong. I think it's unfair of the people to have the federal government determine, and to the extent that it does today, have any impact on their lives.
Okay, wait. So then, let's go with that.
But
please.
I feel like
Once you admit that, I feel like you can understand my point better. You can still disagree with it. Okay. What I believe is happening is that when the state government of Texas makes unilateral decisions to draw districts in such a way as to dilute the black vote in various jurisdictions in Texas, even if it's inadvertent, is wrong. Because of the same reasons you just admitted that the government doing that broadly is wrong. Is that fair?
Fine. This argument, I don't really care at this point. But I mean, like the idea of fairness in terms of diluting the black vote, I don't think that is their overall. There hasn't been any evidence suggested of that, except for the idiots like Aram that want to scream over and over.
Wait, hold on. I actually just conceded that. Although it is controversial, I did concede. It is plausible that the lawmakers in Texas were not intending to undermine the black vote in any way. I think that's again controversial claim, but it's plausible, it's possible, and I will remain neutral on what their intentions were. My point is, even if it was unintentional, it's still unfair to that electorate in Texas.
Not necessarily.
Okay, what does that mean?
So, all right, so let's take the black vote. Not all black voters are despite what their wishes.
No, you're right. They're not a monolith. You're right.
And they have gone through.
Most of them are though. Most of them are.
Okay, hold on. So that minority ideological voice that says I'm opposed to whatever policy that whatever, for instance in Texas, whatever they have in opposition, their voices are fucking swallowed up and ignored, and their concerns are never addressed, and they are never afforded the opportunity to have that thing. No matter how many times they will never win.
You're right.
So that would be
those conditions.
That would take
the
away
conditions
their
you
voice.
just described, Brad, are worse than when you dilute their power, their voting power. That's everything you said is true, but it gets worse when you dilute their power, right? So you're acknowledging the harm, but you're not making the conclusion I think that would follow from that, which is that's the reason why gerrymandering is bad.
I think it's null, and I don't bad or good. You asked me earlier to put a moral. Is it moral or immoral?
Okay,
and I said it's neither.
Is unfair or unjust a better? Okay, fine. Is unfair or unjust a better term? Like I get your aversion to the moral language. That's fine. I'm trying to accommodate you somewhat, but like there's something untoward about it intuitively though, dude. Like unfair or unjust, are those better terms? Could you go along with those?
If they were targeting specifically to target black people, I would say it.
No. Even if it's unintended, it's still unjust, though, isn't it? Isn't it?
You might make it unfair, but not unjust.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with that.
Like, okay, either one. Is it either one to you? Is it unfair or unjust?
To separate that voting demographic,
to inadvertently dilute the voting power of a certain voting bloc.
But how are they losing their
specifically? But it doesn't matter what the voting bloc is.
But again, how are they losing their voting power? Are the rights being stripped away? Is there
yes,
vote?
Technically, insofar as voting power implicates rights,
they still have the ability to vote. They still have the
ability to vote. You're right about that, but. When you're cracking, for example, you're disposing their voting strength across.
We both agree those practices are shit, and they
okay. And when you're packing, you're concentrating their power in certain districts and then diluting them in others, the ones that they're coming from. Correct?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
When you're packing, you're concentrating an electorate. Let's say black voters, for example, into certain districts, and then you're taking them effectively out of other districts, which means those districts that they're being removed from, in order to pack them into one district, they lose voting power in those districts. Is that fair?
Yes, I'll acquiesce to that. I'll agree.
Okay, so this hacking and cracking specifically have an undermining effect on the power of certain electors. In this case, for example, we're using the black vote. Okay, like that's not fair for those people, is it?
If they're doing it for the purpose of cracking and packing, yes, I agree.
No. Even if they crack and pack unintentionally, which is kind of a stretch, but if they did it unintentionally, it still would be unjust, wouldn't it? You can have unintentional impacts that are still unjust, right? Like you acknowledge that concept, right?
Yes, I acknowledge it. I'll agree to this. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So all I'm trying to establish is the harm, right? Because that's what you wanted me to establish. So my proposed policy solution was meant to address that harm which you asked me to establish. If you're willing to go with me that far and say, okay, I've established the harm, what I propose is you can do something like an IRC, which is already done in a lot of different jurisdictions, including and especially the great blue state of California, although it has problems. And you can construct it in such a way that it has a balance between the two parties, because you want it to be bipartisan. And you can have some kind, if you want to have the same amount of people on there, you can have some kind of tie-breaking procedure, or you can have like a minority majority kind of thing, like we do in Congress, where you have a little bit less representation from the minority depending on what the structure. Like you can do it a bunch of different ways, but the goal would be for it to be bipartisan. Their whole function would be to create fair districts that are sensible and that are not giving one or the other party any kind of like arbitrary favoring, okay? And like you might have a situation, and this was a fair challenge, where it's like, okay, but like can't the fucking state legislature just override that shit like they do in New York and California all the time? Fair enough. You can have a procedure where it's like, okay, when the state legislature, which is clearly biased towards one party, wants to do that, you got to put it to a state vote. So then that makes them accountable to the people. If the people co-sign the overriding, then I think that it's a little bit more easier to swallow because at least the people had a say. And I also think that effectively it will behoove the legislatures to draw lines in a way that are going to be acceptable to the people. So that's a harm reduction principle, okay? Now you pointed out, well, wouldn't there be an imbalance in terms of the most concentrated areas of the state having more say over the others? And to a certain extent, you're right about that. That's true. But my point is, I accept that because that's unavoidable. Like, there's no way to like get rid of that unless you make people evenly dispersed across the state, which is an infringement of people's freedoms I'm not willing to go down. So like, I feel like I still achieved a harm reduction principle by putting a set of checks and balances in place at the state level that doesn't allow state legislatures to just arbitrarily and power grabby ways override the IRCs. So that's my argument.
Yeah, but now you're negatively affecting a less than 1% of the community of rural America, though at the same time. Well, you just said you don't care if people are not distributed evenly and there's no voice of the rural America.
I just didn't care. I said I'm not willing to force people to distribute evenly across states. That's a huge infringement.
You're willing to force something if there
people are allowed to live where they want to live, and they're allowed to concentrate in major cities.
But he's right though. You're now just swapping. You're now making rural communities. Yeah, it's basically what you're doing.
What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me just understand this rebuttal because it doesn't make sense to me.
You're talking about a minority group that was not going to be fairly representative. The border was changed. And it's the same thing with rural America.
Hold on. Be quiet. I'm trying to understand, Brian. Okay, so what? Like, what is the rebuttal? The goal of the policy is not to remove any and all impacts of unfairness in the electorate. The goal is to minimize the egregious bastardization of it that is accomplishable by allowing state legislatures to, in the power grabby ways as exhibited by Texas, do what Texas is doing. That's the goal. I think my policy accomplishes that goal. There's no way to eliminate the thing you're pretending I'm trying to eliminate anyway. So there's no real issue here.
Brian, the issue in Texas in redistricting and the way we have done it over my lifetime anyway, we have taken, so a good one is Senate District 8, Angela Paxton District. Angela Paxton District was just Collin County. Well, Collin County got too ethnic, as I heard at one of their county GOP functions, quote unquote, and they added Hunt and Rains County to it. They didn't add Hunt and Rains County to Collin County to make sure that it had a representative of those quote ethnic folks. It did it so that the rural folks would be pinned with the city folks, and so their interests would be split. Two of the counties would be mostly rural and would have concerns. It would be mostly farming and agriculture related. Collin County would be an urban center that would have mostly city issues. Part of the problem in Texas in doing that is that it groups city and country folks together in a way where they're competing. I think if it were just me, Marshall, personally, I would draw the district as near to 50-50 as I possibly could. The issue in Texas that we're facing is that the 65 Voting Rights Act says that you have to have majority minority districts. It's a must-have in the former Confederacy, right? So Texas is saying, okay, well, we're going to redistrict, totally legal, but we're going to try to crack some of these minority districts by sticking some rural folks on the end of that district to make it more Republican, thus splitting the interest of the district itself, right? And eating away at what the Voting Rights Act says we have to have constitutionally to draw the maps in the first place, right? If you have a special minority majority district in, say, Dallas County, and what the map does is take all of that and split it in fourths, that's something that's going to be taken to court. It's going to be challenged on the Voting Rights Act level, and depending on whether a judge buys Shelby v. Holder, that the need for pre-clearance, meaning the former Confederacy had to check Matt's Justice Department, was gone. And so I'm almost done. So they don't have pre-clearance, and that'll probably get used as a reason. Now, I'm sure Aaron can do a much better job at explaining some of this than I could, because it's ranging into other states that I don't have knowledge about.
Can I try to peel the layers back of something? And I'm asking this question, I'm not trying to be a dick, I'm not trying to be condescending, I'm genuinely curious if you guys are familiar with this concept. Brad, I'm sure you heard the concept, but if you wouldn't mind answer my question, what do you understand a voting block to be? Like, could you give a definition?
Just a basic definition, it would be just a group of people in a certain concentration or area that tend to vote in particular patterns or trends.
Okay, why do they vote in those in the same ways? What makes them do that typically?
Propaganda mostly.
Well,
they false advertise.
I mean, propaganda is going to interact with it, but typically the reason why voting blocks form, and they form along a lot of different lines, not just racial lines, is because they share common interests, is because they share common beliefs. That's going to interact with propaganda, to your point. And also because they share common demographics, not just racial demographics, but also socioeconomic demographics. Okay, is that jive with your notion of a voting?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the reason why I even brought that up. Okay, because fundamentally, when I'm talking about the black vote, I'm not just talking about voters who are black. I'm actually talking about an ethnic-based or race-based voting bloc. The reason why this is a big deal is because a lot of black voters share common interests politically, they share common beliefs, and they share common demographics, not just in terms of their ethnicity, but in terms of their culture, in terms of their socioeconomic status, in terms of their experience. Okay? And this is this is like the glue that makes black people vote similarly in a lot of these jurisdictions. Is that fair?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not, and that's consistent with the fact that black people aren't a monolith. But when you have a voting bloc, okay, to a certain extent that resists that thing you keep bringing up, because the thing that makes them a bloc is not just that they're black, is that they have common interests, beliefs, and demographics. Is that fair?
Correct. And I'm not saying that, that it's just solely based on black. I mean,
fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Like what you're espousing would actually give, it wouldn't give any protections to Asians or Hispanics in many of these areas, or in fact, black people would be at the mercy of Hispanics.
Hold on. Because those voting blocks are often diluted in the same way, right? I just use black as a case in point, but like this would apply to any voting block. My point is, if you're going to take a block defined in any way and do gerrymandering policies that dilute their voting power insofar as it favors your party to do so, that to me is, I think, demonstrably unfair. Because what you're doing is you're sacrificing the political power of certain voting blocks or certain parts of the electorate in order for you to maximize power in your party. And there doesn't really seem to be any rational justification for that. Like, that seems to me to break with principles of democracy and fairness and justice across the board. And like, I don't get why you're resisting this. I think it's obvious, but I'm not really fully understanding what the basis of your objection is.
Because again, it seems to me that you would be willing to swap targeted groups. You're not solving the problem.
What does that mean? Can you just unpack that? Because I don't know what that means.
What you're doing is like what Brian was alluding to, and what I tried to state earlier.
Which didn't make sense, and that's why I'm asking about either or both of you to unpack it.
So what you're doing is taking the people who don't live in that concentrated area, outside of it, on the periphery, the rural or suburban people who may not be in agreement with those decisions under your proposed idea, and they now no longer have a voice or any kind of representation that could actually address their needs, because you will always forever have a power dynamic that will exist, and what you will do is have politicians that will target solely that area, that concentration, and ignore the rest of the concerns of the state.
Why would that be a necessary consequence?
You're not fixing the problem.
Wait, why would that be a necessary consequence of the IRC such as I described it? Because that doesn't follow.
Because again, if the IRC, all right, in your utopia, if the IRC had to be passed, like say 75% of the state legislation, which would have been easy in New York and California, absolutely Washington or Oregon, all these things would have been fucking easy for them to do. If they would have done that and ignored the IRC and the governor signed it in, that would be able to be done solely based on, like, say, Portland. Portland's concentration is far more significant than the surrounding rural areas, which they're already trying to address those grievances, and they won't have any representation.
But there's not more people in Portland than the rest of Oregon, so that's weird. That doesn't make sense.
Well, there's also more cities and more concentrations than just Portland. So, I mean, let's be honest there. But I mean, if you're just focused on those areas, then you're basically swapping out one group for another demographic or another voting block. You're just basically saying, this voting block. You're not explaining
how, you're just saying it. Like, how?
You're saying that we want to afford protections for this minority group here. In the interim, while you're doing
we're trying to eliminate gerrymandering.
You're not going to be, how is it eliminated without creating another demographic?
Because I just proposed a policy that puts a check and balance on.
It's not a check and balance.
It literally is. Here's how it works, if you wouldn't mind. It doesn't allow a state legislature to willy-nilly wipe their ass with a recommendation of the IRC. They got to go through the people to do that. It's not very likely that they're going to be able to go through the people, and the people are going to approve of wild gerrymandering that nets a certain amount for a certain political party over the other. And the reason why is because you got a whole bunch of people in the constituencies that are probably going to be screwed, who are now going to be able to have a say because you're putting it to a state vote. That's the check and the balance. Now, the IRC in the first place needs to be bipartisan. Go ahead.
All right. So your problem is when it comes to federal money for these concentrated areas and state money that's going to be allocated for these areas. So the people that are in the highest concentrated areas, they're going to be, let's say, pandered to or told like, hey, we're going to have this money. Just make sure you vote along this redistricting line so we can maintain these funds coming into you directly. Meanwhile, another demographic outside the state is not going to have that say or that same problem. I don't feel you're addressing the actual representation on it. You're giving a Band-Aid to a bigger wound, and you're saying this should hold for a little bit. And I don't think it's actually going to. I think you're just swapping groups. And really,
you're not explaining how. You're just saying it over and over again.
Because you're not understanding it.
Explaining that you want it for a racial minority to be more careful.
Want what for a racial
demographic?
Minority? Want what?
The gerrymandering to take racial considerations in more than voting block.
No. That's a lie. That's not what I proposed. What I proposed was an IRC that draws districts in a fair, nonpartisan way. That's what I advocated for. This idea that I want gerrymandering for certain voting blocks, not others, is just ridiculous. I don't even know how you would accomplish that. Was my proposal, at least. It sounds like you guys are just misrepresenting and misunderstanding my proposal. And I can explain it better if I need to. But I'm really trying to understand. Like, hold on. I'm really trying to understand like this idea that all I'm doing effectively with my proposal is, I guess, substituting or swapping the groups that are going to be screwed over, or the blocks that are going to have their votes diluted. Like, I'm really trying to understand the mechanisms, like how, given what my policy proposal is, does it result in that inevitably? Like, that's never been explained.
They're not understanding the check. They're not understanding the check and the balance part. Like, both sides get a vote. Like, you yourself, Brad, said that the rural areas or the red areas, whatever we're going to call them, outweighed the blue areas, and the fact that they were more vast. And I'm sure that, in most cases, equate to similar population sizes. The red area or the rural area is not going to go for something that the blue area or the city is voting for if it disenfranchised, not disenfranchised, if it buffs them over. I ain't as eloquent as used, but it's like, what are y'all missing about the balance part?
Because it's not balanced. So the red areas, like take New York again, red areas there do not have any kind of say when it comes to Albany on a state or a national level. Like they just, the majority of those counties do not have any voice now. Like they can send representatives for their district and they get that. Now, if you were going to impose this IRC, which Jason laid out, and I understand it. It's not that complex. But if you're going to do that, and then you have a Albany legislation that overwhelmingly 90% are going to be one political party, right, then they don't have to worry about the IRC. Because no matter what is proposed, they will most assuredly win any kind of what they truly want. Which means why? Why?
Yeah, like if in order as I stipulated, in order for them to overturn the recommended map of the IRC, they have to win a popular vote in the state. Why are they guaranteed to win that?
Because then you're talking about a popular vote where the mass majority of concentrated people overwhelmingly will be conducted in basically 3 cities, would be New York, Albany, and Buffalo. And those 3 cities would literally get whatever that party wanted in terms of how they wanted to redo the map.
Why?
Because they would win the popular vote. Those 3 areas.
So then, but what? You haven't explained why they're guaranteed to, but okay. Like even
they're overwhelmingly aligned with one party.
Well, yeah, but I think I can still make. I think what you're implying, but you haven't said explicitly yet. Maybe this is what you meant the whole time. Is that the amount of voters in a certain direction is more than the rest of the, I guess, state of like voting in the other direction. So like all of the people who would vote in a Republican direction or conservative direction are outnumbered by the amount of people that are concentrated in these cities.
This goes on currently with New York City and Long Island right now. Long Island has long said that they are not actually being represented.
Okay, fair enough. I actually think there's truth to that. All right, cool. So then what if I just up the threshold then? It has to be a 60% majority as opposed to just a simple popular vote. Wouldn't that lessen the likelihood?
I don't know about that percentage. I think there's something better that we could do. I think scrapping.
So for example, like there was recently they had a couple of initiatives regarding abortion, right? And there were a couple of places where surprisingly they didn't get enough because it had to reach a certain threshold in order to like change the state legislature, change the state constitution, and so they didn't get their, I guess Roe v. Wade style abortion initiative passed. There are a lot of places like that where even though the Democrats are in the majority, it's still difficult for them to accomplish that 2/3 or 60% vote threshold. So I feel like I can just adjust the thresholds to accommodate the check and balance that I was proposing. Because now I'm starting to understand your worry a little bit better. Wouldn't that be satisfactory?
Does that mean you're never going to change them then because they're never going to get voted up?
No, it's just that it's going to be really difficult. It's not that there never will. It's just that it'll be more difficult.
Yeah, that's the problem I see is I think you try and solve for the problem and then you have 60, 70, 80%, whatever popular vote approval to change these. They never get changed, so you never do fix the issue, even if people move for whatever reason.
What does that have to do with my proposal? Because that was
what's the reason? Well, what's the reason of changing the voting districts? To better represent the people that are there. Well, if you set this checks and balances that
Brian, just listen for 2 seconds. This is a threshold for the state legislature to override the recommendation of the districts from the IRC. By default, what that means is that what the IRC recommends, which is bipartisan and mostly is most likely going to be more fair, like for that to be overturned, there needs to be a certain threshold reached. The reason why you want a certain threshold is because you don't want state legislatures willy-nilly overriding the fairness that comes with the IRC's recommendation. So that's the goal. That's why this is a check and balance.
So you're saying the IRC just does the same thing? Yeah, I thought you were proposing this to verify proposal.
Yeah, so they draw up the districts based on in a bipartisan way, based on what's fair and what's simple or sensible, I should say. Whatever the criteria are, they're doing it in a bipartisan way. That typically generates more fair districts than the partisan way we have in the status quo. And what I'm trying to do is block the undermining of the function of the IRC, which is to generate more fair districts, by having a threshold that is high enough and accountable to the people that needs to be met before the state legislatures, like in places like New York and California and Texas, ideally, that are heavily leaning to one party or the other, can just willy-nilly override them for partisan reasons. So I don't understand how that results in swapping one block for the other at all. Like, that's never been explained.
Okay, so is IRC independent redistricting commissions? Is that what that?
Independent redistricting commissions is what IRC stands for, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, that wasn't clear to everybody else. I said it hours ago, and I just kept going on that, assuming everybody knew what it was.
I was so confused because that doesn't exist in Texas.
Yeah, I know. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't exist in Texas, but it does exist in California and in New York.
Yep.
Right. So this would be something that 50 states would have to adopt. But this is a proposal. I'm not pretending like I can wave a magic wand and make it happen. That's a separate issue. I'm saying if it went the way I described, because Brad's challenge was, well, what do you propose as a solution? So that's the only reason why we're even going down this road. I was like, I could propose a solution I think would work. So, and then Brad's been challenging me, along the way.
I mean, it's an idea. I don't think it would work in the facet that it would. I think it would just shift problems. But that's my held belief and my opinion, because again, this is just an idea that we're spitballing here that we've done for an hour, and I don't hold any animus or anything like that. I wouldn't do that, but it's up there with the same arguments of general proportionment, that people say we should just do it based on populations of each state and not have districts at all, that they just get equal representation in Congress or some varying form of that. I have critiques of that as well, because I don't want to see Congress that big. What some people would argue, I think that would be bloated. But I mean, I because it's null on the national level, I still don't think that this is a major concern at this point in time. Was it in the past? I agree with you. The racist, bigoted, prejudicial, and systemic harms that it did in the past in order to isolate Black, Asian, and Hispanic populations from voting, that can't be ignored, and it does have roots in that. Both parties have roots in that.
But there's some differences. It's not necessarily devised to prevent members of these groups from voting, but the impact is that it undermines or dilutes the power of these voting blocks. That's not a non-trivial difference between them, and it often gets conflated in these discussions in ways that annoy me.
But and again, I'll offer you the same inverse. The same thing with the rural counties that are now merged with this. It will dilute their power as a voting bloc, because they are not first. Like the one district that's being proposed doesn't even have fucking what is a quarter of the public.
I acknowledge that it's not just. So I use Black as an exemplar. I never have been arguing that that's the only voting bloc that matters. The principle here is that if you're doing this in a way that dilutes voting blocks for political gain, that is not fair. And that should not happen. That is what's wrong with gerrymandering. I was just trying to establish the harm and what's wrong with it.
I can see the historic
diluting rural voters for political gain, which is actually almost always what happens when Democrats gerrymander, by the way, is still wrong for the same reasons.
No, we're both in agreement with this. And if this is the purpose of like fucking Hot Wheels and his in the lieutenant governor, which I don't know, and others, if this is their purpose is to actually target the Black community, I'm all on board with you. Like, yeah, like let's impeach the fuckers, let's get them out, let's send them to prison for violating laws. I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely 100% fine. But if it's not, and there's no evidence to suggest that so far, at least none has been presented. There are people out there that, like you stated and acknowledged, there are people saying it's the reason, but they offer no substantial proof and no evidence. And you still have to prove this overall, which can be difficult. I'm not discounting that at all. I find it hard that right now, when we look at the overall data and we start breaking it down, Republicans got what, a 0.14% advantage over Democrats in terms of gerrymandering and redistricting, which makes it nil. And so I don't see that there's an issue in terms of like what's going on in terms of gerrymandering and redistricting. I don't see what you want, the morality of it, because quite frankly, if it's just so corrupt that it's basically balancing itself out, well then finally we've got something in this system that is actually fucking working.
It's balancing itself out at the national level. That's an important qualification. It's not balancing itself out at the state and local levels, and it's creating a bunch of deleterious effects politically for the voting blocks at those levels. So it's not harmless. It's just that its harm is not manifest at the national level as much as at the local and state levels. Is that a fair way to rehash it?
Fine, yeah. And I see that when states and counties do this and they do the redistricting and the people of certain areas are included or excluded out of representation, yes, I'll agree with you that some of these districts, and it happens in both states, or like both party lines.
I'm sorry not to be annoying. It's not, I don't think it's the most accurate to say included versus excluded. It's more diluted versus whatever the fucking opposite of diluted is. It's either made more potent or less potent. Like the people can still vote because it would be illegal to stop the people from voting for arbitrary reasons. But the game being played is you can redistrict in such a way where the impact of certain voting blocks is minimized and the impact of other voting blocks is maximized in your favor, right? Because you know certain voting blocks tend to favor your side, right? So like that's the game being played. And the reason why that matters is because a lot of people talk about this wrong and they act like what is being done now is exactly what was being done in like the 50s and 60s and 40s during like the Jim Crow era, where there were pretty explicit disenfranchisement laws and like prohibitions against people voting. Like that's different. Like they're not doing.
Yeah, they put poll taxes up on places.
Yeah. They're not the same. Like people
they
are
put one voting box.
Because of the moral shock of it, but it's like they're just being inaccurate.
Yeah. No, I acknowledge that shit. Like that was fucking. It's disgusting. It's a history of America that A, we should not forget, but B, we shouldn't allow it to be repetitive. But when I look at this and I'm saying, all right, so if you're saying A is happening, I want to see the evidence that is behind your statement, and I want to see the proof and validation of it, rather than just somebody's opinion of it. And then under your system, I see the cracks in it. I see the problems with it, and I don't think it would resolve it. You may think it'll be favorable for one demographic, and it may be. And Jason, you may be right. It may turn into a perfect system, and it may work. I don't know. I don't have 100% faith.
This is one last crack at this, Brad, because I'm actually like a little. I feel like you've admitted enough ingredients to just agree with me on this principle. So I'm going to try it in a different way. It may not work. I'm telegraphing it because I'm not trying to be tricky, but like if I could do something as a member of the government politically to make your vote count as less, right? In a way that benefits me as a politician. You don't see that as unfair, Brad? That's not inherently unfair to you?
I mean, if you're doing something to prevent me from having a vote or having a say or be able to address my grievances.
I'm being very clear about the intention. My intention is to maximize my party's power to win. Okay? But in the process, I make your vote count less. That's not unfair.
In a utopia, yes, I would agree with you.
Why in a utopia? Why qualify it? Why is that just full stop unfair? Why is that not just full stop?
Okay, so, all right, fine. I will say it's unfair. But having come from two massively done states that do this, New York and Minnesota, which fucking, they make sure that no red votes actually get to any prominence. They don't like that shit.
Yeah, they're self-serving in the gerrymandering. I get it.
Yeah, and it'll never be acknowledged. It'll be never recognized, and nobody cares. But when I come from those and I say, all right, well, you were able to redraw lines, you were able to redistrict, you were able to split voting blocks that had similar ideological opinions. They had similar concerns, and they voted en masse to address their grievances in a particular way, and you made sure that didn't happen. But then when I look down and I see other people across the nation, other states that say, hey, well, since we're playing this game, we'll do it here, and then this will balance itself out. I'm okay with it at this point. I can live with it. It's not something that I'm overwhelmingly concerned. I think there are more farther problems in terms of representation and the way the distribution of and allocation of funds that these congressional people fight for. I think those are major concerns. But this, it's not in my top 100 of concerns that I have at my age or in this country after all these years.
All right. I'm glad that I finally got you to admit that gerrymandering was wrong. Unfair.
I still like you, Jason, but I mean,
bro, like you fought me so hard on this, bro.
I don't agree like 100% with you.
All right, bro. All right.
I mean, you got me. The one I will thank you for is when we had the massive argument on hate crime, enhancements. I went back, I readdressed that, I looked at that. I'm not comfortable with it, but I agree, and I recognize your point has more validity to it than I originally gave it credence. And I recognize that I was not fully aware of a lot of the nuances that you brought, and I was wrong in that area, and I do need to recognize that. Do I think hate crimes overall are universally great or should be applicable to everything? I'm having a problem, especially in this day and age, after we've seen a bunch of these, that it's necessarily being done correctly. So again, there's still some concerns I have on it, but overall in that discussion, you were able to open my eyes a bit, and I recognize that. And I was wrong on several topics.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. That's the beauty of dialogue. All right. We've hogged the stage a lot. I apologize. I was really into that conversation. I do want to open up the floor to other people to comment, and those who have been commenting in the chat to allow us to hog the stage. I appreciate your patience. I'm sorry. We've kind of cleared the room out. The question to the room is, is there not a kind of moral dilemma when it comes to the question of, in response to what the GOP is doing in terms of their power grabby gerrymandering, they're gerrymandering in a way that will net them 5 congressional seats. That's not really disputed. What should the Democrats do in response? Should they fight fire with fire and therefore get their hands dirty doing the thing that they're criticizing? Or should they stay true to their principles and fight back in some other way? Why or why not? That's the question to the room.
I also want to clarify, do we mean like Texas Democrats, or do we mean like across the board nationally?
Nationally. National.
Okay. Yeah. I was looking at
all encompassing. It would encompass Texas Democrats, but nationally is what I mean.
I'm with you. Yeah. I really don't know what Texas Democrats are even capable of doing. I don't know what
doing
you can do.
Walkouts to force a quorum or something like that. I don't know the terminology. I probably botched that, but they're planning things like that.
Yeah, that's what I read too. Was that they're effectively leaving, and
they get charged $500 a day or something. They get charged a certain amount daily for that. So they're doing some kind of subversive resistance and things like that they can do. They're limited though because they're the minority. But the general discourse now,
they're raising money.
Well, yeah, they are. And also raising awareness, they go into the news. But the general discourse is hey, Democrats, we can do the same thing. And Gavin Newsom's going on record saying, all right, we're willing to do the same thing the Republicans are doing. And so that's the more national conversation. The question is, should they do that? Now, there's a lot of people on the Democrat side who are like, hell yeah, Republicans don't give a fuck about rules. Why should we? I think that's a huge fucking mistake and a very unprincipled way of looking at it. But it does have its appeal because there's this energy behind fighting, and they represent a bunch of constituencies that are really gung-ho about certain policy aims, and in order to accomplish them, or at the very least block the policy aims of their rivals, they need to win in the midterms. So I get the energy behind it. People like Roland Martin have been preaching this, when they go low, we meet them down there, all that bullshit. And the Democrats have been talking that shit for a while now. But there's this impetus of Democrats, you look weak, you look like punk bitches, do something. That is coming from their constituents. A lot of Democrat voters feel that way. And so they may manifest itself the way that Gavin Newsom is going. Gavin Newsom is at least on some level aware that that's appealing to some people in his base. So I wonder what you guys are thinking about it.
Yeah, specific to this exact Texas situation, what I learned, to be fair, grain of salt, I learned this on the internet, first of all. Second of all, I learned it from an LLM that when updated seems to really favor Adolf Hitler. Anyway, I learned that what's going on in Texas is that effectively they're still currently in litigation over the 2021, I think, map redrawing. And effectively the GOP is like, you can't fuck with us because we're still in court dealing with the first time we did this, even though this exact instance is like really unusual. Like, it's not normal to do a district, a redistricting like in the middle of a decade. Like, that doesn't happen all the time, if not if ever. So it's like, I don't know, it's weird. I'm not really sure what's going on, except that they're just doing their best to hold on to power, because that's what you do when you have power, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, in many ways, I'm inviting us to have a discussion about the ethics or moral dimensions of political power jousting. What is and is not allowed in that domain, morally speaking. Kind of a nuanced philosophical discussion, but it kind of interacts with a lot of dimensions, like a lot of things. Political strategy, which is usually outcomes based. Kind of political ethics, which is usually around just kind of like applying morality to the domain of politics. But I don't know. I'm fascinated by what I consider a genuine dilemma for Democrats, because the temptation to fight fire with fire has an undermining effect of the moral force of a lot of their criticisms of the Republicans. And I don't think that a lot of Democrat pundits recognize the negative impact that has on the Democrats in particular. Their willingness to kind of flip-flop on anything just to get power. And by the way, the Republicans have this dimension too. It's just that it's not applicable right now because the Republicans are in power. Right. Yeah, but the Republicans will flip-flop. I mean, they're not really principled either. For the same reasons. They did the same shit in reverse. I
wonder what a different like timeline would have looked like if effectively the Democratic Party was the party to effectively I guess treat the political stage like a like schoolyard, and just like became the bully that just like fucking fucked everybody up and just like strong armed their way through. Like, I'm curious what that world would look like. You know what I'm saying? Because like that's effectively what the Republicans did. They just got they got this fucking dude who's like, I don't know. I can only presume relatively unmanageable, but he seems to be what they're about. So they're all like, yeah, we're gonna follow this dude. And then it's like his natural MO seems to be just like,
Well, the thing is that, I don't know to what extent they've done it on a national level, although people make the arguments that under Biden they did something similar, but maybe less egregious and less, I would say, brazen. But in many different jurisdictions all over the country, Democrats have been bullies for a while.
Yeah.
They do all kinds of bully shit in California. It's crazy. In New York, in Illinois, like the bluest places, bro, Republicans can't do shit.
As soon as I said that, I was like, I don't know, dude. The woke police, they're bullies, man. So,
bro, like they have power in a lot of jurisdictions, and they are total fucking bullies, and they don't give a fuck. And they don't just bully Republicans; they bully third parties like crazy. They don't even let third parties in the door. Like they change the rules at the last minute for third parties all the goddamn time. That shit is wild to me. So yeah, they are bullies in certain domains. When they won in 2020, I think they had both chambers of Congress. There was a little bit of bullying, but it wasn't as brazen as the current administration, to be fair to them. It was usually, to whatever extent it existed, it was usually subtle. It was usually kind of thinly veiled. But there was some, and then you get the, and actually, to be fair, they were. I think that the Biden administration was holding back at first. Like, they weren't trying to go full blown bully mode, but then people wanted it. And Dark Brandon appeared and started leaning into that shit sometimes. So like, dead ass, like that, they started leaning into it from time to time, and so like they would do some bully. They would try to do it the bipartisan way. When that didn't work, then they would try to do it the bully way. But they also had some weird infighting on their own party that actually minimized it to a certain extent. Like Christian Sinema and Joe Manchin held back a lot of shit. That's why they are
Well, no, but you can't end the call and then just interrupt me. That's weird. Like whether you were born in the U.S. or what the fuck is happening? Jesus. Okay. I just want to talk about the title of the room until I'm able to put a poll up. Why don't we start with Marshall? Marshall, what do you think? Do you think we should raise taxes on Marshall? Marshall.
Wait. Before Marshall goes, I'm not really going to speak. I'm going to answer your question.
Go ahead, Lord.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're familiar with the comedian George Carlin, who's one of my favorite, comedians of all time. Because court justice do tell the truth about situations, and he had something about the middle class, the upper class, and the poor. And he said the upper class, they all make the money, blah, 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 and left to the back. The middle class does all of the work and pays all of the taxes. And then he said the poor are just there and they scare the shit out of the middle class at the end of the day. So, yeah, I think we should. I'm not going to, I think we should raise taxes on the poor. So, at the end of the day, so that it can also enter them into the middle class. If you raise taxes on a particular, side of, any society, right, it's gonna encourage them to do better for themselves, right? And it also, but that also depends on what kind of taxes you're enforcing and the ones that you're imposing, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, George Carlin said it best. I'm actually gonna find this job. I'm gonna find it now. Hold on. Man, George Carlin was a fucking beast, man. I fucking love George Carlin.
Can I go?
Okay. Yeah, please, Steph.
Taxes are evil. Away with taxes. We should not be raising taxes on anyone or anything. Also, if we raise taxes on the poor and their income is largely from social programs, then that's just the government in an endless pool of being able to charge itself money, which seems like a bad idea. So although I'm highly against raising taxes on the wealthy, I would say taxes in general are evil. Down with taxes.
Wait, is anybody able to play any media?
Lord, look. I don't know who.
George Carlin said it better than I did.
Lord, there's no doubt in that. I don't fucking doubt that 1 second. Here's my point. Think of this stage as like a TV show, okay? And then you have like the stars of the show. Well, hold on. Why are you interrupting me? You have the stars of the show, you have the supporting cast, and then you have the guest stars, and then you have the extras. Lord, at this stage of the game, you're an extra.
I thought he was just an audience. I'm interested to see what your direction.
Hold on. Dude, we got Austin Rising. This guy always says really intelligent things.
Oh, I bet so.
Austin, go ahead. Come on.
So I think there will be trans and poor people who have taxes go up.
Okay. Do you guys remember when they tried to kill all the fat people a couple of years ago when they manufactured a disease in China? Anybody remember that?
Tried to kill all the fat people.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I mean, the government can literally go after the obese people and target them to murder them. But then if we say, hey, poor people should pay more taxes, that's immoral. I mean, I think taxing people and letting them live is better than trying to kill them. So I don't think it's a bad idea.
Real quick, obesity itself is a form of tax.
Let's hear from Akim.
Can we stop pretending that the poor don't pay taxes?
They do pay taxes. The poor pay, the bottom 50% in this country pay 2.3% of all of the federal income tax.
Here's one part that you gloss over big time. Like particularly the working poor, they get federal income taxes withheld from their check, and the following year they may get a return, but that's because of things like the earned income tax credit or the child tax credit. So therefore they get a return because of that. But they certainly pay taxes, and they pay sales taxes and whatever other taxes that may exist. To say they don't pay taxes is it's not disingenuous. It's just flat out wrong.
No, we're saying they should pay more.
Yeah, I'll be very specific here. When it comes to income tax, I think that the poor should pay more. And you might say, well, fuck, they're poor. How do they pay more? And I would say, well, that's the point. We should make it punitive to be poor. That way, you have a financial incentive to make more money. Not that you should need one. Well, hold on. I don't know if we've normalized that word just enough for you to be able to use it. I think I can get away with it, but why wouldn't you want the bottom 50% of this country to pay their fair share?
Because he's poor.
I'm far from poor, but
I don't think he's poor. I don't think he's poor, and his next generation, his offspring, are definitely not poor. I don't know if you guys know this, but he is the father of a professional athlete, so better recognize.
Yeah, but I'm poor. But they pay their fair share. They pay the tax rate that they pay, and the government used their money all throughout the year. So to say to raise their taxes, like for what? Well,
hold on. I'll explain. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Okay, so top 10% of all people in this country, the top 10% of income earners, the top 10% pay 76% of all the income tax, and the bottom 50% pay 2.3%. I think that's unfair. What do you say?
Hey, Roger, okay, you say they pay 70% of income taxes. That's like
76.
Right. Okay, 76. Let's say 80. Round it up to 80. But
I don't want to do rounding. Look, I'm good enough at math that I can use the precise numbers.
Let's say 76 is what it is. That's the percentage of the money that's being paid. They still the percentage of their wealth is still taxed at a particular rate. So they are paying more money because they make more money. There's no in the world the poor. Now you can tax the poor at 100%, and it's not going to change that number much at all.
So go ahead. Hold on. All right. So I use this analogy because it's a great illustration. But if 100 people went out to dinner, and the wealthiest 10 people at that dinner paid for 76% of the bill, right? That's a pretty generous thing. And then you consider that the bottom 50 income earners at that table are going to chip in to only pay 2.3% of the bill. You know what ends up happening?
To pretend that the rich and the poor are having the same meal is crazy. Like they're not having the same meal at all. So if they are paying 76%, they are paying for a much finer meal than the poor get to eat.
Akima, let me explain something to you. The fucking poor in this country eat better than kings did 300 years ago.
That's true.
I don't think so. Dude, what are we talking?
I disagree with that.
You can disagree all you'd want. They didn't even have fucking running water or central air.
You think they eat better than Cambodians?
The king didn't have
or people in Papua New Guinea.
So all the shit that we call food and eating good is not eating good at all.
I think you're missing the point. Look, we've got it so good that our poor people are fat. I want to repeat that. Our poor people are fat. Throughout human history, one of the biggest problems was starvation. One of the biggest problems was not being able to have enough food to eat.
That goes. You just proved my point that the food is just crap. It's not that they're eating good. They're eating crappy fucking
No,
food.
it's because they get $1,500 to $2,000 a month in fucking SNAP benefits, and then they eat fucking nonstop.
Each person that gets SNAP gets $6 per day. $6.
Per household member, maybe? Yeah, that's not true.
Mojo,
depends on if they have kids.
I clearly said.
Mojo, can you pass the mic, please?
Wait, hold on. Tomato. You know how Clubhouse works. You can't just come in as a white man and demand that you're the one that's going to speak next. You've got to wait in line. Right now, we got a black man on the mic. Hakima, go.
With SNAP benefits, if there's 6 people in the house, each person is getting $6 per day, which would be $36 a day multiplied times the amount of days. So to think that they are eating some fabulous
So $900 and change?
$6.
Oh no, $6 is hold on, $6 is 6 people. I just did the math. I just did the math. It's $1,080 a month.
Hold on. I want to let Hakima finish his point without anybody interrupting, and then we know that Tomato wants to come in to respond. So what we're going to do is we're going to let Hakima finish, then we're going to go to Tomato, and then I thought I heard the delicate tones of a woman's voice. I'd like to hear that. Let's go to Hakima, Tomato, and a woman.
I'm so sorry. I really apologize to trigger you guys with the fucking truth. But if you think that a person eating $6 per day,
California gets $9.73.
Why in the fuck are you interrupting, Rich, I will put you on timeout. I will fucking put you on timeout, and I will curse you out. We did that last night. Don't do that, please. Just let Hakima finish. I think that Tomato might have something to say, and then we're going to listen to a woman after that. I know that that's going to be triggering for some of you men that don't like to let women speak, but we're going to hear from Hakima, we're going to go to Tomato, then we're going to go to a woman.
All right, I think most people with common sense get the point I'm making. $6 a fucking meal. I don't give a fuck if it's 30 kids, $6 a meal, might be $4,000 a month, whatever it may be, but it still adds up to $6 per fucking meal. So to act like they're eating some fabulous fucking meal like some fucking king is just inaccurate. It's fucking accurate.
Okay, Tomato, go ahead.
Well, everyone in the room knows my politics are...
No, they don't. We have new people here. You can't assume that.
All right, well, let me try to be brief. I'm going to try to be brief. Everyone knows that it's hard for me to be brief. I feel tremendous generosity towards people that are handicapped. People that can't work for whatever reason should be generously taken care of. But the truth about fat people, I'm sorry to be saying this, people are fat because they have no willpower. Now, the way you can prove that the reason poor people are fat is because they lack willpower is we have a natural experiment, a peer-reviewed experiment. What happens when poor fat people win the lottery? What happens when poor fat people find themselves with millions of dollars? Well, all the evidence is they get even fatter. And by the way, that goes for poor drug addicts. Poor drug addicts that win the lottery, they just take more drugs and they die faster. Poor alcoholics that win the lottery, they just drink more alcohol and die faster. So if you notice that all the rich people in America are skinny and all the poor people are fat as hell, it is not an indictment of capitalism. It is not an indictment of evil, greedy billionaires. It's not because we as a society are too selfish to give the poor people all the money they want. The reason poor people are fat in America is 100% because of lack of willpower. Now, the final thing I will say is all the leftists in the room scream and cry and say there are food deserts. So the leftists in this room say the reason poor people are fat is they live in neighborhoods where there's no fresh fruits and vegetables. So poor people are all forced to eat shit. And that's also been totally proven wrong because an enormous number of governments have generously, altruistically set up low-cost supermarkets in poor neighborhoods. They've made it so that poor people can easily buy affordable fresh fruits and vegetables. And every single experiment of that sort in America has ended in failure, because even when it's cheap and convenient for poor people to buy fruits and vegetables, they voluntarily choose to eat fried crap. They get fat and they die. It is not, when poor people get fat and they die, it is not fair to blame smart people. It's not fair to blame rich people. It is not even fair to blame society. It is 100% the fault of people who have no willpower, eat fried food, they get fat and they die. Stop blaming Roger for the weakness of poor fat people. I am done speaking. I don't give a fuck how many people hate for me for telling the fucking.
Well, hold on. Before we go to whatever woman that was trying to cut in earlier, I want to just reset the room just ever so slightly and then respond to Tomato. I want to welcome people. We got the classy dames out tonight. We got Joe B. We got Shirley. We got the gilfs in the house tonight. We also got a goo, an all-star goo. We got Dr. Adams. I can't believe we're talking about fat people and Dr. Adams isn't on the stage. We got JB in the house. We got Steph, probably the classiest woman on all of Clubhouse. We got Nye. We got Serendipity. We even got Communist XG on the stage. We got Rich's dumbass, and we got Lord, who, oh man, this guy. When you hear him speak, it's fucking. You're gonna know this room is gonna be at an all-time low when you hear from him. But I want to respond to Tomato real quick. Tomato, I think you went a little easy on this thing. I think it's worse than you say. I think that the fat people are so out of control and such a burden that the powers that be, they went out of their way to create a fucking virus that they worked with the communist Chinese to create, to unleash it, to kill fat people. So I think that this willpower thing, I think the powers that be know that what you're saying is true, and they realize that these fuckers don't have the willpower to push the plate away. So they created a fucking man-made disease to target and kill fat people. Anyways, I will pass the mic. Who's the woman that was trying to cut in?
I think that was me.
All right, let's hear from you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Hakima, the national average for SNAP benefits is $975 per month. I live in New York State where living expenses in a county with some of the highest living expenses in the nation, and my family of five does not pay $975 per month on groceries. If you are walking up and down the frozen aisle and you are spending $15 on frozen pizzas and you're buying 10 of those bad boys, that'll do it. If you're actually buying vegetables and chickens and chicken and you're actually making food, that's not, you're not going to have to need $975 a month to feed a family of five. That's crazy. $6 per person per day is a lot of money if you're cooking at home. If you are eating at Chili's, it's not a lot of money. So that's the first thing I would say. The other thing I would say to the title of the room is that, see, Roger, I get suspicious because, if I compare this to something that I know a whole lot about, which is, the real estate world, right? If we look at programs like Section 8 and projects and that kind of thing, which is an area I work quite a lot in, trying to get people out of those and gain financial independence and all that kind of stuff. What happened was, essentially, to way oversimplify it, the government bought properties and then charged itself rent, and then wildly overinflated rent so it could charge itself more rent. And then the people who were not paying rent didn't care, or it doesn't impact them how much the rent is because the government is paying itself. And so if we tax people who are on social welfare programs, it's going to do the same thing that it did in subsidized housing, which is an absolute disaster for neighborhoods and people who live in that housing. I don't know. I don't know that we need to be, it's just going to be the government taxing itself. There we go. Those are my thoughts.
Okay.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
You can, but can I predict what you're going to say?
Of course.
You're going to say, isn't it amazing how I made a good point and nobody even responded to it? They just glossed over my beautiful, articulated point. I think that's what you're...
No, I definitely was not going to say that. Because Steph just responded to part of it when she said that the $6 a day is plenty. Let's just break that down to the simplest term. One person getting $6 a day how is that plenty? Like, please
I can answer
tell me
that.
please tell me what you're eating that's plenty for $6 a day.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. So I have a family of 5, so that's going to be $6 per person per day.
No. You're not answering my question. I said let's break it down to the simplest term.
That's what we're doing right now.
No, one person getting $6 a day. Not nobody else. Just one person. You living on $6 a day. You got to eat every day for $6.
Okay, yeah. Forget the kids and a husband, a family of 5. That's way harder. Yeah. Okay. Let's do just one person.
Let's keep it simple, right? Let's keep it simple.
Okay. So a common meal that we might eat in my family is going to be something like tilapia that's sautéed in butter with some garlic and a little salt and pepper, and then maybe some broccoli with cheddar cheese on it, rice.
That's more than $6 by itself for you.
Okay, again, here, let me help you. Let me help you. To buy tilapia and a crown of broccoli and a bag of rice is going to cost me a total of like $8, and that would feed me as a single person for a month. Like, what portion sizes are we? If we're talking about a person eating 2 full, like, do you realize how much a bag of rice
You
costs?
can eat a tilapia and broccoli for a month for $8.
Okay, hey, Hakima, how much tilapia comes in a pack of tilapia if you buy it at Walmart?
For under $8, not enough for a month.
Okay, if I have $20, all right, I can buy.
$6. Why are you changing the number? We have $6.
Because Hakima, are you so wealthy that you are shopping at a butcher that charges you $6 per single fillet of tilapia? Is that what you're telling me, or are you like me and you're buying them frozen from Walmart?
No,
Which of those two is the case?
I'm
you're not going to a high-end butcher?
I know how to answer a simple question.
Okay, got it.
$6 per day.
So you're not going to a high-end
Hold on. Hakima, everyone let you speak. I want you to respect her. Listen. I know it's hard for you to let a woman speak, but we're going to do that. We're going to exercise some patience here, and you're going to let her get through the math, and you're going to let her walk you through it. You might just learn something. I know that this is a cheaper diet than the chest milk recipe that you have to fulfill on a daily basis, but go ahead, Steph.
Okay. A bag of tilapia that would last my family, and again, so we're multiplying by 5 now, right? It comes with 1 pound of frozen tilapia, so this might be, 2 meals worth. It's $6. All right, let's look at the rest. And this is Walmart. I shop at Walmart, okay? Because I live in a rural area and that's what I have access to. A bag of rice, 2 pounds, that would last my family a month is $1.77. Let's round that up to 2. And what's the other thing I said? Broccoli. Okay. So now we have a floret of broccoli, which is going to be $1.70. What's $1.70? $2.40 for 2 of them. Okay, and that would feed a single person. Now, if you are eating it every night, I recommend that you vary your diet a little bit because that's just going to get boring and monotonous, and you're going to get vitamin deficiency. But let's see, $6.32 plus $2 plus $2.40. This is going to be about probably for a single person. Let's be conservative and say 6 meals. So that's $10.82 for 6 meals if you eat this 6 times in a month. So let's divide that by 6. That comes out to about $1.80 per meal. Now you tell me what you're using the other $4.20 on a day if that's your main meal of the day.
I am not going to go through this.
Okay, you keep eating it too. That's fine. Yeah.
Let me answer the question. Because everybody in this room eats. And hopefully, and more like everybody eats every day. And I think everybody, without any numbers, me giving or you giving, knowing that $6 a day is not a shit ton of money, is what I said. Like, is it possible to make it work? Yeah, especially with my diet, I can easily do it. But with the diet that everyone was taught, with the carbs, the dairy, and this and that, the fruits, the vegetables, $6 a day is not a ton of money, is my point.
Okay, so here's my final point, because I gotta run.
Last sentence, then you can run.
Yep. No, I'm going to eat dinner.
Yeah, please do. I hope you do. I bet it costs more than $2.
It didn't. We're doing nachos tonight. It did not cost more than $2.
No, yeah, you got it.
Okay, so again, I wish if my grocery budget for a family of 5 were the same as SNAP benefits, my family would be eating we'd have way more beer, we'd have way more snacks, we'd have way more Cheetos, I'd probably splurge a little more on cheese. My family of 5 is not spending, in California, it's $1,400 a month. I would love 1 month if it was like, we're just going to splurge and spend $1,400 a month on groceries. I wish I could eat like people on SNAP, but I'm not on SNAP, so I don't.
You know, if it's so glamorous, you can easily quit your job and get that $1,400 a month.
I could do that, but I have morals. I have morals. That's why I'm not going to.
But you don't want to live that life, because $1,400 a month, and you think that's all they're getting. They might get a.
No, they're also getting Section 8. They're also getting Medicaid. They're also getting counseling benefits. They're also getting cell phones.
Everybody is not on Section 8. That's just simply not true. But if you think that that's the glamorous life where you can get just enough to eat, you have no other money to live your life, you think that's some glamorous life?
You have yet to establish that it's just enough.
You can easily quit there. No, everybody knows that's less than enough. It's not even just enough. But
what we learned about you is that you're buying frozen food and you're overspending on groceries. That's what everyone in this room just learned about you.
Yeah, but the people that know me know I only eat fruits. I don't eat.
Wait. Hold on. Hey, Kima, how much do dates cost?
Dates cost for a good pound, $7.
They're pretty expensive, aren't they?
Oh, for sure. And cashews as well. Cashews that go with them, yeah, that's definitely expensive.
Yeah.
If I was in poverty, that would not be a snack of choice.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank Steph for breaking down how to feed a family on a budget. That was awesome.
Anytime, Roger.
That will work for absolutely nobody.
To Kima's point, I hope y'all can hear me because I'm out and I have on these headphones. I mean, I eat a lot of salads. I eat salads every day.
Your audio night sounds like you're in Beirut.
Okay, hold on.
While New York is fixing that, let me pop in here. I'm going to make a point. I am 5 feet tall. My husband probably when he was young ate more. Hakima, if he's got an athlete, if he's the father of an athlete, this man is got to put in some more calories. He's got to put in more calories than you and I. One time I had a big man come eat at my table. He ate as much as my whole family did in one sitting. He was not fat. But to your point, education, being educated does lend itself, and I think it's the education. I don't even know that it's the money. Education lends itself to healthier eating. Now I got to go pay attention to the man that lives at my house. I adore you all. I wish I could stay. I'll check y'all later.
I just wanted to add quick, $6 isn't enough. I mean, I got a family of 7, and we're doing it on 3.5 for the whole day's worth of meals. And yeah, if you want to take and say that I eat steaks because I raise it myself, and want to take that away, sure, whatever. I splurge and have steaks because I grow them myself. But the rest of our meats, I mean, we buy the beef that we put in our freezer, but we don't just buy 1 pound of hamburger. We're buying a whole beef at a time, put it in the freezer, using it throughout the year, and we are able to do it for $3.50.
So Brian, break down the math for me. If I'm buying quarter cow, half cow, full cow, what is that? And when you average it out, what's that per pound?
Per pound, it depends on what you're getting. If you're getting something specialty, it can be $12 a pound. But right now, we're $5.75 a pound into your freezer. That includes, like, if you get a quarter of beef, it's about $1,000 for 600 pounds of beef. So, it's not rocket science to be able to buy in bulk and do some of this. And it's good quality homegrown beef that you then have in your freezer. So
yeah, and Brian, can you also break down the upcharge that when even if you're going not to a fancy butcher, but if you go to a supermarket like a Safeway, and if they've taken the time to cut up the steaks for you, the labor cost that goes into some of the packaging of cutting this stuff down, where all you have to do is invest in a freezer and some sharp knives, and you could buy even if you went to Costco and just bought bigger cuts of meat. Let's say you don't want to invest in buying a half cow, quarter cow. You could buy bigger cuts. You just got to break it down yourself. Can you talk about the upcharge that you're paying in the supermarket just for them cutting those individual steaks for you?
Yeah, I guess if you want to just buy steaks and they have what you need, you're going to be $20 to $40 a pound, depending on what given steak or preference you have. But you could buy like a whole prime rib for maybe $7.50, $8.50 per pound, on a middle range prime rib. It's just crazy when people say everything's so expensive. No, it's just the process to be ready to put on the dinner plate side that makes it more expensive. I just saw what's quote unquote called a hack, where you can get ground bull meat, which is just a bull that was no longer good to do the deed anymore, and get cow's bread. They just ground them up for hamburger, which is still perfectly safe and healthy meat. It just usually doesn't always have the same flavor profile as like a fattened calf you'd get if you bought quarters for meat. But it's still good, tasty ground beef that you could put in a meal to make your rice, to make everything else go way further. I mean, yeah, we go through 3 pounds of beef per meal in my family, and we usually have some leftovers because we're Midwest hardy boys, and I got 5 boys at home. So yeah, we're gonna make plenty to make sure we have enough energy to work and bring it the next day. But you really need to go back and look at, like, instead of buying the $20 Stouffer's pre-frozen meal or frozen pre-packaged stuff, yeah, go buy the whole ingredients and make it, like Steph was bringing up. And as far as buying frozen fruit or buying frozen stuff, everybody says, oh, you got to have fresh, and they overpay for fresh when you can get frozen cut ends of broccoli, carrots, cauliflower, whatever, and throw them up in and saute them and make something, add some seasoning. Don't just have to buy it at the fancy restaurant.
This is fascinating. This is really fascinating.
No, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Brian, do you have a recommendation if somebody wanted to get a meat grinder, an inexpensive meat grinder where they could do their own ground beef with the when you're cutting up that quarter cow? What would you recommend as a inexpensive grinder?
I mean, to be honest, if you just went to a local beef guy and bought a beef from him processed at a local butcher shop where you aren't paying USDA inspection fees, you're talking $2 a pound to have them do it, plus the cost of the beef. Now, I get it, beef right now is expensive, but look at pork and chicken. Those are some cheaper options you can get if you don't say, oh, I can only eat it if it's organic, grass-finished, or whatever. I mean, just understand we have the safest, as far as meat food supply chain in the world here in America. So you can get they call it custom exempt, but it's just a state license for them to be able to process beef that you quote unquote bought on the hook and get processed back put in your freezer. That's the cheapest way. As far as a grinder, you can get as little as a KitchenAid. I used to do that to process deer, but I did buy like a $70 2-inch meat grinder, a Big Bite or whatever brand of flavor choice you want from Cabela's or Costco, whatever. They're readily available for $50 to $80 a decent one.
Hey Roger, yeah, one thing I was going to mention, I was just looking it up right now because the prices have changed since COVID. They used to be like $18 now, or $34. But a 50-pound bag of Hamia Carolus medium grain fancy rice, 50-pound bag for $34.82. My wife and them in the Philippines and stuff, they're extremely healthy, extremely fucking fit, and what they eat almost every meal, I mean, minus breakfast, but for lunch and dinner, they eat like a ice cream scoop of rice with like a small portion of meat, may it be like beef, chicken, or pork, and that's what they eat every day, and they're fucking healthy. And, I mean, you could buy for $38. How long would a 50-pound bag of rice last you, Hakima? And it has an indefinite shelf life also.
I was pleased trying to justify this. I mean, I get that there are ways to eat cheaply But like you saying, go buy this cow or this and that. But like we gotta understand proximity. Like everyone, people in inner city.
You can go buy a cow.
Can I finish? Like, what the fuck? You okay?
Akima's right. Hold on. Akima's right. Akima has every bit as much right as the rest of you to finish what he's saying. Akima, go ahead.
Like you said, it doesn't go by this cow. It's $8 a pound, and this can do that and that. Like, if everyone in the inner city went to the local farm, it would not be enough cow. It wouldn't be, because most of the shit is at the supermarkets.
Where do you think it comes from?
Like, I know where it comes from, but it's shipped to the supermarket in bulk, because that's where people are usually and we're taught to go buy it at. So everyone don't have access to a farm. That's just not a reality. Like you guys think from your brain of you have means and resources to travel, or you have your own farm and you can do this. But most people don't have the means and resources to go to farms, and that's just not a reality. So like, but the whole point is like, yes, there are ways, even at the supermarket, to stretch that money. But my only point was, you guys act like they're getting some bag of money that's life changing, and really they just getting barely enough to fucking eat. So like to demonize those people is just crazy. And to try to use this mental gymnastics to make it like $6 is a shit ton of money. You just lying to yourself. You're lying to everyone in the room.
Akima, I never said that it was a shit ton of money. I said it's enough to cover food. If we can get people educated and get them to go out and actually make their food instead of getting the prepackaged stuff. So I never said that. If that's what you heard, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it is enough to keep them fed while they're in need. The only other thing I'll say, I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner when you asked me, Mojo, but the actual best thing that we do is we'll get pork shoulder, pork butts, and those are like $1.40 a pound, or they used to be. I mean, it depends on what your prices are now. But we get those, and you'd have to do minimal trimming, trim a little piece of fat off here, a little piece of gristle there, and then get that meat grinder, and you now have ground pork that you can make pork sausage or add pork to any meal if you want it cheaper than my $8 beef hamburger, which is way more nutritious.
So, Hakima, yes, you can buy a slaughtered whole or half cow in Atlanta, Georgia, from several local farmers and suppliers.
Wait, hold on. Rich. He ain't in Atlanta, Georgia. You're like, what, you just assumed because he's black he's in Atlanta?
No, he's at major metropolitan cities, and I was thinking of cities that I'm familiar with. I lived in Atlanta.
So everybody in Atlanta, there's enough of those cows you just mentioned that everyone in the inner cities can get up at the first of the month and they all can go buy a cow. There's enough cows ready to buy right at any given day.
Yes, because the farmers are going to sell the whole cow and half cow at a higher rate than what they would to the grocery supermarkets by selling them.
Think about they got 200,000 people coming. Are there 200,000 cows ready to be sold to them?
Yes.
There is. The processing side is where you might lack if you're not able to process it yourself, Akima. And this is the problem with the big four butchers that do 85% of the beef processing, and it's even worse in the pork and poultry. So that part, if you can't process it yourself, you can have issues. But since COVID let up, there's a lot of openings at butcher shops again, everywhere, to get beef in, to do just that, to get beef at half price.
Well, hold on. Guys, I know Nye was trying to break in, and I think there's a good chance for her to talk because nobody likes beef as much as Nye likes beef. So Nye, if you want to jump in.
Well, hopefully you can hear me this time. What I was going to say...
Yes, we can. We hear that beautiful voice loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was agreeing with Hakima's point that $6 a day is barely. I eat salads almost every day, veggie salads, and I can barely put together a salad from the store for $6. The lettuce, the vegetables, and the dressing. So I just wanted to comment on that. I'll chime in again in a minute. I'm at the store, so please give me a second.
All right. I would recommend a little red beans and rice in your diet. You do you. Timok, welcome to the room. JB, welcome back.
How are you feeling today, Raj? Everything is mellow. Did you get your blood pressure checked? Everything okay?
Hey,
everything okay?
Let me tell you, I went to
your cigar there. You didn't show?
No, I went to the Pacific Raceway in Kent, Washington, and I did 9 laps in supercars. I drove a Lamborghini, I drove a Ferrari, and I drove a Porsche. It was very fun. Yeah, I'm kind of amped up.
Can I bet that the Porsche was the worst one that felt to drive?
I love it.
The Ferrari was by far the easiest to drive.
No, but like worst feeling wise, was it the Porsche?
No, the Lamborghini was the worst feeling.
Okay.
That one, like, in certain parts of the track, it felt like bumpy. It felt like I was floating. It's very weird.
Do you know what specific models of those cars you drove? I'm a big car dude, so that's why I'm just.
Yeah, I'll back channel you the photos that I.
Okay, awesome.
Anyways, yeah, time out. Good day today. Good day. We're just, we're just trying to save the world one taxpayer at a time. And we're talking about, should we raise taxes on the poor? As we know.
But
go ahead.
Roger, did you consult Astra? Did you consult Astra? The guy from yesterday.
No, I didn't consult Astra.
Well, then you're fucked, man. You're fucked. Okay.
He was a trip. I don't think he added much value to that room. I don't know if you would agree.
I think if you met him in person, you would probably stab him. I think that's the way I feel, honestly.
Rod,
with a toothpick, in the eye.
My observation, Roger, is on Clubhouse, you always tell the truth, but you tell a truth that's designed to hurt the feelings of other people.
Shut up.
You never say the comforting lies that people
don't change, Roger.
No, hold on. What he's saying is very important, and he's being honest. Go ahead, continue.
You always tell the truth, but you select things to say that are designed to hurt the feelings of people. So when you talk about poor people, you speak the truth, but you say things that hurt their feelings. When you talk about fat people, you tell the truth. Every single group you talk about, you're scrupulous about telling the truth, but you relish hurting the feelings of people. And
he knows that. He knows that.
I'm not.
He said literally yesterday that he was okay with being a bully. What are we talking?
Yeah, hold on. I accept this and I appreciate it. I'm glad you recognized it, and I wear it as a badge of honor. And I don't know if this is a good time to tell you my feelings about Muslims, but I think that that's a 2 billion strong pedophile death cult.
I guess my question, Mojo, and it's a very brief question, is in real life, if I was spending time with you in real life at a bar or at a country club,
would not be at a bar. I don't.
My question is, I'm asking a very simple question. Are you this cruel to people's feelings in real life, or do you turn?
In real life, I try to get a read if they're strong enough. This is my opinion, and I don't know if you would share this. I think that the people that on 2025 are still on Clubhouse have already self-sorted that they can handle the roast style rooms that we do. And so if somebody's, especially if they're on the fucking stage, maybe if they're listening to the audience, they might think, who the fuck is this guy? But for the people that are willing to come in here regularly and get on the stage, they kind of know what they're getting.
Yeah, maybe you should have like a warning, something before they get in, at your own risk. Maybe that's what Tomato's trying to...
A trigger warning?
You need to read the house rules.
Maybe, yeah. I could post some house rules if that would make everybody feel better. I would just think that when you read a house title of In the Muff, you probably aren't thinking that like, oh, this is going to be like, I don't know, like it's some really sophisticated conversation. I mean, this is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not trying to be anything other than. Oh. You hear that? You hear my GPS?
Yeah.
That's wild. Lane closure. This is not good. Anyways, anybody used the poll feature yet?
No, not yet. I mean, JB should start using it.
I opened up a test room and did the poll thing. It's actually pretty cool.
Nice. Rich likes to get polled daily.
JB, I'm going to tell you, I would like to say thank you and fuck you at the same time, because now I am now using the term or vernacular of standing on your square every single day for some reason. So congratulations. Thank you, JB.
My pleasure. Keep standing on your square.
That's hilarious. I like the fact that we can quote what people have to say. Where did Tomato go? Did he get offended?
I think so.
He's politically correct.
I think he just came into the room just to let you know that, Roger.
He was afraid Endwine was going to dice him up, put him in her salad, maybe.
You know he'll be back.
With his gang.
He's gonna come back as great. He's gonna come back as great grape.
How's that chillism doing today? Has anybody checked on those folks? Anybody? Rich, your friends in chillism?
Yeah, it was like 5 people this morning.
I heard that Nathan fella is impersonating me.
Yeah, he made a actual realistic AI iteration of your photo.
Yeah, I was in Chillisms today. He had the photo. I asked him why, but he never answered.
I can tell you why. He's got a crush on Monica, and when he learned that Monica prefers me to him, it upset him. That's what the beef is.
Has he seen a picture of Monica?
Oh, come on. Monica is misunderstood. I like Monica. She's adorable.
We got to get you a psyche valve, Roger. Like you've been the new return been kind of weird sometimes.
What's wrong with? Can you guys give me your 3 grievances with Monica? What would they be? Oh, nothing. Huh?
She's hard to. Well, I think of snails. I don't know. Something. She's like you said. She's adorable. She can get under your skin at the same time if you let her. If you take her seriously. I see she gets under people's.
Yeah, I guess the 3 things irritate me. I guess, and this could go for a lot of people. It's not just exclusive to her, but let's see. Her voice kind of grains me a bit. It's kind of graining to listen to over a couple hours in a conversation. Number 2, how slow she speaks. It takes forever for her to get to her point, even though she's saying the same thing 10 fucking times over, just in a different phrase. And then number 3, probably just the spaces she chooses to associate herself with and hang around. I'm not the biggest person on the guilty by association shit, because I don't think that people should take the consequences of others' actions. But if you purposely put yourself in certain spaces where certain behaviors occur consistently and you continually sign up to voluntarily be there, it almost feels like you're co-signing it in a sense. And knowing her political views, it definitely wouldn't surprise me if she did co-sign it. So that's 3 things that throw me off about Monica.
Maybe.
He's good, huh, Mojo? He's good, this guy.
No, I think he's grasping at straws here. I think that Monica is, she intimidates men on this app because she's so intelligent. And I think that her contributions are so thoughtful that they're just, they're like, oh, wow, what do I say? And so I think she stuns people, and that's what happens. And so there's a jealousy when it comes to Monica, I think. But more importantly, I also think that we don't talk enough about the abuse that people throw her way. And perhaps she's a counterpuncher, and anything that she's done that you think might be offensive, maybe you guys created that, Mom.
there's some truth to that. I haven't been around him much, so I wouldn't know. I just, yeah, this is a crazy place. This clubhouse.
I mean, if it speaks like a bitch, if it acts like a bitch, if it looks like a bitch, it probably is a bitch.
Speaks like a fag, walks like a fag.
Probably rich.
You're the pot calling the kettle black, Bear Bobby. If anybody sounds gay on this app, it's you and Adam.
Hey, and there will never be any Adams hate on this app. Not in my rooms. Look, you guys could say that you don't like Adams. You could argue with him on whatever. But if he's not on the stage to defend himself, we're not going to go there. Adams is a class act. Adams is a voice of reason in a world of chaos. We will not have Adams hate.
If you want Adams to come up faster, just start praising fat people.
No. He knows how to come up. He knows how to raise his hand. I'm quite sure that you guys know that I would always invite him. He's always welcome in these spaces. I don't know why people seriously. What can you possibly have a grievance with Adams about? Honestly.
I mean, depending on which communities you come from, you can have quite a couple grievances with Adams. I'm not gonna lie. Like, number one, if you're a black woman, you probably got a lot of grievances with Adam. Now, he's going to come up and
wait, hold up. Adams, to my recollection, the only thing he really goes hard in the paint on is the big backs. Now, if somebody's getting offended because he's pointing out some obvious facts, sometimes the truth hurts.
Oh, no, listen. Adams and I almost completely see eye to eye on the big backs points. Like, I don't disagree with him on most of what he says on those ones. But for the most part, I know that there are a couple situations where people do have smoke for Adams, specifically black women have smoke for Adams, because of certain comments he'll make in the middle of conversations. And now, let me make it clear, however Adams wants to conduct himself, that's up to him. I don't give a fuck. I'm not Adams. But to say that you can't imagine why somebody would have smoke with him or don't know who has smoke with Adams, there's quite a lot of people. We just don't like them.
Well, as a black woman, let me just make clear, I can understand why some black women might have beef with Adams, but Adams knows I adore him. I think he's one of the funniest people on this app. He keeps it so real, and I won't tolerate any Adams hate. I adore Adams.
Mojo, what about that young lady, the little cutie that came yesterday that was from,
Jinx?
the West Coast? It reminds me of when I used to live on the West Coast. I ran into a lot
Roger, I'm still at work. I'll address this in about 20 minutes.
That's fine. That's fine. Adams is in the building, so in 20 minutes we will hear from the great Adams. Go ahead, Tom.
Wait. Before he goes, which career are you doing right now, Adams?
No. Hey.
He's at work.
We're going to timeout. We're going to timeout. He already said 20 minutes he'll be here. Timeout.
Yeah. There's something about, I'm not going to say everywhere, but in LA, the sun, there's something about it that, takes away some of the white matter, I believe.
Are you talking about the woman that sounded?
Scientist.
Oh, yeah. The scientist that didn't want to pay taxes, that one.
Oh, Jinx.
Didn't want to do any charity for the person that she was, the people on the dying on the edge.
You want to hear something funny? I shouldn't say it because he's not here, but I'm going to say it because I know. I'd say it in front of him, so I feel comfortable saying it. No. I get a message in the back channel, like, several hours later from Dr. Jordan, and he goes, "Hey, is the scientist still on the stage?" It was the funniest shit. She was cute, though. She was cute. She was cute. She was dumb, but she was cute.
Allie was getting annoyed with her. And who's the brother Edward? He was getting annoyed. She was annoying a lot of people.
Edward. Yes, we're talking about Jinx, Dolly. She's cute. She's not. I don't think she's gonna win any fucking contest. Never mind. I'm not gonna say nothing negative about her.
Were you the one who was saying that you're probably driving a Tesla? Or somebody said, and she said, "Yeah, you're right." And was that or Edward?
Yeah, she does drive a Tesla. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Living above her means. I think that's what it was.
All things being equal, I'd hit it.
Yeah, well.
Oh man. Let's see who's in the audience here. Where's Victoria at? Oh, she's here. She's here. She's here. Victoria, come up here and tell us about the Situation Room. We'd love to hear more about the situation.
Well, we should have her.
Roger.
We should have her and Bima come up together and listen to all their bullshit.
Oh man, hold on. Bima she was on fire last night. We changed the title of the room. Come listen to a lecture about anarchy. She had us in the palm of her hand. She fought off all of the rebuttals that people had, all the questions. It was a master class in how to lecture a hostile room about a novel idea. So, Bima, we take our hat off to you. We salute you. You're amazing. And if you want to come back up here, you know what to do. You just got to raise your hand.
I just want to give you flowers, Roger, for actually calling it yesterday when you said that Bima was going to say 1,000,000 words and not saying it.
Roger, I want to just let you know something. Nye wants to give me an interview. Nye, would you give Mojo an interview as well?
Hopefully you can hear me, but yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, why don't you?
Hold on. She said, sure, why not? She's trying to interview a legendary movie star from the '80s, and then you're like, hey, what about that fucking dude from Clubhouse? And she's like, yeah.
Will you give him a full page now? Did you give him a full page?
Listen, Walter, aren't you legendary on the app? You're a legend.
He says he's black now. He says he's black.
Oh yeah, the black. Yes, that could be the pitch. The angle, the blackest man on Clubhouse, the blackest of all the blacks.
The Moors.
Yeah,
his ancestors.
Look, if you ever put a panel together that want to talk about the history of the Moors and what they did to my people, I'm happy to participate in that.
Do not pick Roger for that. If you need that information, do not pick Roger. It would be nothing but misinformation.
No, but heck of it, it's good because she can interview you too, and you could go back and forth. Mojo, I'm telling you, that would be the best. Everybody's gonna want to read that.
Talking about me debating Roger about the Moors is like me debating Roger about capitalism. Like it's not a good match. It's not a good match.
Yeah, but you need that contrast. You need the contrast to create that.
You guys keep just filling each other's holes in your story.
Well, here's what I think. I think that Hakeem is right about this. I think that he's got a much better chance of beating me in an argument about capitalism than he does about the history of the Moors. I think he's right.
Everybody know that's bullshit.
What's up, MG?
MG's fine ass. You know, I didn't realize that Ethiopians were sexy. Like, I legitimately grown up, like, you watch, like, the fucking infomercials with Sally Struthers, and you see these kids with the pot bellies and the flies, and they're just like, hey, for just 5 cents a day, for the cost of a cup of coffee. And so, like, I'm not, like, exactly thinking that, like, Ethiopians grow up to be smoke shows. But, like, and then there's MG. So, it is what it is. If you ever wanted to know what those kids grew up to look like, MG is.
That's crazy. Actually, Moser, quick question. What is the most damning piece of evidence against the Moorish claim?
What Moorish?
Hey, that was the wildest thing you ever said on Clubhouse, right?
What's that? What?
About with the MG comment.
About Ethiopians?
Yes.
Yeah. That was wild.
Wait, you've never seen those commercials?
No. We have. The fact that she grew up to those kids grew up to be her was the crazy part.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Hey man, everyone's got a chance. I'd like to think that somebody here in America sponsored that situation.
I'm sure MG family didn't come from that class of people in Ethiopia.
I don't know. Listen, all bullshit aside, she's smart. She's fucking cool. The fact that she's hot, that's just a bonus. It's a bonus for her husband. It's not a bonus for any of the rest of us.
That was Mojo. That was kind of racist what Hekima just said.
Well, we
that about a bitch.
Akima, you do come from the Moor clan that ran through Portugal, and you know what you did to my people.
We saved y'all. We brought you civilization. We brought you running water and street lights and taught you how to bathe yourself. Like what the fuck is
Oh wow! You raped Portuguese women.
We did not. They threw themselves at the feet of Moors and things happened. Like, come on.
Like, Hakima, what do you think is the biggest piece of historical revisionism that's mainstream today?
Say it again?
What do you think is a historical narrative that's mainstream today that you think is revisionist / not true?
Oh, 90% of American history. Make you think.
Who do you think the first Americans were?
No, stop. You're looking for trouble. You're looking for trouble.
And who I think or who I know is different.
Who do you know are the first Americans here?
It was brown skinned and melanated people that was here first. It was some lighter skinned clans here too, but
if we were to use modern, if we were to use modern racial categories, even though they didn't exist.
Does this have anything to do with the title of the room? People come in here because they saw the title. They say, should we raise taxes on the poor? And they think to themselves, it's got a point there. Them motherfuckers been freeloading for a long time. So people have come into the room to hear about how we're going to get these freeloading ass poor people to pay more taxes. That's why everybody's on the stage. Right, Moose?
The fourth pay tax.
Indubitably.
I thought we've been through this already. They already paid their fair share.
That's why I brought the young lady up from yesterday. That's because that was her argument. She was upset about it.
Yeah, she was a scientist that doesn't want to pay taxes, which is fine. I don't blame her.
I think Anson's trying to. I'm curious what Anson's take on the room title is.
Well, that's for damn sure not why I came in the room, to see how we could, quote, get those motherfuckers to pay more.
Well,
somebody got good sense. Somebody got good sense.
So Anson, let me ask you this. If the bottom 50% of income earners in the U.S. are paying only 2.3% of all federal income taxes, when are we going to hold them accountable?
The issue is, how do we spread the pain of taxes and legitimately share the wealth in America, right?
Anson, I hear what you're saying, and I think the popular narrative is eat the rich, and the rich needs to pay their fair share. But the more I break this stuff down, the more I recognize that, holy shit, some of the people that are the biggest burden on society are not paying much at all. Some are paying none. And I think that it's high time that we talk about taxation in a more honest way. And instead of making up lies that the rich don't pay their fair share, I think we should talk about why the poor are not paying their fair share.
Hey, Rod, you got to be honest, though, because talk about percentage-wise, $4 whatever, the rich are going to add up to more money, but percentage-wise, the poor pay equal percentage of their taxes. Like I don't know why people want to paint this narrative. Like anybody that's working is paying taxes. Period.
Well, hold on. But Akima, I'll give you two things that refute what you're saying. So up to a certain income, you're completely tax exempt at the federal level, and then it's a graduated scale as your income increases. And
That
so,
could be true, Roger.
no, it's simply. Hold on. It's simply a fact. I can go ahead and post the federal tax rates and the brackets. You can look at them yourself. But the bigger issue that I have is that when I look at all of the income tax that's collected, I look at the top 10% paying 76% of all of the income tax. When I look at the top 50%, they're paying 97.7% of all the income tax. And I think it's time that we acknowledge that it's unfair. The top 50% have been getting robbed for too long, and it's time for the bottom 50% to pull their weight.
Hey, Roger, everybody that got a job.
I love to travel.
They get federal income tax withheld from their check. I don't care if you're making $25,000 a year, $18,000 a year. Every check, the federal government takes money off your check. Every check.
They're not paying the same percentage.
What do you do, Hikima?
I live life. What I got to do with it? Ask Roger what he does.
What do you do for a living?
What do I know? I do a lot of things for a living.
Okay, so what do you do for money?
A lot of things for money.
Sucks dick.
Hey, Chris, you already know one of the jobs that I told you that I have. So I mean, you can share the information.
No, I don't. I'm asking sincerely. I don't know what you do for a living.
Well, I don't think it's relevant. I don't think it's relevant to the point if we're talking about the American population.
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah, I pay taxes.
So what do you do for a living then?
Well, I don't think he needs to answer that, but let's just make something up. Let's just say that what he does is he works at Jiffy Lube. Let's just say that.
I work at McDonald's.
Well, I like Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube, if you don't mind.
I make $16 an hour at McDonald's.
We're going Jiffy Lube. So go ahead, Kristen. Assuming that he works at Jiffy Lube and he changes people's oil for a living. Go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering, so you work at Jiffy Lube, do you think you need to be taxed?
Say that again? I ain't know that part.
However you make your money, do you think you need to be taxed?
Everybody, if you want to be a part of society, you should pay taxes.
I mean, you do realize.
How much does Jiffy Lube pay? Anybody?
Like $18 an hour.
Yeah.
$18 an hour.
No, I know an assistant manager at a Washington State Jiffy Lube making $24 an hour.
Wow, ballin'.
Right.
Did you say $20? You say $24 an hour? Okay, cool. Let's say that Akima is in Washington State and he works at Jiffy Lube as an assistant manager, making $24 an hour. Let's go to the little tax calculator. Give me a second. Let's see. Hold on. I will tell you.
Jiffy Lube employees wear hats, Mojo?
No, it's not hot dog on a stick, dude.
I don't remember what the dress was.
Let's see. They look like mechanics, dude.
Yeah, but I don't know. I like to see that come on wearing a hat. I think people sit in a hat.
Zero works 24/7 to kill 99.9% of those trapped.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. I was gonna say that.
Can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
Okay. Let's be fair. Define income as income from wages paid for your work. Whether you're flipping hamburgers or you're the CEO, you get a check, a salary for the work that you perform, right? I guess that everybody can agree on that. Then
Yes.
let's flat tax such wages.
At what rate?
I don't know. We can debate that, but let's flat tax it so that everybody, quote, pays their fair share. No deductions, no gimmicks, no loopholes. If you get a check on an annual salary of $100,000, you pay X percent, and if you make $10,000 in wages, you pay X percent. If you don't get any wages, you don't get any tax on earned income. Okay? Then we look at, so that everybody pays an equal amount of the money, no gimmicks, no whatever, for the money that they earn as a result of working. Then we look at other income. The CEO that gets stock options, bonuses, all that other stuff. And we tax the living shit out of that to generate enough revenue to sustain a, quote, small federal government, limited government, governed by the people, which was the intent of the formation. All right, I'll stop. I can't, if you don't let me talk, then I can't explain.
I want to hear you explain. I just want to ask a question here. So when you say the stock, if you're issued RSUs and you receive the stock, you're not going to pay the taxes on it until you sell the stock. And so I just want to clarify what you mean by treating it all like income. So if a CEO got, let's say, $4 million allocated to them in RSUs, you would not want to tax them until they sold them.
I agree. I said tax income, but there's different income. There's income earned by the sweat of your brow. Whether you're a CEO, you're a hamburger flipper, or you're an insurance agent, or whatever, tax that income, no loopholes, no gimmicks, and we can argue, and I have no idea exactly what it would be, 5%, 10%, I don't know what it would be, but it would be some amount. Then we look at the revenue generated as a result of that and compare it to the legitimate spending that we need to be able to sustain a vibrant country and take care of those that are truly in need. Then look at the other income, other than your wages. And if you get a stock option, but you don't make any money that year from the stock option, then obviously you don't tax it. But when you cash in those stocks, you pay something a hell of a lot more than the minimum taxation rate that everybody participates in. That results in the wealthy getting taxed at a much greater rate for their significant income, but it also means that the downtrodden are contributing, quote, their fair share. Then we can argue about the safety net as to what is reimbursed to those that are the downtrodden. But that's a different argument. That's an argument not of taxation and fairness of taxation. It's an argument of who deserves to take that slam dunk major payments by the rich to be redistributed. That's a different argument than trying to distribute benefits through quote income tax, which has gotten out of control. Does that make any sense?
I love the grandfather. It does. I love that your grandfather clock is going off a minute early. It's amazing. But no, I actually think that that was thoughtful and that was a good share. I'd love to hear people's thoughts on that. As you guys think about that, hopefully that sunk in. You guys understood what he was getting at. I wouldn't necessarily co-sign, but I do think that he put a lot of thought into that. I want to just share this to Hakima and to Kristen.
Actually, I didn't put any thought into it. I just pulled it out of my ass when I saw the topic of the room, and I don't think we should crucify the poor.
Well, I disagree. But let's go back to Hakima working as an assistant manager at Jiffy Lube, making $24 an hour. Assuming he's working 40 hours a week, the gross annual income is $49,920 a year. The standard deduction would be $15,000, which would make his taxable income $34,920 a year annually, which would mean that his federal tax liability would be $3,952 annually, and so he would be paying 7.9% of gross income in federal income tax. And so now knowing that, Hakima, do you think that that's too little or too much? No? Okay.
I just want to say thank you for doing net effective tax rate, the only fucking number that matters.
I'd like to say the silence is deafening.
Can we get to the fact? Or okay, go ahead.
Hey, Roger, I cut out. You said the tax rate is 7.9%. I didn't get nothing else.
So yeah, no, we were talking about your job as an assistant manager, making $24 an hour at Jiffy Lube, 40 hours a week. You would make $49,920. You have a standard deduction of $15,000. Your taxable income is $34,920, which means your taxes would be $3,952. So your effective tax rate is 7.9% of gross income.
Yeah, but hold on, you slipped something in there. It was like
this is from 5 days ago.
So the only thing I slipped in there was facts. Go ahead.
Oh, right. No, the standard deduction, but that don't
the job that we asked him to do.
Year, but that other money, that
he
money
put
was
himself
paid,
in harm's
so
way. He made the ultimate sacrifice.
But they paid that money in tax. So you're looking at the end of it. You're not looking at the money they are paying every week or every 2 weeks out there check. They are paying taxes. Like I say, they may get a refund back or deductions or whatever, but they are paying the tax. The government is using that money.
Hakima, you're aware though, in the end, when it squares up, that somebody making $24 an hour is only paying. They're paying less than $4,000 a year.
In one of those seasons where we're going to be doing multiple shows.
But there's nuance there. There's millions of people that fall in that category, and all those people, the government is holding that money for an entire year. They are doing things with that money, gaining interest with that money, spending that money on different things. They may get a refund later.
But hold on.
They are paying.
Hold on. You could file. You could claim on your W-4. You could claim a different withholding that would allow them to take less of that. At the end of the year, what your tax liability is going to be and what is owed is $3,900 some odd dollars, and so it's a little less than $4,000. And so the bottom line is, some people may overpay that and then get a refund. Some people may underpay it and then owe money. And so at the end of the day, what is actually owed? And it's less. The bottom line is it's 7.9% is what they owe. And so those are the facts. And so the idea that you think that the poor pay a higher percentage of tax, I can show you what the upper end of the tax bracket looks like and what people are paying on their taxes.
I didn't say they pay a higher percentage of tax. I said they pay their fair share. I didn't say they pay a higher percentage.
So you think 7 point?
The poor pay taxes, and they definitely should not be raised. No tax been raised on the poor. That's ridiculous.
So hold on. So you think that somebody paying 7.9% tax rate is equitable when compared to somebody paying 38%?
They just like that person had deductions and shit like that to get down to that 7.9%. them people paying that amount got loopholes and different deductions that they take to get their tax number down as well.
I don't know. Look.
I
think the problem that we're running into here is that I'm good at math.
Can we just say that, across the street from every IRS office, every major IRS office is a Federal Reserve office? And can we get to the point to where it's a duplication? Why are we doing this annual burden of tax filing and deductions and accounting and all this added expense so the IRS and Congress can print up $2 trillion plus more every year? It's a huge game of it's a giant spin, and we don't need all this duplication. Why tax us if they're just going to inflate it and they're just going to borrow it? There has to be a reckoning, and every year there's an event at IRS offices called Taxpayer Assistance Day. And in Chicago and every major city, thousands of African Americans. This is probably the most racist thing I've ever seen in my life, because you realize that there's hundreds of thousands of African Americans that are out of compliance with the IRS. They either don't file, haven't filed, or they're having issues with the IRS. And so every year they have to line up to go into the office to do Taxpayer Assistance Day to find out, how do I get into compliance? The system requires you to file. The whole system's fucked up. And since 1913, with the invention of the Federal Reserve, ATF, and the IRS, we have burdened ourselves with a bullshit program to keep us in line in what they call compliance. Well, the American people are in compliance. It is the government that is out of compliance. It is your IRS and your Federal Reserve and your local Congress and Senator that are no longer in compliance with the values of America. That's my opinion.
And FAFSA, it was supposed to be a goddamn checkbox, and we didn't get that. Thanks, Obama.
Gary, you came to the stage. Do you believe that we should raise the taxes on the poor? All right. Well said.
Who else in the room besides you believe that?
Who else believes that we should raise taxes on the poor? I don't know. Let's ask. Anybody agree with me that we should raise taxes on the poor?
I think that's the dumbest shit alive for raise taxes on the poor for what? What are you
Galaxy.
What are you gonna get? I'm not speaking to you. I was answering Mojo. I was not speaking to you. Like I was saying, that's a dumbass motherfucking thing. Like, what are you gonna gain from taxing the poor?
Fairness.
I guess many people don't agree with you, Roger.
I would like to say taxation is theft, but if we're going to tax, it should be equal across the board, flat rate.
Well, here's the facts, right?
You see, flat rate sounds better.
Hold on, Chi, hold on. Here's the problem I have, is that right now the rich pay an overwhelming amount of it, a disproportionate amount of the overall income tax. The top 50% pay 97.7% of all the income tax at the federal level, and the bottom 50% pay 2.3%. I personally believe we need to level that out. I don't think that we should continue this asinine call to tax the rich. I think what we should do is we should fundamentally look at who's paying the tax now, who's not paying the tax now, and we should fix that system, and we should make sure that we eat the poor.
Hey, Roger, I got a challenge for you. Earlier you made a statement that you know math, right? I do the math. Like, what would it take to tax the poor to make that number equivalent or even close to it? You already know there is no answer. Even 100% don't do it. So, like, what amount would make you happy to make that number go from 2% to 4%? Would you be satisfied then if you quadruple the poor's tax rate and now they paying 4% opposed to 2%? I'm curious.
That would not be what I would favor doing. What I would be in favor of is completely eliminating the income tax altogether. I would abolish the 16th Amendment. I would abolish the IRS. I would end the income tax for everyone. I would end Social Security tax for everyone, Medicare tax for everyone, and I would replace it with a 23% federal sales tax. That's what I would do. And I will go ahead and post a link when I get a second for you to take a look at this proposal. It's been floating around Congress now for about 20 years. It's called Fair Tax. You can look it up at fairtax.org. Thank you.
Is that from Ron Paul or Rand Paul or both?
Oh, Ron Paul was an advocate of it, but I don't think he was the sponsor of it. I'll post it. Actually, give me a minute and I'll post it up here. It's just www.fairtax.org.
See, Hakima doesn't want fair tax. He wants tax the rich only.
You know, Hakima, you might be interested to know that the average slave in 1860 got to keep 60% of his productive output. That's what the average plantation owner reinvested into his slave population. In America today, you're lucky if you get to keep 40% of your income.
Hey, man, so basically saying that the American people are being treated worse than slaves.
Yeah, it's.
I will say this: the American Revolution was fought over a far less abuse. The deal that we had with the British that we complained was a bad one. Was far more fair than the current system we have.
So Moors were slaves?
No one pushed back on the sure they've got to keep 60% of their output. Nobody pushed back on that. Everyone stays
That's from a book called The Federal Mafia. Now, I agree that I think that it's a very controversial statement, but I really try to bring it up just to point out that we're working 3 out of 5 days to pay taxes. It's income tax, sales tax, property taxes, and it's out of control, and it's because the borrowing and the spending is out of control. And you know, we have to have redress. This is a perfect platform to start the complaint process.
Are you going to use that as an example in a future conversation?
Sure, I got no problem bringing up the Federal Mafia book by Irwin Schiff, Peter Schiff's father. Do you enjoy paying taxes, Jimmy?
I just want to understand that example. Why would you say that property can keep property? The argument, how property was able to keep property, 60% of their output.
What I'm saying is slave masters, based on their productivity, reinvested 60% of what they produced back into maintaining their slave population.
So masters reinvested. So okay, if I have an asset, my house, let's say it's a rental property, and I reinvest some of my revenue.
Slaves had houses, and slaves needed food, and slaves needed clothing.
Well, that's just the cost of input. That's the cost of your input. It's literally an operating expense. It's not a slave keeping percentage of their output, their property.
Can I,
Jesus Christ.
Roger, you said you were good at math. Well, I had a career as a nuclear engineer, so I would suggest that I use it.
Roger's not here.
Well, Mojo or whoever.
Mojo's not here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well then I'll.
Did he get clipped again? What happened?
No, he was on a phone call.
Yeah, he was going to research something. He'll be back. But my point is,
honestly, I'm sick of
Galaxy Hush.
Listen, I don't know why this guy keeps fixing his lip to speak to me. I don't want to hear from him. Thank you.
Answer, he's back. Roger's back in. Oh, he's gone again.
Well, Akima doesn't want to hear from me, so I'll shut up.
Oh, Mojo's back.
I was letting you know he's back. I want to hear what you got to say.
I'm back. I had audio issues. I apologize.
All right, can I get maybe a minute? I believe.
How about a couple of seconds?
How about Chi-Chi's going to the audience, and go ahead, Anson. You will not be interrupted.
As I said,
thank you.
I believe everybody that earns a wage should contribute to the welfare of America. equally. You get a higher wage, you pay a higher tax, not a higher percentage of your wage. Everybody equally contributes to the welfare of America through their wages. Then we go to a different debate and add up that income, that revenue for America. Everybody paying their fair share, and then figure out how we need to raise more revenue to redistribute wealth in America to take care of the downtrodden and not let the rich run rampant with all their money. That is a different argument than what I would call as wage income taxes. Is everybody, and you can bandy around all the percentages you want, and I don't know what that percentage is. I'll throw it out as 5% maybe. And then we have a different argument on a whole different level of taxation, maybe a whole different IRS. The IRS just focuses on who pays how much percentage of the wage of the paychecks they get. And then we can have another agency that regulates how everybody else makes money and how much we should tax that money. Does that make any sense?
I think it's unfortunate that you spent a significant, portion of your naval career fighting against commies, only for the commies to win ideologically here, where you believe that everyone should be treated equally. Because I would vehemently push back against that idea. I think that there are certain citizens that are more productive than others, and we should incentivize them to stay citizens in America, especially those that take more risks than everyone else, have larger responsibilities than everyone else. And so if you are a producer, you're productive, you've created jobs, I think you should be treated differently tax-wise.
Okay, there we go on Social Security. I'm a
Hello. So let me just say this, and also in defense of my personal ideologies on how we can utilize my campaign of what you guys call fat shaming and reducing those said liabilities and social spending. Are you guys aware that we spend between $1 to $3 trillion a year on fatness? Are you guys aware of that? $1 to $3 trillion a year on fatness. Okay? So if we want to have a conversation about who should be taxed what, fat people, regardless of what your tax bracket is, should be taxed the most. They are literally the dead weight that America is having to carry around. So when I make jokes, I'm talking about how we should take off people, drop in the middle of the Atlantic, the first ones to swim back actually gets to keep their citizenship. I'm saying that 10 toes down. Okay, fat people are the problem. Okay, fat people are gluttonous. They are a burden on society, and quite frankly, they're unpleasant to look at. Okay, I don't know how much more of this I can say without I'm not an asshole. Like I'm trying to understand this. Like it's shameful to fat shame people, but it's not shameful to be fat.
I don't know, Adams. If the zombie apocalypse hits and we run out of cows and chickens, we might have to eat them, the fatties. So maybe
the zombie apocalypse is going to hit. They may just get lucky and get one big bag from Wisconsin. They can eat one zombie for a whole entire year. Somebody said that they could eat a whole entire tilapia bag for a whole entire month. Guess what? If you are one of these fat people, average fat person in America, I guarantee you 10 zombies would be able to eat at least for a year.
I'm done with you. Not one zombie, not one big bag would feed the zombies for a year. I'm done. I'm dead at that point.
And let me tell you why. Because the zombies care more about their meat quality than they do about having smartphones. I'm sitting here listening to people talking about the cost of food and, things are so expensive. The last time I checked, you can't access Clubhouse from a cricket phone. So you have to at least be spending hundreds of dollars a month on your cell phone service. Not to mention some of y'all with 2, 3, 5, 50 different kids, each of them got a damn cell phone. So is food quality really the problem? People's priorities in and then being fucked up in the wrong place really the problem?
We're taxed too much. Fat,
Bubby, that's what you sound like, Bubby.
fat people can't even, people that are on SNAP, they can't even go to the grocery store and buy the good stuff. They got to buy the processed food and the packaging to get the SNAP food. Not every food, if you're a fat person on SNAP, you can't always get the healthy food. But we're being taxed to death in this country.
Who says the food's the issue?
Wait, and they can get it. They just choose not
Exercise
to.
and food.
We're all eating off the same food supply.
Well, do you want the federal government? Do you want the federal government to continue to spend $2 trillion on Medicare, Medicaid, but not give anybody a gym membership? I don't know. When was the last time you went to a federal workout facility to work a fat ass? I've never seen the government pay for fat people to lose weight. They do not give a fuck.
Why does the government give you a gym membership when you can walk your fat ass around the block for free?
I don't want to use taxes to subsidize healthcare to take care of people with cancer either.
I'm just saying, if the government were to pay for federal fucking workout facilities versus giving Pfizer $300 billion to produce COVID-19 vaccines for a Wuhan virus, they sure as hell can do that. Our government gives our money away to poison us at every turn. We are our own worst enemy, and we continue to vote for thieves, frauds, and charlatans in Congress and in Senate. They give our tax dollars away and borrow on our behalf, and we're not asking them to borrow $2 trillion a year to flush it down the fucking toilet.
Well, even if the government did offer free gym memberships, I dare say a lot of people wouldn't capitalize on it. They wouldn't go, because like Adam said, you could walk around the block for free. You can do a workout in your house. There's so many objects. There's so many objects in and around your house that you can use to help you lose weight, and yet folks do not take advantage. So I don't think
it's like going to a library. When you go to the library, you read a book. When you take your fat ass to the gym, you get on a treadmill, you get on a Stairmaster, or you use weights, or you use the yoga studio, or you use the pool. It's a designated place for fat people to defat their fat asses.
And guess what all of those places have turned into? Okay, about government subsidies. They've turned into daycare country clubs for the homeless. So good luck sending your kid to school, okay, and having them walk home and be able to, start their homework instead of sitting at home by themselves, starting their homework at the library. Kids in major cities can't do that anymore. Why? Because there are day programs for the homeless. So at what point are we going to put accountability where accountability belongs? If you're fat, that's your problem and that's your misery. That shouldn't be anybody else's. If you're homeless, well, hey, maybe instead of spending time at the library all day and trying to figure out how you can gain access to the internet to go and pick your crack, why don't you go and apply for a job? Why does this always have to be the taxpayer's problem? And by the way, where the taxpayers are paying for all of these things, these homeless people to hand out tents for them to rot down on the sidewalk. Have you ever thought of the average experience of a person in a wheelchair in major cities in America? You can't even go from one part of Los Angeles to the other. Okay, the sidewalk would be made to go into oncoming traffic because the sidewalk's so fucked up. So I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go back to the conversation about our priorities, because it's the same lack of priorities that encourage people to complain, out of breath on a cell phone and not go to the gym. Is the same type of, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, but we shouldn't also be paying for people that have heart conditions or cancer, all that kind of stuff. We should just let those people die too.
No, some people need help. Clearly, y'all have a heart. Not everybody's well off. Not everybody has a high-paying job.
I was being sarcastic.
I would hope so, Rich. Some people need government help. The elderly, handicapped people.
Well, why do they need the government's help?
Well, who else is going to help them, right? If they don't have the community support, family, it has to. The support and the help has to come from someplace. And
Roger, I'll tell you why. Hold on. Imagine a world in which the federal government, the state government, the local government didn't have the boot on the throats of all of their citizens. Just imagine what they might be able to do with their money.
Right, but I'm saying for those who I'm speaking about like the elderly and handicapped, disabled people specifically. They're a little bit more vulnerable than us able-bodied folks who can get up and go to work and earn a living, right?
Yes. So let me ask you both a question. Why is it that the generation in the middle? Because again, the older generation was well prepared for their retirement. They were well prepared for their spending. It's the generation in the middle, okay, that sit up on social media, that go and get liberal arts degrees into the tune of $70,000, $80,000 a year, and that bled that generation dry. Take, and giving nothing back. That's why we're in this situation.
No, I agree. Yeah. The liberal arts and the gender studies people, 100%.
Yeah, not to mention they couldn't keep their hands off the drugs, right? How many of this generation, their siblings, their cousins, and all that, their parents had to spend thousands of dollars in resources to send them to rehab? Let's talk about how many of them had to put up their grandmother's house to bail them out of jail. Let's talk about the generation that, the grandparents are having to raise the kids because the kids still want to live their best life. They still want to party and they still want to bullshit. Screw your parents' retirement. Screw their abilities for them to be able to provide for themselves. So screw that. It's the entitlement. Instead of saving, living in an apartment, and maybe buying something modest, mommy and daddy, I want to live in a modern TikTok house. You used to spank me when I was younger, and you didn't raise me like Jimmy Jones's parents did on the street. Guilt, manipulation. This is how that generation bled our grandparents' generation and our parents' generation dry. And it's still happening. And instead of doing something about it, getting a second job, and I do appreciate Rich for actually being a man and holding down multiple jobs as opposed to complaining on social media. But unlike his counterparts, they do just that. Complain about it on fucking social media. That is exactly why we're in the situation that we're in.
Adams, just real quick, talking about the drugs issue, did we forget the crack babies and the era that generation came from?
Right, that was also the generation of tough love, and you did not see grandmother putting her house up on the market and because she was guilted. She was guilted because her child was a latchkey kid and yelled at for not doing what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, she was crying because today they cried because their grandkids got a gender studies degree. In the 80s, they cried because their grandkids were cracked out dying on the street. Gotcha.
But you know what? Adams. You know the thing about those crack babies though? They got their asses beat. They could get switches used on their asses. They got their asses beat by the overdoses, that's for sure.
Adams, I got a question. Would you agree that we should not be subsidizing healthcare, Adams?
Anybody else?
Should we not be subsidizing healthcare, Adams?
You don't argue in good faith.
Adams, you sit up here and bitch about how your mom died because she couldn't get the healthcare coverage.
Goodbye, Rich.
You're gonna kick me, Adams? Really?
Goodbye. Yes, because you're making it a personal attack, and this is.
No, I'm asking, but.
Thank you. So it is what it is.
I mean, doesn't it?
That's what I mean about the personal attacks and the
Rich.
I can understand.
You went after his mom.
Roger, I can understand why you moved him down earlier this morning for that bullshit. This is not a good faith actor that wants to have mature conversation. This man wants to lose all of his arguments and then start attacking people to find these ad hominem ways of trying to win his failed argument. So you can do it in the goop. Roger, if you want to bring him back up, it's your room, but I'm not going to listen to him going back and forth outside of the topic and just using it as an opportunity to attack people.
I gooed him last night when he was talking about killing pit bulls.
That's amazing that you went after his mother. I really want you to think about that, Rich. That you had to lash out like that to somebody's personal stuff.
Don't you think it's weird that we have to borrow $2 trillion a year to fund Medicare, Medicaid? Like, why, we're not asking our government or our representatives to borrow all this money. I mean, why can't we just spend what we take in revenue and begin to cut and begin to pay down the debt? Why aren't Congress people and senators even discussing? It's like 2 out of everybody, 2 out of 600 people. I mean, what the fuck? America, hello.
much are they borrowing in Chicago to pay their pensions? Isn't it 80 cents on the dollar?
Yeah, it's 80 cents on the dollar. They have to borrow that to pay out the pensions. They're broke. Every major city is broke. The federal government is broke. We have spent ourselves off a cliff since 9/11. 25 years of war, 25 years of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and now we're paying $1 trillion a year, or about $100 billion a month in interest payments on all the borrowed money. The system can't handle this. It's broke beyond belief. We have to, like Mojo said, either fix it or break it. But this ship has to be decommissioned and brought back to port, and we need a relaxation period. We need austerity. We need no more new wars, and we don't need to create fake pandemics to poison our population and scam us out of trillions of dollars.
Well, those wars, let's be real, those are all these politicians getting into these forever wars. You want to end a war, you go back to, there was somebody who was debating with Bill O'Reilly one time about where we were going. It was Afghanistan, I think it was. And Bill O'Reilly told that we couldn't win that war, and Bill goes, we can win any war we want. And that's the guy, he was clearly Asian, happened to be Japan, or Japanese. And he said that his uncle, he asked his uncle, when are they going to stop? He meant killing him, because him and his uncle were the only two survivors in their family. And the guy said his uncle told him, when they kill us all. And that's why they surrendered. He goes, America no longer has the gall to do that. And it's true. Nobody fears the big footprint, putting a big freaking boot in their ass. Nobody does, right? And so what's happened is we get in these forever wars. These politicians love it. They invest in, all of the national defense companies. They make tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. And we just keep spending and spending and spending. The other thing is we don't look at systems that might actually fix things, okay? Unemployment, somebody goes and gets a job. Okay, they got medical assistance for, or medical, for their kids, their family, everybody. They got their rental assistance, they got all this, but all of a sudden they get a job. And as soon as they start making some money, they cut everything off, meaning that they can no longer afford to work. I know, I did the homework with one of my employees. And I was like, no, dude, I wouldn't do it if I were you. You're working 70-some hours a week. I didn't figure it out with overtime, but straight up at 72 hours a week, he was bringing home like $2.50 an hour. And it was hard work. And I was just like, nah, dude, I'll take you 2 weeks. He didn't want to quit. We don't give them a ladder. We cut the legs off the ladder to bring them back down. We would be better to wean them off of the system, let them keep that, have them have a commitment to going in and understanding finances, saving money, building an emergency fund, and slowly working them off of the system. But no, we force them to have to quit so they stay fully on the system. Which one's going to cost us more in the long run? We don't want to change the system. The system works great for those people that it works great for. And I'm telling you, these forever wars, you're going to only end them when you start putting a giant boot in somebody's ass. I saw this raising taxes on the poor. Everybody says, oh, pay their fair share and pay. The only people not paying their fair share are the people at the very bottom, unfortunately. Encourage them to get up and get going. Give them a reason. I don't know. We've got to do something different. Why not use people in prisons to take care of the parks, to take care of the streets? Well, that takes jobs away. Well, it's not the government's job to create jobs. Okay? But yet, we want to make sure they have government jobs. How much, and maybe one of you guys knows how many jobs in the last 20 years, how much has the federal government grown? Exponentially, and we just keep doing it.
Hey, Corey, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you say the only people that's not paying their fair share are the people at the very bottom, are you talking about those people that's not working, or are you talking about like the working poor?
Not working, the working poor, and I kind of.
Which one you talking about, the working poor, or the ones not?
If they're not paying taxes, they're not paying their fair share.
Okay, but the working poor pay taxes. I'm saying, so you talking about the people that's not working?
Are they paying their fair share? That's what I'm asking. How much is the burden to the system that they've got 4 kids and they're paying it?
The people that's not working, not paying no taxes. Period. I get that. I'm saying, but are you saying the people they're like the working poor? Do you think that? Are you saying? Would you say they're not paying taxes, or they're not paying their fair share? Or, how do you feel? How do you feel like that with people? That you said they're not paying their fair share?
that depends on how much they're making, whether they're paying taxes or not, doesn't it? So I mean, now I'm not telling you. Hold on. Let me finish. I let you go. Just let me finish. And then
I'm gonna tell you what I told Rod. Like even no matter what you making $12,000 a year. Every check you get there, they're taking federal taxes. You might get a return at the following year, but you are getting taxes taken out federally from your check.
Are those people getting a rebate?
Do tax credits or child tax credits and other things. Same way like the rich got loopholes and tax credits, whatever they can do with donations or whatever to bring down their tax rate. And the poor also have that too, though. But let me last thing. But they are still, regardless of anything, they are still getting money taken out their check every week. And at the end of the year, they may get something back, but that don't change the fact that the government is taking their money and the government is using that money.
Okay, so it depends what you have, Mark.
When you guys are referring to taxes, like what can you guys be a little bit more specific?
Talk about federal. We mainly talk about federal income tax.
Okay, so you're talking about income taxes. We're just talking about income taxes. Is that correct, Hakima? Because if you look at
you could expand it to other things, but that's been the topic.
Okay, so you understand the point that I was trying to make with that, Roger, because even if you do look at lower earning people, they're still handing back their contribution to the tax base in another way by continuing to be consumers in a way that's very different from a person's individual consumer tax liability, especially when you ascend into higher tax brackets. Shout out to a lot of people that, buy things and pay taxes, sales taxes under their corporations and do on the back end get income tax benefits behind that versus somebody who's having to, go to Walmart and, pay taxes for their kids' clothes for back to school shopping. It's just a little bit different in the way that people structure their finances. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Roger?
I mean, there's definitely other ways that the poor are taxed. Sales tax is one that people would argue is regressive, but I think the point of the room, though, is just to highlight the fact and the absurdity of believing that rich people don't pay enough tax. Like, that narrative has always been bogus. That narrative, it's not rooted in fact. Are there loopholes in the tax code? That are there provisions in the tax code that allow people to claim more deductions? Sure. If you hire a tax professional and you have a lot of income in various income streams, can you get deductions? Of course you can. But the truth of the matter is even when those deductions are taken into consideration, rich people are paying disproportionately higher amounts of tax than poor people, and we need to start talking about that honestly, because people just lie about it, and then nobody challenges it, because it's like, you don't want to say, how come these fucking deadbeats aren't paying their shit? And everybody's afraid to say anything about why people are poor and how the poor are a burden on society, but they have no problem making up lies about the rich.
So, would you be willing to offer the submission that less educated people, pay more in taxes than, more highly educated people? Because, you do have lower earning people that are educated in the sense that they've managed to connect themselves with resources to be able to exploit certain type of loopholes that are still available to poor people, that are also available to wealthy people to lower their tax burden. Would you be willing to hear that argument, Richard?
Sure. Make the argument.
Well,
even if you look at higher earning people without education, they put themselves in different positions of tax liability because they don't make themselves, they don't put themselves in front of people that are able to help them make good financial decisions. You have people like Toni Braxton, for example. She makes millions and millions and millions of dollars, but, would you feel that she may have paid more in taxes because of the way that she handled her tax tax situation and she didn't necessarily get in front of it the way that she should have. I mean, it's not to say that somebody, I mean, there's many different ways to look at it. I mean, just because somebody's wealthy doesn't mean that they don't run into tax issues and could otherwise have access to less of their income than an otherwise poor person.
Okay, but you mentioned an educated person, so there's a lot of educated people that have zero idea about the tax, how to circumvent taxes, right? Then we have people who never went to college that are freaking geniuses at it. So I mean, the education is a matter of what you're educated in. People that get into real estate start to really understand it because they start to communicate with people. They get told, hey, go see this tax accountant, you know, and all of a sudden they start to learn that. So when we say educated, I mean, it's different than somebody might think because it has nothing to do with college education, right?
And that's specifically referring to just formal education.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to say, because there's people down here that never went to college that they do very, very well with tax systems, you know. But you know, the thing is down in you know, like over in LA, you're going to know this. Here in Miami, here in Florida, here in California, anywhere along the coast, you start to see this. New York, there's people who have multiple homes. 10, 15, $20 million homes. It's their second or third home. There's people here that have $10 million condos and they have 6 condos in 3 different buildings here. Not even exaggerating. Well, when we're talking $10 million, you're talking almost $200,000 in taxes a year. Some of them, one of them I know, 2 of his units never even been lived in. He renovated them, spent $200,000 on one, never lived in it. Still had the plastic on everything 2 years later. He's paying. That one was about a $6 million deal, so he's paying $120,000 in taxes, right? He doesn't have any kids in the system. He rarely is here. And so when we look at what he's paying in taxes, he might be not paying as much on income taxes, but everything else that he owns, he's paying some massive numbers. And that's why I kind of laugh when people say the rich aren't paying their fair share. They're paying more in 1 year, despite not paying as much in income tax, than most people are going to pay in a lifetime. You know, with the subject of the room, you know, we always hear paying their fair share. That's the big dog on the wealthy. But those guys will pay more in 1 year, even with all their tax breaks, than most of us will earn in a lifetime. You know, so it's a skewed thing. But I understand. I'm not one to say that we should start raising the taxes on the poor or whatever. Just saying, hey, everybody's screwed up. You got to. I'm compassionate, but we also have to have a system that helps people to climb the ladder. We encourage them to climb the ladder instead of saying when I get to the next level, oh hey wait, I know this happens to people. I went to 47 hours and I made less on my paycheck because I jumped into the next tax bracket. That sucks for those people. You know, those are the things that we need to look at. How can we change them? But I was just kind of more throwing it out there when we hear on the don't pay their fair share thing is what I'm attacking is the wealthy pay an astronomical amount of taxes. It's just not in the way people see the taxes.
So do you feel like maybe your friend, and you know, not to go too much into your friend's personal business, but do you feel like that could be a result of them parking money somewhere where they otherwise putting it into an avenue of investments and they were otherwise taxed for what they made on that investment? It's easier for them to park their money somewhere, pay the neighborhood association fees, you know, pay the property taxes, but then your equity continues to grow in a way that's different from your portfolio growing and you continuing to get taxed every time it does grow?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, the real estate industry here is amazing. He bought parking spots for, I think it was $60,000 a piece, and I think they're about $250,000 a piece now. That's growth, right? It's not getting taxed.
See my point?
Yeah. No, I mean,
so even with him paying property taxes on those units that are empty, and with him being in a condo association, paying those association fees, he may be saving money than if he were to be paying taxes, investing his money in the stock market. And then on top of that, his, you know, if you look at the money that he's making in his equity, what the home is worth, you know, against what he paid for it, I mean, it might financially make sense for him to be doing that.
Right, but we have to understand there's always risk involved with everything. They're saying that there is with real estate. Let's be real. There was a huge market shift immediately in the condos right next to the ones that collapsed over here. Those people lost their ass. You know, yeah. Nobody wanted to be in that condo. It sucks. It wasn't nothing to do with the building next to it. It was how they maintained that one building. You know, I mean, right now we're seeing prices in condos dropping again. There's risk in that.
you know.
I think that even in that situation, if they were to have a devastated property and they were to get an insurance paid out, as long as they invested that right back into real estate, I don't think that they have a tax liability for that to a certain degree, right?
Right, yeah. You know, I mean, it really, well, here's the problem that you have down here. Some people bought a long time ago. Their insurance is based on the value that was. We have a problem here where people, and you guys, I think you had it happen in California as well with the wildfires. The insurance policies were based on old values. The land alone is worth 10 times what the home was being insured for. They can't fix the home the way it's supposed to be because of where it was insured. Same thing that's happened with a lot of people here in that situation. They bought those things in the 70s, and you know, they went down insurance. Now they're going to get some money out of lawsuits and stuff like that, you know, neglect and stuff that happened. But you're going to get $78,000 or $85,000. It doesn't replace a $400,000 condo, and you got to go buy. You know, there were some people that were dealing with that in the short term. So, but you know what I mean. You guys were dead on when you look at taxes. What we're paying consumers, what most people don't realize is, look into your state and just see what you're paying per gallon of gas on taxes. They make more per gallon, the state does, the government does, per gallon of gas than the oil companies do. They're killing it, you know, and that's why California's like, well, we might have to start taxing you guys for driving electric cars per mile, you know. They make so much money on gas, on taxes, and look at what that is to the average, you know. Of course, the rich pay that too, but it's a larger portion of an income of someone that's a lower earner, you know. So that's a significant burden on the tax. If people really understood how much tax they pay, it would scare them. Now, Roger or Adam, if you guys, either of you looked at the fair tax and read that?
What did you say about the fair tax?
Have you read that, the fair tax? Have you read through it's like literally 30?
I've been promoting that for damn near 2 decades.
Right, I remember, yeah, because when that came out with Congressman Linder, I always said, whoever runs on that, I'll vote for. And the only person I've heard so far to do it was Huckabee, and every time he brought it up on the debate stage, they literally cut his mic.
Well, Paul used to talk about it all the time.
Was he one of the first ones? Okay, yeah. I remember he had a different thing. I just didn't know that he was the fair tax at that point. But yeah, the fair tax.
I think he's gotten far more radical since then. But yeah, I think it's a legit idea. And even if people rejected it, I think it's important to just have a conversation about acknowledging that the way that we tax people today is ridiculous. But more importantly, why we tax people what we tax them is because of the ridiculous runaway spending. And so having an honest conversation about spending and taxation, if we reined in spending, it would be a much easier conversation to have about taxation.
That's what I was going to say. That's definitely the elephant in the room is spending. I mean, we can talk about tax this person this much more or this less, but if the spending don't change, like none of that shit matters at all.
That's exactly true. When you look at where they found out with a lot of these NGOs, I mean, you look at now since a lot of them have been cut, they just put the numbers out for what the two parties had for money, and the Democrats are very, very, very low. I mean, I think it was like 15 to 25 million is all in their coffers right now. And I'm not saying it's just Democrats. Trust me, I'm the first one to say I know both of them are getting money back through those channels. That's why both of them do this. I believe that they fight in public, they shut the door, and they give each other what they want. Trey Gowdy talked about it one time. He was asked why he left Congress. He said he wanted to leave after 2 terms, but Tim Scott came in and begged him to stay because he wanted to have somebody he thought he could trust in there. And then Gowdy left, but they asked him, why'd you leave? He says, you gotta have 2 things. You gotta like it and be good at it. And everybody knows Trey is like, he's good, he's damn good. But what he meant was, when you listen to him talk, he said it. He goes, I can no longer represent South Carolina in their best interest because I am not going to give somebody else something I disagree with just so I can get something from my state. This is the stuff that happens behind closed doors. You literally are giving into something just so you can save face and stay in power. And that's the stuff that we need more transparency, less behind the door stuff, and a lot clearer, action. South Dakota did it for the election one year. They had to have someone from the left and the right sit down together, and they had to write down what each thing that the people were voting on in clear language, so it was very understandable. So no tricky language, and the people there loved it because they don't have one side spewing it one way, the other side spewing it the other way. I think that's how it should be everywhere on every ballot, so everything is understandable, so people know what they're voting for. But you guys nailed it. I mean, we cut the spending, and let's be real, it's out of control. The bigger the government gets, the easier it is for them to just spend money, hide cash, and move it around.
The thing is, they're not gonna ever stop spending. They're gonna pick the rich and the poor, vice versa, and have everyone arguing while they continue spending for this disaster or another, for this reason or another. They're not. There's no way in the world they're ever gonna stop spending. Especially as long as we fight each other over these small issues. Spending this, that's what they control, but they will never back away.
Exactly, and they keep. And it's not the rich versus the poor. They have the poor versus the poor. When I say the poor, not the 1%. The rest of us, they have us fighting against each other. They literally pick a little section, and they pit it against each other. You go listen to Yuri Bezmenov. He explains. I mean, when he was elected from the KGB, he was talking about that, saying, "Hey, this is what they're doing. They're pitting. We're pitting. You get little segments to fight amongst each other. Look what they do when something big breaks. There's a big story that they come up with that creates a big draw." They don't want the spotlight on them. They're going to turn it every chance they can, but they want to keep us fighting. They're telling us to go in the streets and fight right now. The politicians are. I mean,
Mojo, I'm sorry, let me know when I can respond to Corey. I respect Corey, I want to respond to him. Now is the time. Okay, so I agree with Corey completely. Here in America, half the stupidest people are MAGA, and half the stupidest people are leftists. And the MAGA idiots and the leftists battle each other. And I actually say that it's good for America that our political system has divided the morons equally in two halves, and here's why. In any country where the morons get together to set policy, the policy sucks. They vote for retarded things, like all the morons got together in Germany and they shut down all the nuclear power plants. Now Germany's economy is collapsing. In France, all the morons got together and they made it illegal for businesses to fire workers under any circumstances. So obviously businesses are leaving. In other countries, the morons got together and confiscated the wealth of the rich. And of course, we all know that turns your country into a shithole. So the genius of the American system, the beauty, the reason America is the most successful country in the world by far, is precisely because Corey is right. The angry loser shitheads in America, the morons, the retards, the jealous, angry, bitter schmucks are divided, half into MAGA, half into leftists. What that does is it allows the centrists to keep a reasonable policy, a capitalist policy, and as a result of the centrists running America, we have the highest GDP of any country, and in fact, standard of living is growing. We have automation, we have robots rolling out quickly, we have AI rolling out quickly, we have housing abundance in cities with capitalism. Cities like Austin and Minneapolis are today implementing housing abundance, and rents are falling dramatically. And finally, we are implementing self-driving cars very quickly. Now, the one thing that unifies retards, the MAGA retards and leftist retards, are unified in hating self-driving cars. I don't know why they're against self-driving cars, but they're against it. And if those retards were in charge of America, self-driving cars would be banned and 40,000 people would die. But because the retards have been defeated, we have self-driving cars in Phoenix, in Austin, in San Francisco. We are going to save 40,000 lives because the retards are divided between two groups, and we can safely tell them to fuck off, and I'm done speaking.
Steve, I would just like to commend your use of bringing back the word retard.
Hey, man.
T, I'm just curious. You know, we're spending $20 billion. The federal government spends $20 billion a day. About $13 billion of that is taxed and generated by the IRS. We are spending $7 billion a day that we have to borrow. How much is too much? And have the American people voted to spend on this $7 billion that they have to borrow daily? I mean, how do we cut the spending? Thank you, Dr. T.
Well, it was interesting when they talked to the people who put the fair tax together. They, and it was tweaked over the years because there were some things that they were going to do. Oh, we got to help people below the poverty line. Well, we'll figure out who's at the poverty line. We're like, well, that costs too much money. It's easier to send everybody a check for whatever it is, right? Well, people didn't like that because a rich person gets a check. It's cheaper to give them a check than it is to have a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. and every state trying to figure out who deserves a check and who doesn't, right? So you're just going to send it out. But anyway, the long story is they went to every Fortune 500 company that left America, gave it to them. Said, what would you do? They came back, they had a big conference, the accountants and the lawyers and everybody met. And they're like, boom, all operations cease to exist. But we have a problem. We still don't like the red tape, number one. But number two was, we need to get a workforce. To me, this was the simplest solution ever. We have people all around the world that need jobs, not just ones that can walk across the border, all around the world. Now you can have companies who can literally reach out to a workforce. And I know there's people that do this because the company that I used to run is doing it. So I can't remember the island, but these guys come here and work their tail off for how many ever months and then go back, right? We could be doing that and helping a lot more people. We could be bringing in people to work. We could be solving a lot of the immigration system.
We have those people here. And this is what I'm saying. There should be a Skid Row, okay, to sharecropping pipeline at this point. Okay, all of those people and get them sober, and instead of them spazzing out on the sidewalks of Los Angeles, put up affordable housing and share the neighborhoods and put them to work. Pick up tomatoes. You think that these are all decrepit men that are living in those tents? Some of them are able-bodied 30-year-olds, 20-year-olds. Get them sober. They can't go into the military, but they can definitely pick tomatoes. So I mean, I feel like this is. Corey, if you ever saw some of the buildings I had to go and audit when I was working in conventional housing, and seeing what the city is paying for these units, what people's individual contribution are, and what they're collecting from the actual, the person living in it, the occupant, and what the landlord is actually charging, for somebody to live there. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, people's kids in America are going to dorms where they're like sardine cans. You have affordable housing in mid-city Los Angeles with moss on the walls, a faux Carrera marble freaking, barbecue grills in common areas, rooftop pools that look to freaking Beverly Hills. Like, it's absolutely disgusting. And the city is paying $3,100 a month per person. The people only have to go in there and pay $200 what renters do. It's disgusting. We're subsidizing this shit.
Absolutely. I mean, you hear too, you hear what we're doing when you have, they were literally buying people out of contracts in the Carolinas, rental contracts, so that they could in turn rent them out to the insurance companies to put people that were displaced in at 4 times the rate. I know, because people were reaching out wanting to, I wanted to, jump in on some things up there. It's a great money maker. However, in the end, when they're doing that, it's just costing us because our insurance rates are going through the roof. So when you say this, yeah, everything is doing this. It's just a constant. None of it makes any sense, and there's no logic to it. And that's the thing. Until we start figuring out ways to make it more logical, people are always going to screw the system. Our government, dude. Same what you're saying. I believe it. I mean, Alonzo Mourning just did a thing down here, but this was all private funded to help with getting affordable housing. There's ways to do it. And I think they should do a hell of a lot better job with it. I'm with you 100% on getting people off the streets and putting them to work. There's a lot of people.
That's all I'm saying. Get them out of the tents, okay? Get them sober. Relocate them to the sections of California that are more agricultural, okay? They don't have liquor stores on every corner, right? They don't have lottery barns and bodegas and all this other bullshit. Get them sober, get them to work, get them on a program, put them through distance online education, getting their high school diplomas, then doing distance education towards the community college. That to me is good money spent. But putting them in a $70 million building and subsidizing their rent while they continue to put needles in their arms, that is not something that I'm willing to subsidize.
Hey, Adam, a part you miss is the mental illness part. Like most of the people are not functional. I mean, it's not just a drug.
The majority it's drug induced. It's substance abuse induced.
No. The mental illness got them on the drug right now. I think you're missing them more than what they think.
Okay, but for somebody, I'm speaking specifically for Los Angeles. For somebody who lives here, it's because his kids don't have any damn home. You know, a lot of kids that come from freaking other places and think that they're gonna get famous. They run out of places to couch surf. They end up getting strung out and drunk and high in the streets. That's how the average young person is homeless in California. Okay, so I mean, it's but Hakima, maybe the causation and the is different where you are, but I'm speaking about the issue here in California, which speaks for the majority of the issue of homelessness in America, because California has the most homeless people in freaking America.
Right, because people migrate there from other areas. Everybody not there just native California. But
and that's my point.
Well, another thing, like you still missing the mental illness part of it. Like when you see people acting crazy, it's not because of drugs, it's because of the mental illness. Like drugs don't like you smoking crack it don't make you just go act fucking crazy. No, if you have a mental illness, then yeah. So you're definitely missing that part. So those people are not gonna be able to just go get cleaned up and go work these jobs. They are mentally ill. They are mentally ill. They need help.
So again, I said a pipeline program to where you get people off the streets, you get them institutionalized, you get them medicated, get them sober, okay, and reintroduce them into society through an agricultural program. So I mean, I refuse to believe that the species of human beings, as strong as we are, that we have this many people that are too mentally ill to work. We need to stop this.
Hey, Adam, agricultural programs sound so close to slavery. It's like another word for slavery. Agricultural program.
Somebody's got to get vegetables and fruits, Hakima.
Was this any different than the job corps that people were screaming and complaining about that got defunded on your side of the aisle, Hakima? How is this business model any different than the job corps?
Well, they're saying the same thing about the NFL. So when do we stop this? I mean, what he's talking about is creating a program. It's no different than the electricians. They got job anything. You literally have a system that you go through. If you want to be a journeyman electrician and eventually be able to start your own business, you're going to go through this whole program, and there's a reason for it. Because if you don't do it right, people die, right? So now, not all things require as strict as the electrician's program, but plumbing. There's other things out there. There's a lot of different things that they can do, that they can have literally, like he's saying, programs for. I'm telling you, it would be real simple. And I know they did this back where I used to live. They had people in the community that were accountants that would literally go and like one night a week for a month, they would teach a course, and they had a different one. But they did this to teach people in the community different things, finances, investing, mortgages, different things. So they're learning it in this, and it was free. All you had to do is show up, and they're getting a tax break for doing it. What's that?
We need landscapers. I mean, that's one thing that I don't think that California exploits enough. We don't have enough freaking landscapers. Okay, everybody is complaining about the fire brush and clear brush and all that. Who's going to do this? So, I mean, at the end of the day, we need to utilize the resources that we have. We have a lot of able-bodied people, okay, that, yes, need to go through a program and be able to become sufficient enough to hold down a job. But we have a lot of able-bodied people to be able to assist in this effort as a society. Sorry, everybody cannot go to ITT Tech and get a job making $100,000 a year working computers. Yes, that's the American dream, and maybe this is a pathway. Maybe this is one step out of the 10 for a lot of these people to where they can hold down one job in agriculture, save up money, use those community college programs, and get themselves into the tech field and grow and scale.
Hey, Adam,
so it's good enough for our grandparents' generation or our great-grandparents' generation to do the same thing that I'm explaining. It should be good enough for us.
Hey, a quick question. Who's going to pay these people? What's going to be their wages? What's going to be minimum wage? Are they going to get something like $10, $12 an hour? Or because the farmers can't pay these people. So once these people get rehabilitated and the ones that's mentally fit to work, what's going to be their salary? It's not going to be the same salary that the illegal immigrants get. I'm sure not $2, $3 an hour. So it's going to be at least $10, $12. That's going to raise food prices for everyone, where everybody complaining about food prices. Really, what do we want? Like, what do Americans really want? Because right now, it's kind of like, it's
Yes,
kind of like,
yes, they should, hold on. For one, they should pay the minimum wage, and they should build modest housing to scale to support for these agricultural places where the need is there. Okay, they should return these luxury properties in the city limit to the conventional market, okay, and allow those people to work a minimum wage jobs to benefit from the housing subsidies, away from the danger of returning to drug use and alcoholism. Because remember, we're not putting liquor stores out there on every corner, right? And continue for them to benefit from the same programs that are being utilized in the city where the cost of living is higher. So you actually have potential to provide more housing. It's cheaper to build as a place luxury designated housing and supporting people to basically fail in place.
So that's a big thing. So right now, I can tell you, in rural areas, sold a lot of buildings in rural areas. Contractor was bragging that he had the same guys for 17 years, and all of a sudden one day, none of them were there. I'm bringing a product out. I can't leave it until I get the other one I'm taking back with me. Sorry, but nobody there could talk to me. Okay, and I asked him. Called him, left him a message. He called me back, and then I asked him. I said, "Dude, what's up? Like, where's your guys?" He goes, "I had to let them all go." I was like, "What do you mean?" His guys had been working for 17 years to build a sustainable, their good wage. Living in a rural area, they had a good wage for what they were doing, paying for their houses. But what came in? We had illegal immigration come in, suppress the wages down to $12 an hour. Okay, those guys, what he said, will work from sun up to sundown, Monday through Sunday. But we fight for, we've got to have laws to say they can't make us work that long. Well, these other people saying, I'll do it, and I'll do it for less. But then now what we're doing is suppressing the wages, right? So that happens. Now, do you think the cost of the buildings really were going down? No, they weren't. It was just a battle slowly. They went down a little. I'm not going to deny that, but it was just a competition, just trying to get under the other person. Look into the pork industry. They were paying very well. Go work there, $18, $19 an hour in an area that the average wage is 12 to 13 for get in the door at a I call it a CVS. I don't have those there, but like a little grocery store, or these rural areas, they don't have big stuff, but they're good 12 to 13 bucks an hour. You get into the ag world, and you can make decent money. Now, are you going to go out there and make six figures? No, but you're not living in a place you need to. You can buy a house where that was for, at that point, like 7 years ago, $80,000 to $120,000. Now, it's not a big, beautiful house, but it's a house that's decent. So, but to say that they can't survive on a wage there and that's going to drive everything up, that's not the case. They're already paying really good at some of these places. In the manufacturing segment, it was $12 to $13 an hour, $14 an hour. Jumped it up to probably 17 to 18 now, 7, 8 years later. But when you have a large population coming in and saying, well, we'll work for less, you're suppressing these wages that everybody was watching naturally go up, right? So what happens is people have this false assumption that, ag industry, you kind of call it slave labor or whatever, I don't know. It's only that way if you're not getting paid enough to really satisfy your needs. And not everybody can work in the tech industry, because guess what's coming? AI. The people who went to school for tech might be the ones from the outside looking in pretty soon.
Why is it everybody keeps belaboring these points about agriculture when it comes to paying people less? But then these are the same people where every time you go out of town, you stay in a hotel, right? I mean, you go to a restaurant, right? You don't think that those industries have been notorious for exploiting people and paying them, pennies on the dollar? So why is it agriculture is always the exit escape route for the employment exploitation? I just don't get it.
It's because it's an easy attack. We need food, right? I mean, I know this. I know the farmers very, very, very well. They had people working on their farm, and they weren't getting paid pennies. Now, they were driving a new truck. Now, let's be real, trucks aren't cheap. But they didn't go have some big fancy house. They lived a modest life, and that's a lot of what it is in rural living, is a modest life. But those people were making a good wage. I never heard them complain about it. Knew them, talked with them. Sure, everybody liked to make more money, but they also know when the losses come, Guess who eats that? A farmer. So he's got to make money because there's going to be years where he takes a loss. But ag is the easy thing, Adams. They want to attack it because they always want to bring it up as, the food prices. It's going to cost you more. Good.
Let me tell you something, Corey. I've been saying this since. Hold on. Let me just say this really. I gotta run this story real quick. Let me say this real quick. I just find it fascinating that like people who like do good for themselves, but complaining about the government and how much things cost and taxes and all that, trying to give jobs to crazy people and poor people and tell them to work for minimum wage and figuring out how they can make it work. Like y'all got it all figured out how they can make it work off minimum wage, but y'all making $30, $40, $50, $60, $70 an hour, but y'all complaining. Think about that. Like think about like you telling people in the same world to figure out how to live off minimum wage while you making 50 times that amount. It's fascinating.
All right, I'm going to help him out here. What do you do when you're making lower wages? Most of the time, that's an entry-level position. You should thrive in your position. Get there early. Do your job. Ask what else can be done. There's a book called QBQ. It's worth the read. Everybody should read it. It talks about a guy. He was a busboy. This guy, he didn't care. I'm a busboy. That guy needs a drink. What do you need, sir? I'm going to get it. Oh, hey, what do you need? Oh, let me get your refill. This kid was running around like a maniac helping everybody. The guy comes back a few months later, asks to talk to the busboy. He's not here. Long story short, he's the manager of the place now. How did that kid go from busboy to manager in a matter of 6 months or whatever it was? Worked his ass off. Okay? And it's proof that all you have to do is show up, do your job, and you're going to crawl up the platform. I literally heard two people talking in Walmart about it. One, she started crawling up the ladder. She was telling her friend, I'm listening to this, telling her friend what you have to do. You got to be proactive. You got to come in. You got to, hey, what can I do? Her friend was like, I don't want to do that. That's the difference. It's what you want. It's being a little uncomfortable maybe, but you get to crawl up the ladder. It's just a starting point. We're not asking anybody to stay at a minimum wage. Nobody should stay at a minimum wage. It's a beginner's platform, right? What's going to happen when AI replaces all the people in the tech world? Their degree goes out the window. They're going to have to take a big hit in their pay and go find somewhere else. But watch them. They will, and they will crawl their way back up. I mean, to say that we're expecting people to work for minimum wage is a joke. Let's pay more for our food. Let's pay people more. We're figuring it out in California. What they do is raise it up to $20 an hour. Let's find out how many jobs get cut. You want to know who the number one demographic that's most affected when they raise wages or when they raise the minimum wage on fast food? Black single mothers. Look it up. They're out there working their ass off. Some of them working 2 jobs. They get their hours cut. They get cut loose. You can't just raise it up blindly. Go look and see what fast food costs now when they do that. The cost of fast food goes through the roof. Okay, great. People who are eating there pay it. That's what happens is we want to pay more people more money. It's going to cost all of us more. Suck it up, and that's what we got to go with.
Do you think some of that cost, Corey? Like I hear you. Yeah, start entry level. I mean, of course, there's very limited growth for everybody to get a piece, but I guess it's survival of the fittest. What about, do you think part of enabling minimum wage to go up would be potentially trying to address CEOs that are making 100 times the salary of their lowest earner in their company?
I think it could be some of that, but you also have to look at the guy who's at the top is there for a reason because he's damn good at it. He's turned a company. Yeah, and I don't know McDonald's numbers, but just throw it out there. All of a sudden they went from, what did he take them from? 100.
There's different sacrifice and risk. You like people as in an entry level position. Being a CEO of a certain company, you can end up having to fly to Washington to testify in front of Congress. You can end up to go to the New York Southern District, and have to go into federal court and answer ultimately for, a network of what people entry level did in terms of exposing the company to liability. So, I mean, there's just, the stakes are just simply higher. I think that CEOs should be paid what they're paid. I mean, like, what are we talking about? People get caught up in just the everyday and the discomfort of what they have to go through as opposed to the stakes of what their position means, the overall sacrifice behind it, and the overall liability in holding
that type of position.
Yeah, and you know this, Adams, too. I mean, me as the general manager of a company, my job didn't stop at 5 o'clock. It never stopped. I was specifically told, you represent the company 24/7, 365. That's it. Everywhere you go, always remember that. You're the face of the company. So I didn't get to go at 5 o'clock and just go hit the freaking bar, get drunk, and get a big deal, right? No, my job's done. Cut. Coldplay. The guy just gets caught with what? Some other chick. It's not his wife. Lost his job. I mean, would you be okay with the average worker losing his job because he cheated on his wife? Most people would say no. The CEO did. Nobody cares though, right? Because he's a CEO, he made plenty of money. There's a whole different burden when you get to that level.
Business, right? You raise the prices incorrectly in certain type of industries or in certain type of areas, and you go to jail. You know what I mean? Like it's very different in the level of exposure behind your decision making that is different from a CEO than that of an entry level employee. I'm sorry. And yeah, in certain industries it may be a little bit different, but for the most part, that's why the expectation is that CEOs are just simply paid more.
Adams, maybe you or Roger know this. They always tout this one as having a higher minimum wage than America. But the reality is when you dig into it, there actually is no minimum wage. The government doesn't set a standard minimum wage there. What does that do? Now you literally have the companies vying for the best workers. So they pay more and a little bit more. Oh, I got to outdo them, so they pay a little bit more, right? Here, you literally have a company start up, and they know there's a workforce out there that's not skilled. I can start it at, I don't know what it is right now. What is
there is wage? A federal minimum wage. What are you talking about?
Here, but there's a country, I don't remember if it was the Netherlands or where it is, but everybody talks about how their minimum wage is higher than ours. But when you dig into it, there is no federal minimum wage there. It's just naturally lifted itself because.
Well, Roger made a very good point earlier, Corey. You know, minimum wage is it's all based on skill set, just the nature of the job that you're the work that you're performing. So I mean, when you look at minimum wage and somebody working at McDonald's was not a job that was designed for people to raise families on. Now, I understand that, you know, situations happen, people get sick, you know, people lose their job, they have to have something in between as a cushion, you know, or maybe perhaps in the holidays they want to get something extra. But the reality is the nature of that type of work and the skill set that's required behind it, where it would make sense for somebody to hold that job, is a profession that's consistent with raising a family and protecting. That's just reality.
And that's kind of where I was going to start going earlier, and I kind of just stopped. But we have people that live beyond their means too. You know, as Americans, 90% of the country lives beyond its means.
Well, but what does that mean? So it's not just what you're earning versus what you're spending, but it's also the skills that you have and the taste that you've acquired. You see what I'm saying? And that's where I go back into, you know, people who can barely speak English. You know, not from, you know, English being their second language, but I'm talking about kids that were born here in America. You know, there's always full of rooms where people feel like, you know, they should have reparations and they should have a brand new Bentley in their driveway, but they can barely speak English. You know, what do your skill sets command for you to acquire a certain type of taste, to know and guarantee that you have some level of skills to be able to and successfully acquire gains from those skills?
Hey, can I just recite what the Declaration of Independence says? The phrase "eat out their substance" means to exploit and impoverish the colonists by draining the resources and wealth. Eat out their substance. That's what our government is doing to us with income taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, import taxes. All these taxes are eating out our substance. They are taking from us what we create, what we produce. And it's insane. The government is literally spending $1 billion an hour the federal government is basically spending $1 billion an hour. Do you think maybe $500 million an hour is substantial to fund federal operations? I mean, does it have to be $1 billion every single hour? Could it maybe be like $750 million an hour? Because I just get the feeling that spending on our behalf $1 billion an hour, it's just a little too much. Maybe like 20% cut, 30% cut. Do you think it's possible?
I've talked about this before. Before COVID, I think the budget was like 3.9, 3.8 or 3. I think 3.8 trillion, something like that. Okay, we put in $3 trillion to help with all of the COVID spending, sending out checks to everybody to give them extra money since they were staying at home. They had to eat more or something. I don't know what they did for, but anyway, they did that. COVID's done. The budget's 6.9 trillion. We never lost that $3 trillion. It just happened to stay in there. And I would love to know where and why. But nobody's asking. Nobody's demanding answers. Now, that was last year's budget coming into this year, right? Now, most assuredly, this next year's budget is going to be even higher yet, right? It's going to be money cut, even though we cut, we had Doge in there doing things. Doge, having him be in there for only a limited number of days isn't ever going to get the job done. That job should be a 24/7, 365 job. Get it done, I loved when you hear, the people that were attacking these people because some of them were young. These guys are prodigies. These guys have done more by 19, 20 years old than most people are going to ever accomplish in their life. We need to continue that. I'm with you. It's until the spending, everybody in here has kind of been championing it. You got to cut spending. Spending's got to come way down.
Well, and this is what I'm saying. It starts from, people feel like it starts from the top down. It goes from the bottom up. When we adopt a society to where we take our own spending seriously as a society, and that's why I went back to my question about what does living outside of your means? Because yes, financial resources are one part of means, but the ability to cultivate those financial resources are another side of means. So until we develop healthy attitudes in congruency with both, I don't think that anybody's going to have any type of meaningful voting power to compel anybody who has control over our government spending and correcting that issue. Does that make sense, Maureen?
Absolutely. I just, unfortunately right now, we can go back to what we talked about a little while ago where they keep people battling each other. Maybe that was on a different room, but keep people battling. We talked about it here. And when they have us battling, they can continue to do what they want to do. We continually put in people. Let's just use Maxine Waters. I can't remember the guy's name that ran against her, but he lived in the community that she represents. He served 2 tours in Iraq. He had the house that, he had literally gang fire shooting into his home. He walked the neighborhood, still lives in that neighborhood. And at the end of his commercial, he was standing in front of her house, which he shows on a map is several miles away, not in that district. But yet they kept putting her in, and yet he showed all the statistics, the crime, all the stuff that had happened, unemployment, everything down. She had done nothing for them, and they keep putting her in. But you have somebody who lives in your community, and you don't put them in. And that's all because of government money. Let's be real. They're putting the money in there to put people in there. And until the voters, if the vote even matters anymore, until they start saying, no, we're not accepting that, we're putting in. I'm going to be honest, I think AOC's an idiot, but I'd rather see her in there than some of these other freaking con men. Get somebody who really represents you, who you believe sees things like you, that has values like you, and all of a sudden you start changing it again from the bottom up. We aren't going to convince a politician to go cut $3 trillion out of the budget. They're just going to say it's impossible.
You're right. Because again, given the attitudes of the average consumer and the average American, they don't see an importance of even making that request of seeing a need to cut back that spending.
But we can go even a little further. What is our GDP? Okay. Sure, it's constantly growing, but let's think about what it would be if we were manufacturing. But everybody says, well, we can't manufacture. Wrong. A large chunk of our GDP last quarter came from manufacturing. Oh, and I think it's 75%. It's close to 75% of manufacturers in this country are under 19 employees. We're manufacturing like crazy. We just outsource the big manufacturing to bigger companies over where? China. If you look at the buy local, and you ever hear them explain buying local, and your money grows, how it goes through your local economy, how many times over, it's that residual effect of it compounding that starts to make a difference. And until we start bringing manufacturing back and demanding more, this is going to be a continual process, because guess what? Manufacturers actually pay pretty well. 93% of manufacturers in the United States are giving their employees health insurance. Now imagine that, all these people that are complaining about you don't need a whole lot of skill. They will train you to manufacture whatever it is they're doing. And we could literally start putting people in positions where they can build themselves a future, work themselves up the ladder, become a manager, become a general manager. But until we start bringing jobs back, and we're okay with outsourcing, let them build it. You're okay with literally, you're fine.
It's not a matter of okay with outsourcing, Corey. It's a matter of like our generation, like the millennial and the newest generation going into the job market, they don't have any interest in staying and building a career by ascending into those positions. They don't.
Listen, can't we all just agree that there's one problem, and it's a major problem, and it's your government? It's not your generation. It's not your fellow citizen. It's your government, which is literally ruining the party. They are they're a silent partner that puts up no money in your business, but yet demands revenue from your business, and they're eating out the substance of your life. It's been like this, but it's only going to get worse, because 25 years of growing this debt from 9/11 to 2025 at $40 trillion, ladies and gentlemen, it only gets worse from here unless, we do something. There's some type of reform or some type of consolidation or negotiation. Like America, the government is going to have to negotiate these debts. There's going to be a debt settlement.
Admin, the country is only good as its people, okay? If you have a bunch of irresponsible people that don't recognize what's happening and to control their spending themselves, you're not going to get the government on board with making better decisions for those people.
I'm just saying that, if you talk to McZed on here, he believes there's going to be a debt jubilee. Well, if the debt jubilee is in 2050, but we just keep growing the debt, from 2025 for the next 25 years, which is the most likely outcome. I mean, this is why I'm running for Congress. We have to raise a stink and raise the conscious awareness of the fact that we are kicking the can. This is not a kick the can down the game road to play. If you played the game kick the can when you were a kid, I'm just saying that we have to accurately diagnose and describe the situation, and we can't just revert back down to, our fellow citizens suck, therefore our government sucks. That's not a solution, and that's not optimism, and that's not intelligence. And I don't think that accurately describes the situation. I think your fellow citizen is inherently intelligent, but they have been duped and they have been fed a bunch of fucking lies, and they are hyper conditioned to accept a set of rules which are completely unfair. The founding fathers, as Mojo said earlier, went to war over a tea tax, which literally, I think at the time it was like 40,000 pounds. It was like nothing. It was like $1 a day they were fighting over. It wasn't even that much. It's the principle of taxation and getting to keep what you produce. If they're taking 60% of what you create, that's not freedom or liberty. That's indentured servitude. That's slavery, and it sucks. And it's only going to get worse for these next generations because the debt pile has grown so high. It will demand the population to service it.
Well, that's why they silenced everybody that started talking about the fair tax. One of the first questions the politicians asked was, how does that create more revenue? It's not. It's a revenue neutral system, right? You're not there to try to create more revenue for the government. We're there to keep the government funded to do the things that are necessary. The one thing that used to piss me off is you're going to start blockading and putting up security around memorials and parks that are not manned, But when the government shuts down, now you're going to man them and keep people from going in? This is the kind of the lunacy that we have running this country. And until we start demanding things like the fair tax, guess what? It's 33 pages long. When you go to work, 100% of your paycheck comes home with you. You pay tax once. You get rid of the IRS. Go look at how much the IRS costs us each year. Okay? It's ridiculous. You get rid of it. Don't need it. Why? Because we already have a system in place to do the job that needs to be done. It's called the Department of Revenue. They collect excise tax already. The same people collecting excise taxes are the businesses. It's paid at the end. They went through and broke down what it would cost. The cost savings would be, I think on construction, it was 28%. That's what construction costs would go down by eliminating or by implementing the fair tax. There's no cost. There's no more doing your taxes April 15th. There's no more write-offs for big companies. Everybody should like that, right? If you got to buy a new truck, it's a cost of doing business. Sorry, but you're not paying any taxes. You get to buy that truck tax-free. You know, your product gets taxed at the very end, and we pay that. We pay it one time, and you know what you're paying. They started doing that. They started running that at those numbers. All these accounts of the biggest companies are like, this system makes too much sense. That's why the guy who wrote it, helped write it, said Congress will never pass it. He was a member of Congress. He said they'll never pass it because it takes away their power, their influence. Now they can't go and say, hey, we'll give you a tax incentive, but you're going to kick back to my campaign. You know, this is what we got to get rid of because that's where it's all going wrong.
Well, it's been a kicking the can down the road for a very long time. But you know, honestly, I mean, there's this movement to end the Fed, and you know, if they end the Fed and they deconsolidate it, and let's say they absorb it into the United States Treasury, and let's say we go back to a gold standard or a silver standard, and we have hard money assets versus infinite fiat currency printing. It creates this double jeopardy or this double bind for us, where it gives us the ability as an elected representative to go to essentially a third party and borrow on behalf of the people in an exorbitant amount. We have to remove the temptation, in my opinion. You could say that temptation is a great resource, but the truth is it's immoral. It's unsound and immoral, currency manipulation. And I love how Trump, in his first, saying that China is the biggest currency manipulator on the world. It's so ironic. It's like a perfect example of projection. They're not the biggest currency manipulator. We, the United States of America, and our Federal Reserve, which isn't really ours, I mean, supposedly. So I'm just saying that we have to remove the immoral temptation. If the Congress and the Treasury administered over the budget and drafted the currency as opposed to using this third party, it has perpetuated us into the position where we're at now. I mean, imagine if we created a new Federal Reserve and we called it the United States Treasury American Reserve System. I mean, what's to stop us from creating a competitor with the Federal Reserve? Because it's so unnatural and inauthentic to begin with. I mean, in my opinion, internally in the United States of America, we should launch economic opportunity zones, just like how Saudi Arabia, Dubai, United Emirates, those cities that flourished out of nowhere. We create essentially an America 2.0 internally with a new set of rules and a new arrangement, which is the preparation for an eventual collapse of what we could call the United States government and the fiat currency system. I think, if we're going to be innovators, and in big business, they have these angel, what is it? There's a term for this, like in, big tech or evangelists, essentially. We need entrepreneurial evangelists for the government because they're that irresponsible. I mean, there has to be some type of preparation, for a new constitution and a new internal government within the country for economic development purposes. Tax-free zones in preparation, for a potential collapse. I mean, this is like essentially creating a new corporation knowing that the previous one is eventually going to go into default and bankruptcy and liquidation. It's an idea. I mean, what do you think about that concept, Mojo? Is, to prepare a new America, to make preparations for it.
You go out on a limb and say, I don't think he was listening.
Corey, what do you think? Do you think it's a viable idea to create a new spin-off, a new business out of a dying business, which is drowning in debt, and it's only going to increase the debt?
I think it's definitely time to completely, change things up. That should have never been more clear than, and I don't remember who it was, if it was Schumer or I can't remember who it was, but they made the comment about, of course, paying more taxes or whatever because they can spend it better than we can. That should have been the first sign right there of what their real agenda was. I don't care what side it was. Maybe it wasn't Schumer. Maybe it was a conservative. I just thought it was Schumer, but that should have been the first sign. It's time to out with the old and with the new, and we do need to change things up. I don't know that the two-party system is officially or is efficient at all. I don't know that any of the other ones out there are any better. But yeah, I would be all for burning it down, keeping the Constitution, keeping everything in place, burning it down, starting over. I think a lot of let's be real, everybody's freaking about the Department of Education. Our scores have gone down since we've had it. Why is this acceptable? Why are we not going to the countries that lead in math and science and go, what are you doing? What do we got to do different? If we're not leading, we should be asking why not, and we should be figuring it out. We spend more than anybody on education. And so, to me, that's why I don't mind Trump burning some of this stuff down to the ground, because you have to. People are mad about the job cuts.
Hold on, our higher education is still better than anybody in the world.
Our higher education, but where are we at with our scores for our grade schools?
It's in the toilet, but that's because we have a bunch of people that should have never had kids sending their fucking couth children to a classroom, and then you don't give any tools to the teachers to rein those little brats in. So yeah, there's a lot of fuck ups in K through 12, but the people that do pay attention, they get an opportunity to go to the greatest university system in the planet. I mean, it's expensive, but there's nowhere in the world that has better universities than we do.
That's one thing that I do really respect about what you said earlier, Roger, about that whole not-charity fiasco, is that, there are very few people that complain about these things that actually do something about it. And I feel like those are mainly the same type of people that, otherwise, instead of complaining and not doing something about it, could otherwise be helping their kids with their homework and improving their test scores. I'm not saying you, Corey. I'm saying it like in general, just in general. You know what I mean?
So if they, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if they do get rid of the Department of Education, like here in Chicago, the Chicago public school system has a $750 million deficit right now. So, that money is basically just like a transfer from the federal government to states, and they redistribute it. But we're already paying 65% of our property taxes to the teachers and to the facilities to manage this educational system. I mean, how the fuck is it not enough money already just from property taxes? How is the Department of Education backdropping and filling these budget gaps that these cities and states don't already have enough money from property taxes? So
here's the problem, is that between the pensions and between the cost of running the public school system is astronomical, and that's why school choice is so important, because if you want to really compare what is more efficient, you have to look at how much money actually makes it into the classroom. And by into the classroom, that means on materials and the salary of the teacher. When you look at like the pension, the retirement fund, and you look at construction, and you look at all of those administrative fees, it's fucking insane. That's why school choice is so fucking important.
Jason, if you were made president of the United States of America, what would you do for we the people?
Oh man, yeah, guns for everybody. I would declare everyone in the militia, and none of the gun laws would apply to them anymore. But that's
So
just
what
the
would
first thing.
so what would you do? Would you just send out a voucher that they would go cash in to get a gun?
No, I just say, look, you're on the militia now, so if you need any paperwork, let me know, and then you can go to FN or Barrett or whoever, and you want them 50 cal machine gun, sure, you can get it. ATF will process that for all of our militia members, right? So the idea is I'd introduce a new plane of the law, and the idea is look, okay, sure, people are banned from buying guns, but not if they're in some kind of federal service. They're not, and I'm going to put everyone in federal service. So there you go. But then I'd also fix the school system and introduce the school of the forest. We built all the schooling around combat engineering. The kids would spend a lot of time outside. We would have physics, but it would be okay, we're going to build this structure with wood and put all these sandbags on it. When is it going to collapse? Kids, we got to figure this out. So we'd introduce all the math and equations in the context of that. And okay, girls would be bored, but who the hell cares about girls anyway? They always figure things out on their own. So yeah. No, I don't know. They wouldn't get bored until probably 15. Then they get bored of that stuff. But I don't know. We have dance class or something.
So how would you adjust the budgets, Jason?
Yeah, it may not be possible to do, but I would also try to kill all the social services. But I would try to do it gradually. Social security tax will go down, I don't know, a tenth every year. The benefit will go down in some scalable way. So hopefully within 20 years, no one is on Social Security and no one expects to be on it and no one paid very much for it. And same thing with Medicare, Medicaid. I mean, we just have to stop trying to pay for all these kind of things via the government. It's not that, should people have pensions? Yes. Should they have retirement? Yes. Should the government give them pensions and retirement? I don't see why. Same thing for health insurance. You can have a private health insurance system that's functional. I don't see why we did this exactly. But, I would get in there and obviously there would be a lot of details and I would have to sit down with pen and pencil before I could really say anything definite. But my sketch, yeah, go ahead.
Jason, I got a question. So if the government can print the money to be able to spend $2 trillion more each year than we collect in taxes, isn't that evidence that we don't need to collect taxes?
Well, but the government would just print even more money if we don't collect taxes. See, the printing of the money is another tax, right?
Correct.
It is. Yeah,
Correct. But
so,
what if we just what if we just gave people a vacation from taxes and just said, well, hey, we're going to fund the government with just printing money. Why not do that?
Well, that would be efficient. I think it would be a very regressive tax. It would hurt most the holders of cash, and it would effectively be a massive tax on the poor people, as you have in the top there. And poor people who have, moderately poor people who have any cash, obviously. That's the real problem with it, because the salaries are not going to go up to keep pace with it, I guess, unless we get used to that level of inflation. Which who knows what that would be? It'd be 5% inflation or something. It's something higher than we have now. Our inflation is actually higher than we say it is, but take the real inflation and move it up that much as well. And so it would hurt holders of cash. It doesn't, and it is, a pretty generic tax on the economy for everything. Whereas I would hope good tax policy would tax specific things specifically, but maybe you disagree.
I don't know if I agree or disagree with that. I know that what we're doing today is not sustainable. And I think the more that we talk about that, the better the chances are that we come up with a solution that might actually work. But I'm of the opinion that we need to immediately try to start fixing it, or we should accelerate the collapse. I think the worst choice is to just keep doing what we're doing today.
Yesterday you kept using the term a slow death, and I got to tell you, I think that's actually the optimal way to service the debt is to die slowly. I mean, think about your own personal life. Would you rather live a long time, and make it to 90? And you see the logic in that. It's basically frugality. So I think that's the optimal way to go, and I think that's what the status quo really is. It is a slow death, and then when you die, it's a surprise.
But that works for an individual that's slowly dying. But when you're talking about an economy, what's going to happen is when it does accelerate, when it gets to a point that it is accelerating, and then the collapse comes, we're creating the conditions where our kids or our grandkids are the ones that are going to have to suffer for our foolishness.
No, I agree. It's not responsible. I know, I don't know if you've ever actually started a business, but I have launched and started many different businesses, and it is not easy. And anyone on this stupid app who, is for government borrowing and spending and has never actually started a business, all they've ever done is be an employee or some federal wage earner their whole life. They have absolutely, and Elon Musk said this in a speech when he was helping Trump. He said, people have no idea how hard it is to create value, real value, and to make a profit, let alone with all the regulation and compliance you need to adhere to successfully run a business. A good example would be a pizza parlor. It's a very simple business. You make a pizza, you warm it up, you sell a slice of pizza, or you sell the whole pie. Most people will never in their life ever create any kind of business, that's an actual storefront. Maybe they'll have some kind of digital shop or something, but it is very difficult to actually start a successful business that's legal and that's not deceptive or fraudulent. So to think that we're fucking 37 trillion in debt, spending $1 billion an hour, and there's no recourse. But that's why I say there have to be some kind of debt resolution, an agreement, a meeting of the minds between the borrowers and the lenders, aka our elected representatives. So, I'm just saying maybe there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. This is what I was going to ask you, Mojo, is do you think the Federal Reserve and dollars and debt is actually just another form of political communication? Because it's my belief that we don't have to fear dollars or money. It's all essentially communication. When we start stabbing each other and shooting each other over debt, okay, then we have a civil war and we have a problem. But in the meantime, do you think it's basically political rhetoric?
No, it's not just that. I think there's more to it. I think that it's it's just a problem that we've delayed. We're going to delay dealing with the problem, and so I don't think it's just communication. I think it's an action which we're going to be waiting for the reaction, and I think the reaction is going to be pretty scary.
Well, what is the reaction of the Federal Reserve or of the U.S. government? I mean, and do you think there is an actual separation between those two organizations?
They claim that there's a separation, but there certainly is a lot of influence. I mean,
these conversations between Powell and Trump have been illuminating. If it's separate from the federal government, then why does the president have so much goddamn influence over it? I'm in the Fed camp.
Well, I like how Trump says, Chairman Powell's a very angry person. So, he's punking him and he's doing a great job of it. But he didn't budge. He didn't drop the rates. Why does one guy, and supposedly his board of governors, get to determine this artificial rate? Why can't we have a market rate? So it's an artificial system. It's a monopoly, and it's do as you're told, and that's what it is. It's a cartel, and it's we gave them their charter to do it. I mean, why can't Congress and the American people get behind revoking their charter and return the power of the purse strings, to our elected representatives as opposed to an unelected cartel? I mean, did you ever vote for a chairman of the Federal Reserve? I never have. I would like that opportunity.
Hold on, American, though. I understand the argument behind it being a cartel and that, but do you think that giving that money being issued by decree of Congress is a sensible alternative? I mean, yes, they're democratically elected, but can you imagine the shenanigans?
But I would rather own I would rather own the personal responsibility of that debt and not have this double jeopardy or this opportunity to do currency manipulation. I mean, there's no ethics, there's no morals. It's literally $1 billion an hour. That's what they're spending, but they're only taking in, a fraction of that. So none of this is in the Constitution. It's not in our primary charter. We're doing a lot of extra shit that there's absolutely no authority to do. And we seem to have given away the authority as if it's a right or they're guaranteed this authority. There's no guarantees to these authorities. It is the will of the people.
So who do you think's more at fault here? If we had to point blank, would you throw it all the way back to Woodrow Wilson and the creation of these systems, or would you blame Nixon for taking us off the gold standard?
No, basically, philosophically speaking, the now is this compression. So the Constitution wasn't written in 1776. It's written now. The Charter for the Federal Reserve is written now. All these things can be changed now. And so I think, with Nixon and the gold reserve, the interesting thing about Nixon is if you look at the stock market growth, Nixon is the only U.S. president that the stock market didn't have a positive year and great growth. Clinton had the greatest growth. So what does that tell you? The Federal Reserve was doing quantitative easing, is most likely doing quantitative easing during the greatest stock market growth periods, which is the inflation of the money supply. Only under Nixon did the stock market not have a great, annual return on investment. It's because he didn't inflate the money supply. So there's a lot of illusion when it comes to the stock market. If the Federal Reserve wants to increase the money supply, they just start buying equities and everybody's portfolio goes up and then people start liquidating and getting cash out. So there's a lot of manipulation that the Federal Reserve does. And when they tell Congress, don't give us monetary policy advice and we won't give you fiscal advice, this is a private cartel. It's totally in the shadows. All these meetings, none of this is on the record. They have no transparency and they're totally shielded from elected representatives doing any kind of forensic auditing or accounting on their behalf. They don't have an outside accounting firm or an auditor coming in to audit them because they control the politics. This is why I say it all goes back to political communication. The dollar is really a network of communication. The dollar is a communication instrument primarily. The Federal Reserve creates nothing. They don't manufacture anything. So what are they really doing as an organization? They are a communication organization. That's their primary goal. That's what they really do, which is communication. And Chairman Powell has some he has bad moments where he lets shit slip and he's angry and he's basically, he pretends like he's this robot that just says these are our primary tools of intervention. You know, have you ever heard him speak? He it's politically accommodating for him to speak like a robot, to pretend like he's not even a real human being. Because if he slips up and he gets angry and he gets frustrated and all that kind of lets the American people know like something here isn't right. That this doesn't seem to be natural. This isn't organic. This isn't in our founding charter and in our constitution. So again, that's why I say now is all important. We need to put the spotlight on the Federal Reserve and flood it with light so we can get more transparency into who they are, what they're doing, and the syndicate with the Congress. I mean, this is like a RICO trial. Like all these fuckers should be brought up on RICO charges for being involved in a conspiracy. They're spending money that we're not taking in, and we're not voting for this. It's totally unrepresented taxation. It's anti-American. It's anti-constitutional. I mean, you know, I'm not even a fucking lawyer, but this is my opinion.
Adam, what do you?
I mean, yeah, it's a bloody mess. I think debt jubilees are interesting ideas. I don't understand the West's, and this goes back to ancient times. The West's infatuation was serving the creditor class at all costs. We're willing to bankrupt individuals, communities, states, nation states to serve these interests. It was common practice to have debt jubilees. Sometimes it was it was periodical, you know, over several decades, maybe 75 years, or when a king or a monarch would die, there would be a debt jubilee. These were fairly common practices, but in the West, we've been resistant to this idea, and we've been captured and basically in service to a creditor class almost in perpetuity since time immemorial. And I don't know. I understand that, like, oh, well, this is, you know, the system will fail, and how will capital be created and lent and distributed and all this stuff? But I think we're so far down the rabbit hole. I think we do need to think outside the box. I don't think resetting and having limitations on timelines of debt is necessarily the worst case scenario here. I think we're beholden to these interests, and we self-sacrifice in order to serve them, and I think it's foolish.
Let me say one thing. You know, I don't know if any of you have ever done sports book betting, but I know somebody here in Chicago that had a private book, and I witnessed the immoral behavior that happens when you have a private debt book. And so try to view it from the perspective the Federal Reserve is a bookie. And as Americans and our elected representatives, we keep going back to this bookies and saying, listen, can I borrow I want to borrow more money. And the bookie's like, you want to borrow more? Okay, great. We'll lend you more. No problem. The Federal Reserve will always continue to loan our government this money that we vote on in these acts and in these omnibus bills. So again, this is like a gambling addiction problem that we have as voters, as citizens, as constituents. We have to stop going to the bookie and cut all business relationships and ties with this bookie that is more than happy to continue lending to us. I mean, I think that's probably a good reframe and a good way to try to understand this very toxic relationship between our Congress, our government, which continues to borrow daily, hourly with the Federal Reserve as if they are an addicted gambler. But the last piece of that is, if you believe that the Federal Reserve is nothing more than a communication organization, well, okay. Well, the problem is when a bookie wants to collect and you don't have the money, they're going to give you death threats, and you're going to have to go to friends and family and say, please lend me this money, otherwise this bookie is going to break my hand or kill me. So, if you believe that Hollywood story about a bookie. Anyways, I'm just saying, I don't know what the results will be. That's why I say it's possible there's resolution, and this is all just a fucking Ponzi scheme and fictitious. But nobody's going to get hurt because the government or the United States of America isn't going to collapse because Washington, D.C. is never going to get invaded. That's why I'm saying it's like if we do kick the can down the road, it's to the detriment. I've heard people on this app, international investors, complain about our budget because they're like, yeah, you're cutting into my investment now with your inflation, and you guys are getting the biggest benefit of it. But the thing is, a lot of the money that Congress is allocating is not coming back to we the people. It's not giving us jobs. It's not giving us economic opportunity. It's giving a lot of international organizations that opportunity with the money. And we can't stop sending money overseas. Jordan, Egypt, everybody's still getting a cut of this budget. So to me, it's traitorship. How the fuck are we sending Jordan $500 million and Egypt, $100 billion? I mean, what the State Department sends out annually, thank God it's been cut, but to give Ukraine $50 billion in more weapons from our arsenal. Maybe we don't need the weapons and we just make new weapons. I'm just saying, the more we can accurately describe the situation and the relationships, the sooner we can stop borrowing and spending and run this business, at an optimal rate.
I think it's hard for people to want to engage with public policy in a responsible, realistic way. And maybe that's the first change that has to happen. I think we've become too used to dealing with public policy in terms of these big themes, liberation and whatever else, and not really thinking about like, oh yeah, the public policy is mostly about running an economy, But I'm not sure how to refocus people on that.
I think they need the tough love. We have to tell them that Medicare and Social Security someday are both going away.
Well, why do people on this say, oh, I paid 20 years into Medicare. That's my right. It's not like they're getting a cash payout. Like Social Security, you could at least, you could calculate your ROI. But you can't even calculate an ROI with the Medicare, Medicaid. And the fact that people put all this money into Social Security, I don't know if you saw that in the big, beautiful bill, there's this provision, and Scott Bassett of the Treasury says that it's a backdoor to end Social Security because they're giving all newborns $1,000 investment in like some kind of federal S&P 500 tracking account. I don't know who is the service provider on that, 401k, but the point is, that could be the beginning of getting people off of future Social Security liabilities, or doing away with it altogether. So it's a possibility, but it is, at $1 trillion a year. I mean, that's serviceable. We're taking in $5 trillion. Okay, so we're kicking back out $1 trillion in Social Security. But Medicare and Medicaid, that's the big one. And that's where we're not really getting a good return on our investment at $2 trillion. The health outcomes suck. Nobody goes to the gym. Nobody eats right. Everybody's on their fucking cell phone 24/7. Everybody is obese. Everybody has a clot shot. And we're just going to keep dumping $2 trillion into a healthcare system that doesn't work. And why is the government creating the healthcare system to begin with? This is not the way that reality should be. Government and taxation and spending and borrowing shouldn't create health marketplaces and health exchanges. The government should not be in this business of funding these organizations. To me, it blows my fucking mind how we got to where we're at now, that the government is the sole provider and creator of all of these economies. It's insane. I don't understand how we got here, but it's obvious we got here because of the Federal Reserve and our ability to continue creating insane budgets annually. The King of England doesn't necessarily have the same ability that we do. I don't know if you've ever seen how the Queen or the King presides over their budget. You know, he's got his royal scepter. He says the annual fucking budget is going to be $2 trillion. Next year, it's anticipated to be 2.1 trillion. It's a little different. They don't have this huge credit card terminal that we seem to have with the Federal Reserve. But the question is, who's in control of this credit card terminal? Is it your elected representative, or is it a consortium of global interests? It's the fucking global interests that are controlling our purse strings.
Well, I mean, there'll always be a factor as long as they own our debt, and they own our debt basically to pay for stuff from us or other people because of dollar denomination and stuff like that. I mean, are you saying the Bank of England is different? It doesn't have the same leeway or latitude? I mean, central banks have a lot of leeway.
No, I mean, the fact that our dollars, if you look at the total amount of dollars in circulation globally, they don't even come close in terms of pounds. So we have this huge monopoly with the dollar. I think the best way to say that debt resolution comes about is really through a political communication. You know, and trying to get good deals for we the people. I mean, I think Trump is the guy to get us good deals, but I think he's also a runaway, you know, spendaholic. I mean, we got COVID-19 Heroes Act, CARES Act with him. So he didn't say, oh, we need, you know, there was this national emergency. We got to spend another trillion, another 3 trillion, 2 more trillion. I mean, to keep the economy afloat, but we haven't gotten off of that heroin addiction. 40% of our economy is still borrowed. That's an artificial economy. If we cut the spending and cut the borrowing, the economy completely disappears. It's almost like the VIG or the profit, you know, from this asset or from this investment is the $2 billion or the $2 trillion that they borrow on our behalf to fund the budget. That's $2 trillion of pure profit annually. You have to try to rationalize or try to compare the budget to, let's say, Microsoft at a $4 trillion market cap. If we're spending $7 trillion a year, I mean, do you realize how big Microsoft is globally and what that is in terms of the global communication grid and productivity, et cetera? Like, the amount of money that the government is spending it's inordinate. It's insane. It's so fucking huge, but the whole economy rests upon it. It's a huge fake fucking economy. It's one giant Ponzi scheme, essentially, globally, or if you just focus on the US, it is a fucking Ponzi scheme.
Well, I mean, it's all backed by real goods in the end. I mean, people get their iPhones, they get their North American Angus, they get their Ford Fiestas, you know. Real things really do happen.
Well, you ever see the movie Casino with Joe Pesci? You know, they had a skim going, and that's pretty much what's happening. Is there is a skim happening at the casino, and it's the Federal Reserve and their associated banks. I mean, they're chucking out $1 trillion a year. We're paying $1 trillion on the interest. That's going to a lot of international lenders. I'm not anti-bank. I like bankers. I wish I was more juiced into the banking industrial complex. I worked in financial services as a financial advisor for Morgan Stanley Smith Barney. It's my first job out of college. I wish I would have stayed in there. I had no idea how good the opportunities were. But I'm not trying to be some kind of patriot to destroy, you know, the banking industrial cartels and the banking industrial complex. I'm just saying that if you're running in politics, this should be your number one issue. I was telling Black Lives Matter people, you're protesting the wrong people in the wrong organization. Your dumbasses should be at the Federal Reserve doorstop preventing people from going into work at the Federal Reserve facilities around the country. That's your real enemy if you believe in all this white structural racism bullshit that you propagandize. So all I'm trying to do is be intelligent and accurately describe the players or the situation and try to come up with optimal solutions that work for everybody. You know, I think that's fair.
Well, Mojo, what do we do? What do you say to that?
in the Fed.
What do we replace it with? How should the
Nothing.
central bank?
Nothing.
No central bank.
You know,
So, well, hold on. So no central bank, Marco. So we're just gonna go back to the Jews. Is that what it's gonna be? Straight up, unintermediated. The Jews in London, all of their gold. That's what it'll be. The banking system. He left. And he's pulling his leg.
you know, I have an old currency note, and it's printed by the Republic of Chicago, or the Bank of the Republic of Chicago. It's not printed by Federal Reserve. So that monopoly, that I think that would be the way, Jason, to replace the Fed, is to remove their monopoly on printing dollars, or go back to a gold standard and have it fixed to actual gold. I mean, what do you think about that, Jason?
I mean, it's not good to fix to gold because you need more currency than you have gold, basically. The currency supply really has to do with the amount of trade that you have going. But what you're talking about with the Chicago Reserve or whatever is it intermediate stuff. But I'm not sure it would be a stable situation. Just say if you have this kind of government entity issuing money, I mean, eventually that's going to get all under the control of the government as a whole. In the same way that, I mean, we have police forces all over the country, but to some degree or another, they're centralized in their training and doctrine. And that's just gradually become more the case. Like a decentralized system, I was sort of joking about the Jews and the gold, but the way the English system worked actually was not Jews, but was goldsmiths in London. That's like the root of the Bank of England. Why? Because, well, you can give them notes and they can issue you notes that they back with gold. They know how to store gold. They have a lot of gold. There is a lot of gold around, and so that's a safe place to issue notes out of. And that's the kind of the origin of banking as we know it. Has to do with the issuing of these notes at market fairs and things like that. Because people don't want to carry around all this stuff to every stall in the market. So, but then you end up with a bunch of private banks, right? Do we want to privatize the currency issuing and holding function? I mean, there are massive problems with that.
Well, I think this is basically art, to tell you the truth. I don't think that the system will change, and I think the status quo is like 99.99% guaranteed. But I still find it fun to try to do, thought maximization or creative ways to suggest alternative ways to grow, grow the economy, start new. I mean, if we can start new businesses, why can't we start a new country? I don't know. I mean, there should be an alternative opportunity for people to invest in a new, separated future from this Social Security number index. So I don't know. There seems to me like we should have tax-free economic opportunity zones. 50 years of tax-free growth opportunities in certain states. Maybe within the interior. And fund it for $100 billion and plant 10 new cities in this country. Because if you look at the top cities in China and you look at the annual budgets of the top 20 cities in China and you compare it to the top budgets of like New York City, LA, we spend like 1/10 of what they're spending in Chinese cities. And I don't know if this is because of their communism, but just compare the budgets of the top 10 US cities to the top 10 Chinese cities, and you'll be like, I mean, I know there's a lot more people, But how the fuck can they still spend 10x what our city budgets are? That to me was like a crazy metric. I can't. I don't know what they're spending all the money on. If it's all just salaries or subsidies. But welcome to the room, Dr. Vadim.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I mean, I think your picture of tax-free zone or country, for that matter, is very inspiring. But I think, I'm totally for it. But I think it's much more political decision than economical. I mean, call me cynic, but I think the fundamental problem of democracy is that, sorry to be rude, but most of the people in democracy are leeches. They basically are freeloaders. They have political power to vote, to dictate taxation policies, and they are not the least interested in tax-free zones because that means that they cannot basically suck money out of other people. And that's where we stand right now. And I don't really see the easy way out. I mean, maybe some totally far-fetched ideas like creating an independent country on Mars for, a few hundred years from now, but I just don't see that to be realistic anywhere in any practical foreseeable future.
Well, little fleas on big fleas. America and its banking cartel, aka the Federal Reserve, is the big flea, and there's so many little fleas all around the world that are subsidized or essentially just secondary, third parties of the primary. So it's easy to call people parasites, but when you yourself are a parasite to a certain perspective, I mean, if you're like an androcyte on the earth or something, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't poo-poo parasites because it turns out the host is also a parasite. It's not just the parasite that's a parasite. What do you think about that, Vadim?
It's a technical term. It's not for lack of compassion or understanding. It's just I'm talking about the economical, like say the money flow or the wealth creation flow. I can say I'm a parasite because I work for a large corporation that pays me well, but at the same time they have a good reason to do that. So it's hard to say who's a parasite. I mean, I don't think of myself as a parasite. I pay my taxes.
Yeah, it could be projection, but I just like the thought about parasites and host, and sometimes maybe you don't know which one you are in the relationship. Um, how do you view like American corporations, like founded by Americans, across all the categories versus like international corporations working in the US, or even Google, or let's say, Microsoft having so many Indian and H-1B visa key executives, top software developers? Isn't that just like the efficient market economy and the most efficient model for growth and opportunity is this kind of like international management of primary US based corporations? Like, what's the is there like is there a critique of, I guess, Indians in key positions in major US corporations?
Well, I'm not the economist. I'm at best a good amateur. And I like Thomas Sowell, for example. I basically agree with most of what he has to say. So I can imagine that he would say, whatever is driven by pure economic mechanisms is probably good. Whatever is free from the government coercion is good. So if things are, if it's laissez-faire capitalism and it just flows naturally, then it's probably good. My only concern about this line of thought is that, as the economist, he's not a psychologist and he's not a historian. I think when we talk about civilizations and their long-term perspectives and long-term survival, I think the economic mechanism and economic reasoning is not the only one that should be taken into account. So I believe in such a thing as, the way, so Thomas Sowell goes as far as saying, if it's more profitable to outsource and use some foreign companies, it's financially cheaper. I think he literally said that somewhere like basic economics. It's financially cheaper to basically put people on welfare in your own country. If you just simply count the dollars and count the money flow, you decide, well, actually we can afford to put them on welfare. Well, I happen to disagree with that because I think if you take into account the human psyche, the whole level of demoralization and degradation that you can, impose on the whole nation can be so dangerous that you can think of the long-term survival of this nation. It's horrific. So yeah, I absolutely believe that a certain level of protectionism is absolutely necessary, even if it goes against the immediate profit or even economic development. I think it's important to have all American companies. I think it's important to hire more Americans, and probably, yes, you have to pay them more than you would pay Indians or Chinese otherwise, but that's just basically essential. I think we just have some, I would say, ideological or political value to offer to the world, and I would like this project to continue on for as long as it possibly can. So, yeah, that's fine.
So, do you have a critique of a fiat-based society, fiat-based, currency, and uh, how do you rationalize, I guess, unethical currency manipulation?
I don't. I really can't. I literally can't find no excuse for it. How about you?
I like the saying, "There's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe," um, and I also like the saying, "To know all is to forgive all." So, you know, you never know till you know, and it's easy to think that somebody is a snake in the grass, but you also don't know that person's wisdom or experiences, and until you really meet somebody, um, who has like an incredible presence, you hope the ethics match up with that person's presence, meaning it's like a perfect person. Um, but, again, you don't know till you know. So I'm just saying that I like my analogy of the Federal Reserve being a bookie, having their own platform to lend and to engage in arbitrage or gambling or speculative transactions. And it's nice to think that, Chairman Powell is the face of our Federal Reserve. But there's a lot of people that he knows, and that he associates with. It's a big world. I just live in my little bubble. I don't know billionaires in France. I don't know billionaires in Germany. I don't know billionaires in Italy. I don't know billionaires from Russia. But, you know, if you are that upper crust and you are that wealthy, I'm sure you have a role in the relationships or the communication. And I'm just saying, how un-American is the Federal Reserve if we believe it's this, parasite, a specter, or a shadow cartel, or a shadow Congress? Um, I'm just saying, if you were on the inside, you might not. I've met people that worked at Federal Reserve, and they're PhDs. They're basically academics, and they spend a lot of time doing research. But to me, it just seems like a jobs program. They're not really creating anything. So that's why I say I think it's primarily a communication organization, a research organization. But they really do have, tools, mechanisms, levers to pull, buttons to push. They, in many ways, control the economy, or they're fixing a standard of what they believe is an optimal model. And it's easy to get angry about anything. But that's why I say, I'm just trying to accurately describe the situation, uh, for political purposes primarily, but hopefully to awaken people, uh, to a taxation crisis and a debt and borrowing and spending crisis.
Produce vehicles. What's that? Go ahead. I think I lost you.
So, Vadim, what I'm trying to say is, I don't have anything to say other than, I'm just a little fish in a little pond in a big ocean, and I'm trying to analyze the entire ocean, but I'm still just looking at my little pond. So take it all with a grain of salt.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, me too. No billionaire friends for sure. But I invest like 60% of Americans last time I checked. So in that sense, I'm more typical than atypical, and I see that generally speaking, investment allows me to preserve my savings and overall beat the inflation and even maybe get ahead. But I also understand that technically speaking, the central bank as the Federal Reserve is something that basically it's a legalized theft of our money by printing more currency. That's what it is. And so for those Americans who don't invest, I can only imagine like this 40%, let's say, they literally keep their money in the bank and they see how every freaking year the value of their money goes down, 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 down. And that's number one. And the second thing, which I find important, is just I see to what extent the Federal Reserve is used and central bank is used as a political tool, basically, to manipulate the electorate. And I just can't imagine that healthy economy would even allow such manipulation, which means that probably there is something deeply unhealthy about our system.
There's a program here at Singer Wealth that does it down in South Florida, and he broke down that for the average person that inherits, let's just say they did an easy number of $1 million, and they had to wait, and I don't remember, it wasn't that many years, that they were going to try to live on that. In that short period of time coming up, its true value will only be $750,000, even with their modest interest rates, right? So they lose $250,000 plus in value, in true value. And so, investing, he was basically explaining, even getting into some conservative investments is the only way to even try to stay ahead of just the average, cost of living increase, let alone with, everything else that's potentially, out there. I had somebody who blew a lid because of the tariffs, pulled out he lost 1/3 of his retirement. So he pulled a whole bunch out, put it in somewhere conservative. And I told him, you're crazy. It's going to come back. He was mad as hell about Trump, this, that, the other, cussing about it. And I was just being calm. And I was like, no, listen, let's see where it's at in 6 months. And then you'll tell me, I want you to sit down and ask yourself. I'm not going to say I told you so, but ask yourself if the panic sell was a good deal. Now we're higher than we've ever been. And to me, it's another transfer of wealth. They panic sell the middle Americans and under to jump out when the 1% starts buying. Everything is a transfer of wealth. You're saying like them printing money. It is. When they print money, you're taking wealth from the ones that have their money sitting in a bank account.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. To me, it just seems awful suspicious that this is happening the way it does, and the media does zero to help the people. There's nobody out there preaching stop, hold steady. They're all panic, 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 and somebody's got to get a grasp on teaching these people stop. The history's there; it shows you. It'll tank, then it comes back. I explained this to the guy. I said, "Go look back under Obama, under Biden. There was a bigger drop. Did you pull out?" Well, no. I was like, you pulled out because you were told to panic. I said, because it was a bigger drop, but you didn't even really know about it probably. You still don't know about it, And he didn't. And I was like, and that's the narrative.
See, this is why I think a lot of the Federal Reserve and the borrowing and the spending conversation is actually just political, because Peter, what's his name? Peter Lynch or Peter Schiff, he thinks that gold stocks are undervalued, by 90%, meaning like he thinks gold stocks are going to go up 10x to 100x. But that would only happen if we went back to a gold standard and we, had like an open market rate on the conversion. So, It's unlikely, but the point is, he still wins as a financial advisor by taking your assets under management and putting them into his gold mutual fund or his, portfolio management platform. So he wins either way on the communication. And by being the antagonist or the contrarian to the fiat system, he attracts a lot of people who like his economic, content and philosophy. But the point is, he still wins because he's the broker. So um, anyways, I'm just saying that I think the status quo is always going to be in the future. There might be modifications, but I would say that I don't know. I don't think anybody knows what the outcome of all this borrowing and spending is going to be, because we could look at historical examples, from the 40s or the 30s. But does America have a special arrangement or situation because of its geographic proximity, its expansion? Um, I mean, is history likely to repeat itself, or it's just a drawn out process? So I'm just saying, keep smiling, because nothing, and nothing is miserable.
Well, if you think about the blockchain currency, right? Say Bitcoin, there is by definition limited supply, so it's inflation-free currency, and it should have technically speaking become long ago the leading currency in any capitalist country if there was no political pressure.
Because you're trolling me, and I told you specifically that would make me cranky.
Can I say one thing to that?
Cranky Monica is not a good.
Monica, can we get a reset? No.
Hey, Mother, we are talking about the amazing controversy of the American Eagle ad, which has been so disastrously a failure that they've sold out of the blue jeans. And I heard that the blue jeans, a percentage of the proceeds were going to be donated to preventing domestic violence organizations. I don't know if that's true, but I think it's pretty cool. All because the woke leftist insane mob has decided that Sydney Sweeney is a white supremacist Nazi because her mom had a 50th birthday where they had red hats saying make 50 great again, and maybe a couple of the people had back the blue t-shirts. So that makes them criminals, right? Because they believe in law and order and have conservative values. So forgive me, Daniel, forgive me, Andrew, if I don't quite feel like indulging in your trollish behavior. We're talking about
This is the American Eagle. Actually, this is the first time I'm hearing that.
I don't know how that's the first time I'm hearing it.
So I actually went on
Anyway, enlighten me again. So what's the controversy?
Just Google American Eagle ad. There'll be a billion articles that come up talking about the controversy. Like, this has been going on for.
First room on Clubhouse talking about.
It's about 7 days, and then they have something else to get agitated about because apparently Dunkin' Donuts had the temerity of hiring a young, handsome white guy with brilliant blue eyes to sit by the pool and say that he has a tan that he's gotten from genetics, and that he did his colors and he's golden summer, and he didn't plan on being the king of summer, but here he is, and every time he sips a Dunkin' Donuts breeze, the sun just naturally is attracted to him, and that's apparently forbidden. That's not allowed to be a young, handsome white guy with blue eyes at the pool.
So, just to give you some context, essentially the ad goes, she's talking about like genes that are passed down, like, it's genes she's selling, they're passed down from generation to generation or whatever, and then she like makes a reference to the color of her eyes or whatever, and people are
She
interpreting
said my
it.
jeans are blue. She says my jeans are blue. It's a
Well,
plain
I'm sorry,
blue
Monica,
jeans.
I don't have the ad memorized, but I'm trying to summarize for Moose, right? So essentially people are saying that she's doing white supremacist propaganda because of the way that the ad is it's a huge overreaction of the left. It makes them look ridiculous.
That's why I see those Trump PTRs wearing jeans, posing like Brooke Shields. Got it.
Daniel, even like comedians are making fun of like this is a stretch, and this is when people talk about like.
Sounds like a stretch. You know, I'm on the left. That is a stretch. Those jeans are really too tight. They need to be. There's no stretch. These are stretchy jeans.
Daniel, real quick. Daniel, did you notice what Moose said? He said, "What is the crime? What is the crime of being white?" That's very similar to saying, "What is the crime of murder?" Okay.
No,
but the crime is if you're white and you vote. If you're a white voter in the United States, the chances are you're a criminal.
I would say though, it is interesting to see some people on the left actually say that it's too much of an overreaction, because I think that is good. It's like a chance. Like leftist people are more likely to listen to leftist people than to listen to Republicans, and if you have people on the left saying it's a little bit much, I think that's good for y'all.
Yeah, I always call that's ridiculous. It's too much. I'll call like I see it. It's like this is the stuff that shoots them in the foot. Instead of trying to get a message for the Democratic Party for the midterms, let's take clickbait of these kind of this just a waste of time and energy and resources.
And then it feeds into the narrative that y'all are out of touch with what people actually care about, you know, because like the fact that this is a thing is weak.
White people shouldn't be using anything to do with jeans in the first place, being that they usually use jeans and the concept of jeans against whites. But for the most part, it's a very interesting concept of whites being automatically criminals. I don't think they're automatically criminals because of their color. And does anybody want to talk about that?
I feel bad when I meet poor white people, because I'm like, well, what were you doing for generations when the rest of your family was getting rich and wealthy, doing criminal activities and enslaving people? Like if you're gonna be white, at least be a wealthy white. Like, don't be a poor white. Like that means your entire like genetic line fucked up. Yeah.
Well, that's a transsexual perspective, but most people, the second and third generations, are quite poor.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why did your family fuck this up?
Not just white, meaning Chinese, meaning Indians, meaning Hispanics. The first and second and third generations usually end up kind of poor due to a lack of nuclear family. So who's pushing for nuclear family?
Nobody.
Right, so we just get poorer. So nobody has a stance to say that anybody else is kind of poor here right now, right? Because eventually you're going to be poor too.
Manus, you caught the fact that I was being sarcastic, right, with my comments. I just want to be.
Well, I can't trust what the trans says, so your sarcasm is probably just being honest.
Oh, okay.
So Beam and I were having a discussion, and she says the commercial is, and I agree, is very much telling on how you take it as to what your ideologies are. So if you hear Nazi propaganda, as some people have, you're likely on the left of the political spectrum. If you see a beautiful young girl making a joke, and haha, is she pretty? You're likely on the right side of the political spectrum, or a healthy young male. It can go either way. So we're defining and this. Mm-hmm.
Well, I was just trying to get clarification. How much, let's say, African American blood must you have, or how much? When you do like a 23andMe, you know, and it gives you your breakdown, like what percentage of like African American descent would you need to say that somebody qualifies as being black? Can you help me out with that?
No, that's a great question.
No, it's not a great question, Bima. Stop coddling him.
Okay, well then give me the hardball. I don't care. I think it's a phenomenal question.
It's not. And what is it? We're talking about white. Why are you interjecting black? Why do people do that?
Black. And you're not.
You know, I hosted a room with Melissa once, several years ago, and I said, white on white crime, does anyone care? Anyone wants to talk about what happened in the room that we held?
No. So nobody wants to tell me what it takes to be black?
Yeah, so the percentage is 39.5%.
That makes sense. Okay, that checks out.
No, but jokes aside, okay, like let me take my jokes head off. But like usually it's about 40 to 45% where you mostly present as having African features. Like there are people who hover in like 30 to 37% that are like, you know, they look racially ambiguous, but that's the generally accepted like percentage. If you are predominant, or if you have the dominant African presenting genes, that's usually about 40 to 45.
So when did it change from the one drop rule where if you had 1% of black DNA, whatever that is?
I think only Americans are obsessed with the one drop rule. Like I don't think anyone outside of the U.S.
From
really follows.
Nazi Germany when it came to
Oh, true.
Yeah, not much difference there.
Okay, now let me ask you, because from what I understand, there's a few things. So what if like you're actually like, you know, 40 or 50% black, but again, only from the waist down like Daniel, or if you have so much black in you, you know, like say you actually are like 60,
you're not here for a serious conversation. You're just going to continue to troll and disrespect the mod's request.
Why are you?
Yeah, I'm kind of done. Like Andrew, the rooms that you host, I don't do this shit to you.
He
I
sounds
don't.
like a 16-year-old.
Well, he's having a good time, and so when you're trolling, you tend to have a good time because you're amused by what you're saying, and he's not reading the room. He doesn't understand that I'm earnest in this pursuit of understanding why some people think it's not okay to be white. And he can do it in his own room. He can have fun there. But there's like people on this stage that I really want to talk to, and he's hogging the mic. So let's move the mic around. Aya, weren't you trying to comment earlier, and I don't think you got your point in? Am I remembering?
I'll make a quick comment about kind of like, there is something to be said about like attributing like guilt of a race. Even the idea of a race construct is poorly defined. It's not well defined in terms of science. There's incongruences between how we think of race and how it shows up in the data. In fact, it's sometimes better to look at gene motifs, so combinations of genes, rather than say, oh, I'm this race, I'm that race. You might have more to do or more in common with this person based on how you digest sugar or how you process insulin than anything else. So I think there's something to be said about that. But more so the whole idea of saying that you can be guilty because you're white. Even the idea of being white is only about 70 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Before then, it was something like British or aristocracy. It's always been defined by wealth. And in fact, the oppressors are the wealthy class. So no matter what you believe about race, that's not really the people who are oppressing you. It's the people who have power and influence. And those are not usually, you know, in the general public. That's a minority of a minority. Something like 1% of the population controls the rest. So I'll leave it there for now, because I think there's too much sinister projection going on onto race itself, and it gives it too much credit.
Yes, I agree.
Does anybody else want to give their opinions on the ad, this American Eagles ad?
So I think the controversy actually got them more sales than the actual jeans, because who the fuck wears American Eagle anymore? I don't know. But the second thing I was going to say is, so this woman, right? What's her name? Sweeney or whatever? Do y'all remember her name?
Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney. Like, if you all have seen the shows that she does, like she kind of like does the whole sexually provocative thing frequently in a lot of the stuff that she's done in the past. Like in Euphoria, like she was always kind of dressed like a bimbo. Like her boobs were pushed to the front of this so everyone could see it. Her clothes is always very skimpy. So like I think this is part of her like selling strategy. Like she just kind of does this as like part of her
No, mother. Attractive young women use their assets for attention and power and money and control. shooketh.
But it kind of, it's like, yes, I mean, women do that, but like maybe it's because her boobs are like massive. It's like it gets to be, it looks kind of trampish in some of like her outfits. You know, like it's a little overmuch. You know, but this is my opinion. But I'm also a fag, so I don't know if that.
Good point. All right, who wants the mic? This room's been running for a couple hours, y'all, and they did. I guess Beamer, we're gonna have to do our part two. We're gonna have to do a part two, but go ahead now.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you mentioned about women having advantages, like being able to use, like, you know, their boobs to get out of a speeding ticket. Like, I wonder how often that actually works in reality. I mean, because it definitely has happened. Like, they had like a series called "What Would You Do?" They had it where like of three people who were stealing a bike as a social experiment. There was a white boy, a black boy, and then there was a blonde chick. And you had the white boy, people just ignored it. The black kid, they said that they called the police on him. And they had the blonde chick, people would help her steal the bike. So, in general, there definitely does seem to be that advantage. And it's why to me, it was a question I always had. When I was in Sunday school, my parents brought, I always wondered is why did, the thing that to me, or I guess it was kind of something to me, I wondered was why did, men as I get older, why did men only get, or specifically.
Wait, Necro, the example with the bike, that was a commercial? It was a social experiment?
It was a social experiment. You can Google it. It's pretty hilarious, actually.
Yeah, it was a part of the series What Would You Do?
That's why the CIA always has women in one of the team.
Finishing my point. So, What Would You Do? The series basically, they have these social experiments where you have something happening and seeing how the public would react to the situation, pretty much. My favorite one was the one where they had a kid who was autistic.
Describe the bike one in a little more detail for her.
I guess I can do that. So basically, you had it where you had a white kid, who was breaking into a bike, and he was basically of course he was using his saw, and people came by asked him, "Is that your bike?" And they're like, "No," and they just ignored it and walked off. And then they had a black kid who was trying to steal their bike just like the white kid, and what they did was that they asked him, "Is that your bike?" And he's like, it's they were like, "You can't steal stuff." And then they started calling the police, and then they had just everybody was they were immediately alarmed by a black kid stealing a bike. And then you had a blonde chick who came and was trying to steal the bike, and she was asking a man if a woman's husband if he could help her steal the bike, and he helped her steal the bike. So
I wanted to touch on the topic, but I wanted to come from a different angle, right? When I was 21, I went and I stayed in Germany with my aunt. And while I was there, I was doing some music. So I was into music real heavy. I met these cool guys, right? Went to their house, met their dad. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Chuck Berry, but their dad played with Chuck Berry. He was a guitarist, right? These all German people, right? Mom was super cool. Anyway, we're sitting out at the table, eating, passing a few J's around and having just regular cool conversation. They asked me about, this country. And my friend Bino was with me. Bino, the ill Filipino, that's what he went by, right? He was with me, right? So we're having discussion and stuff. And when we're talking about, America and the characteristics of America, right? And the brother says, Matthias was one of their names. He says, I've always wanted to visit Africa. I want to go to this country. And he named the country. And I said, that's funny. I was like, in my country, I would never hear a white man say that. And he said, I'm not white. I'm German. Right? And so I realized right then, there was a separation that he recognized in his culture, right? what he recognized as what white was is affiliated with racism, because it's a construct that was created for political means in this country, right? So I saw that right then. Him as a German, he was disassociating from the racist culture that's in this country. Now, I don't fault all white people, because some of y'all don't know some of the stuff you do may be racist, right? You're just raised a certain way, and some of the stuff you might not know, right? But what I'm pointing out here, the idea of whiteness is racist by nature, because it's a political construct. When we look at where slavery came from, right, in this country, it originated with the indigenous people here, right, where it was like about preventing the women who were living in these colonies that were born here were no longer subjects of the king or queen of England, right? They were no longer subjects to the crown because they were born in these lands. And so they couldn't be referred to as English or British and be brought under the law by those terms. So they affixed the term white. Okay. And this is where this now encompassed anybody who came from Europe that had this fair complexion. All right. It was a political construct. And this is why I said earlier in the chat, there is no such thing as white culture. When I was in Germany, I was at a bowling alley and I met a guy, quote unquote, white American guy. And he was like, white culture is boring. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, there's no such thing. And then we had like a conversation. We went out to had a cool conversation. Met skinhead that night too. Almost had to get into a fight with. But interesting night.
Rocco, thank you for your contribution. I don't mean to cut you off.
I just want to land right here.
To the ad.
I just want to land right here. I know I was going for a minute, but I just want to land on the fact that the idea is, the racial construct, the political construct of whiteness is an illusion. Like, just know who your people are, your ancestors, and that's where your culture comes.
So would you mind, do you want to just take another couple seconds to just tie it back to what you think about the ad and how you're connecting this to the ad?
Well, I saw an article on that. I didn't really watch it, but I think the thing was about the right genes. I mean, you can play on words and you can make it seems like a social experiment just by the way people are responding to it. I didn't watch the whole ad, but I heard about it, and I heard about the basic tagline that was supposed to be the big deal. I just think it was meant to spark conversation, and what the people do with the conversation, that's where we see where this country is really at. That's why I tie that.
Okay. Yeah, no, that is quite the take. Somebody mentioned earlier the controlling population is, I'm not going to say it verbatim, but the oppressing population is the wealthiest population, and it's 0.02 whatever percent. And go ahead. Someone gonna say something?
I mean, in general, I'd say that that's consistent. It's essentially
sure,
but I wouldn't say that it's like necessarily the case. But it definitely,
it just took me to the thought of American Eagle, to whatever extent. Their goal is to make more money for their shareholders and sell jeans.
Yeah.
And as far as we can tell, it seemed to work.
Like I would say.
Yeah, I think that there's been a systematic attempt to silence this particular voice in here. I won't say much more. I'll shut up. I won't interrupt, and I won't disturb the regime. But I think that one voice has been silenced in particular. We all know who, and we all know why. So. What a pathetic forum. Don't pretend that it's a place of free exchange of ideas. It's disgusting.
Well, I think, yeah, I think definitely it's hypocritical. Because it seems like, even though, we've called ourselves the land of the free, a lot of people who have not experienced, freedom have been, Black people in the United States historically. So, there's definitely a testament to our hypocrisy.
well, it's never too late to make a change, right? Because I honestly believe if y'all want America to survive, that old mentality's got to go, man, or this country's gonna implode on itself. It's not gonna go the way these power hungry people think.
Yeah, and I mean, just in general, though, I mean, the thing, though, I've always wondered essentially is that if you say some of those, like, you recognize that, like, you know, what I said is that the United States, you know, white people have benefited from, like, institutional racism. You know, that means that, you know, you're suffering from white guilt. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, Monica, that seems to be something you've hinted at in the past. I'm not sure if you would say that I suffer from white guilt.
I definitely. Go ahead, Rob.
No, I think he was addressing you. I don't want to interrupt. I'll respond after you.
Oh no, go ahead. You finish. I'm gonna shift a little bit. So thank you so much. Go ahead.
All right. So I was just gonna say, you know, I kind of lost my train of thought here, but ultimately, right? I think like the white guilt thing is something. Look, you're not responsible for what your ancestors did, right? Nor am I responsible for what my ancestors did, right? We're all responsible as individuals for what we do with our lives now and the choices we make in the here and the now, right? So the only guilt you could feel is if you're actually guilty of something, right? So I look at it like this. We're in a time where we can actually affect change, right? And it starts with us as individuals. If we want to see this country change, we actually have to do some different things. And we have to, look, whether we like it or not, black people, white people, we tied together in this country, right? Black people are not going to get rid of white people, and white people ain't going to get rid of black people. Black people ain't going to no damn Africa. You know what I'm saying? Forget that, right? Because we contribute way too much to this culture. If we left America, y'all be bored to death. And y'all be behind in technology and all kinds of other things. Because a lot of us do these inventions. Just keeping it a grand, right? So that ain't finna happen. The reality is we going to be here. And the best thing to do, right, if we want to save this country, I know y'all probably hear it's about reparations all the time. And honestly, it's like there's a karmic debt that's on this country that it has to be paid, right? Because if it's not done willingly, it'll be made to be done unwillingly, and God will control that. And that's where we're at in this day and time. Like, people got to make a decision whether or not you really believe you're going to face the Lord of the universe. Maybe you don't believe in God. Maybe you don't believe you'll ever have to face him. I do, right? And so for me, I'm about righting as many wrongs as I can before it's time for me to leave this planet. And I encourage everybody to do the same. If you want to go to the paradise, but if you don't care, you know, there's a place for people who believe like that too.
Okay, I'll jump in here. So I can't go back in history and change our checkered past. But what I can do is remember it and then do my best to minimize the disparities and discrimination that I see in the present, so that hopefully the future is better. I don't believe our country was founded on slavery. I believe our country had slavery. And I believe our country paid a dear price to get rid of it. And when we're not having a reparations discussion, not in my room, but what I don't see is a recognition of the sacrifices that we made to make a better, in order to form a more perfect union. And our union's not perfect now, but the accusations of white fragility, the presence of white guilt, the insistence that one check one's privilege based on the melanin content of their skin These are all racist concepts and should be refuted in the most impeccable way.
Yeah, if I could just, Monica, if I could just say one thing, I'll be brief on the stage. I'll think of this analogy. I'll try and make it very simple. Let's say a father murders a man and takes his goods, and his son inherits those. Now, this is a problem. It's problematic. A child should not benefit from the crime of his fathers, and we can push it back many generations, right? I'm giving you an easy example where you have a father who commits a murder. He takes this man's goods, and his son inherits those goods. Now, we can trace back a lot of the injustices that have happened to specific families, to specific specific examples of wealth due to the abuse of certain peoples. We can trace it back historically and prove it in a court of law. And we can see the benefits. And yes, there is a privilege that is based upon the murder of people. And we must concede to ourselves, it's wrong. It's wrong. White people are not superior because they're smarter, not because they're more adept. They're privileged, and they are because of the murder that their fathers committed. It's a problem.
All right,
Monica,
then I'm going to be demanding reparations from all the women who murdered their progeny with voluntary abortions.
Okay.
Where are my reparations for the loss of life, for the genocide of the next generation?
Go for it. But the
No, Daniel, you're good. You're
So
done.
can I? Well, I think that Daniel.
All right, Necro.
Well,
There are some people I haven't heard from, and I am running out of time. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, the problem with Daniel's idea of reparation essentially is that it doesn't take into account the fact that most white people, for one, their ancestors did not own any slaves whatsoever. And so, I mean, to apply to say all white people, they owe blacks money, because I mean that's based on the assumption that all white people have stolen from, that their ancestors stole from black people. But also, I mean, it's just also the fact that if that was the case, that would mean that African countries would also have to give back wealth that they stole through enslavement. I mean, reparations, taken to its logical ends, would have to, every country would have to have a significant transfer of wealth through how many slaves that they owned, it seems. So that's why I'm against reparations.
I don't want to make it a reparations conversation.
It's not going to be, because
Right.
you can throw a quarter down the hallway of Clubhouse and find one.
You're right. I'm sorry.
So, let's move on. You can make your comment in the chat if you really need to wrap up a final thought on reparations.
No, it's fine. I apologize.
Yeah, no, it's just ridiculous to me for a couple reasons. One, what do you put? What's the price tag for the crime of enslaving one person? It just seems like the debt will never be repaid. So then what do? Because you can't repay the debt, then you live your life the best way you possibly can, doing the least amount of harm to people, and you don't oppress them as much as you're able to. That seems to be reparations enough to me, but it's not enough to someone else. So we're talking about the crime of being white. I get accused of upholding whiteness on the app, and what they're confusing whiteness with is American values, American and conservative values. That's not whiteness. That's American values. So who else thinks it's a crime to be white on the stage?
Nobody. I think that's fair to say.
I don't know, Necro. You'd be surprised.
Well, I mean, Monica, I just would like to ask you, I mean, I said before, like, I acknowledge that, I as a white person, I'm not saying that you believe this, but a lot of people have accused me of white guilt because, I've acknowledged that, historically that, I as a white person have, benefited a lot from institutions which have been grounded in white supremacy. I mean, do you think that I suffer from white guilt?
I don't know about you directly, Necro. I think we had a conversation in the back channel, though. Like, some people have been taught and trained that white people are oppressors, and because they're in the majority of our country, that makes them the villains in every aspect. Some people insist that all white people are racist, that all white people are colonizers and rapists and murderers, and we own all of the bad that is in history. If you believe that, then you're going to be cruel to white people, even if you're white. You'll have this stain of original sin that is whiteness that will never be washed off. And that's criminal to me. So I don't know, Necro, what do you think? Do you think you have white guilt?
I mean, I don't believe that I've ever experienced any sort of guilt. I mean, I've just acknowledged the past history of the country, and even though the founding fathers have done a lot of things that were very good, there are also things that they did that have left a stain on our nation's history, particularly to African Americans. But I mean, do I feel guilt myself because of what my ancestors did? No, but I do think it is something that white people should be educated about if we want to, acknowledge some of the problems in our society, which could be traced to historical institutions. I think that is a responsibility that we should have if we want to make change.
So, let me ask. We can, if you guys still want to ask or put in your contributions to the white guilt topic, we can. I'd like to tie it back a little bit to the ad, though. We were discussing the Great Jeans ad with the American Eagle Great Jeans ad with Sydney Sweeney, giving like this beauty equals genetic superiority type thing, or maybe not. What do you think? If you guys can take a look, YouTube, real quick, the ad that we're talking about. If you haven't seen it, I want to know what you guys think that an ad like this reveals about us as people and as a culture, and that a phrase like great genes, when it's paired with a specific image, aka Sydney Sweeney, how can it, or can it evoke different, how can it evoke pride in some, frustration in others, pain in others, right? So why do you think, this is my point, why do you think the same phrase like the great genes can make some people feel proud and excited and sell out of this gene, right? People apparently have sold out. This gene is now so popular that people are so excited to go get it. This controversy has incited to provoke this, and then others feel frustrated, hurt, insulted, and feel pain by it.
So I think the reason why is because when you talk about things like great genes or things like that, instills the idea that there's some genes that we want to have to, like, get to the idea of, that, I mean, we do have, biases that we preconceive that we do like, as a part of our genetics. But when we talk about things like, great genes or good genes, that it seems to imply that there's such a thing as, bad genes, things that, and bad genes essentially imply that we want to eliminate them. And so, it's kind of thing that, has been linked to eugenics, of course, because, it's about, replicating the genes that are preferred. So.
Does anyone see a problem with the ad? I know Adams, I actually agree with Adams. He's like, who cares? You're comparing an ad to everyday life, and it says more about celebrity worship culture than it does about race. I'm not sure. I'd like to hear more about that. Obviously, I only heard it because other people were talking about it, and it was already a thing. And we have people running around making podcasts about this, talking about. So obviously, our culture, right? Like, yeah, what does it say? What actually is that saying? What is that saying about individuals and our culture right now that we have an ad, a jeans ad, of some woman who makes a play on words, gene, great genes, genetic genes. She happens to be she looks a particular way, and that evokes two very, very opposite reactions in our society. I would like to know more. Do you think that the ad was a problem? Do you think that this is entirely stupid? Do you think that it was arrogant? Would you buy from American Eagle if you had the chance? Are you going to choose something else? What do you guys think about?
It's just not as interesting as I think what we were talking about before, Bima. I think that's why we're not getting as much. There are quite a number of intellectuals in the stage, and I think they're more thought-provoking conversations than a Gap ad or an American Eagle ad.
Okay, well that's what we talked about. So that was what the room was about. But originally, if you guys want to talk about white privilege, you want to talk about that, that's fine. Monica doesn't want to bring it down the role of reparations. I think that's eventually going to be talked about, and that's a place that I would like to take it, but it's not my room. So, but yeah, go ahead.
I have a comment.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Dino. I keep having to switch. Dino, yes. Nia, would you prefer to go first?
However you would like to go. I submit to men.
Well, since you're my friend and a lady, you can go first.
Appreciate that. I think this is a very easy solution. I think when Black people stop caring about the standard of beauty that white people set for themselves, then this will not be a problem. And then the blondes and the brunettes and the redheads can argue about, whose genes are better. Sometimes we just need to take ourselves out of these conversations. I'm not concerned about white genes, but when you deal with people who want to be included so bad and they continue to tell you you're not a part of our community, stop trying to be down. Like, there was one of the best things that I saw online was when this older guy, he said that they finally got a seat at the table at the lunch counter, and when he ate the food, he was like, this is what we've been fighting for. I think that is the irony of all of these situations. Like, why do we even care that much? Stop trying to be down with people who don't want to be bothered with you. Those who want to hang, let's hang out. Those who don't want to be bothered, don't get caught up. I think it's just that simple.
Look, I watched the ad, Bima and Monica. Just give you a quick thing, okay? So they're trying to.
Andrew, I was actually next. Would you mind going after me?
Yeah, for sure, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I did want to comment on the whole, I hate to say the word, the reparations thing. I think Black people have been paid reparations many times over. Many times over. And it'll never be enough. Even if it were a fact check that said reparations on it, they would still be asking for reparations, which is pretty silly. Black people have been paid Black people currently have a GDP per capita of about 70,000 per the World Bank, right? and they have opportunities to education, employment, social mobility that are not available in most African nations, right? In addition to that, the wealth they've generated by slavery has contributed to urban centers where many Black Americans live right now and work and have access to public services like schools, hospitals, which are more developed in some regions and unaffected by the transatlantic slave trade, right? Given the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, right, that dismantled the legal segregation, right, Black Americans fully participate in democracy. They have access to opportunities. They have a Black caucus, right? I think these achievements, especially in the legislative Black branch, the significant requirement to achieve these levels, including attaining a Black president. Right. Yes. It required significant political and economic investment. Which is arguably functioning as a form of reparative justice. Since the Great Society programs of the 1960s, trillions, and I say trillions, of dollars have been spent on social programs like Medicaid, food stamps that have been abused, affirmative action policies that have disproportionately benefited Black Americans. Did they use this to create families? No. They sought child support instead of husbands, right? And so
oh wow,
Black households, Black
hold on.
households.
So Seneca, I'm gonna ask you to take another minute and then finish the discussion. And what I'm hoping to do, because I want everyone who wants a turn at the mic to have a couple minutes on the mic. If you're not interested in speaking, I'm going to ask you to move yourself down on the stage so I can close the room with just Bima and I left at the end. But go ahead, sir, and take your 60 seconds and complete your thought.
Okay, so I just think it's really funny that Black households only make up 13% of the U.S. population, but currently account for the highest share of SNAP recipients, right, per 2021. So at the end of the day, I'm sorry, like, when is enough enough? Okay, every time you hold a Black man or woman accountable, just look at the art of deflection, the mastery of deflection towards other groups, right? It's time for Black Americans to self-determine and to take responsibility and accountability for being the number one reason behind Black male deaths in the United States.
Ooh, can I say something real fast?
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go in reverse PTR order. After you've had your turn at the mic, please drop yourself down. And then we're gonna try and make sure everybody has a turn. According to my PTR, Halo gets to go. Go ahead, Halo.
Hey, I just want to respond to what he said. I just did some research because that didn't sound right, but it does say here in the U.S., non-Hispanic white individuals account for the largest percentage of SNAP, according to whatever data, both amongst adult and children. In 2020, 44.6% of the adult SNAP recipients and 31.5% of the child recipients were non-Hispanic white people. I'm not here to make a black and white argument. I just wanted to correct what he said, and I'm just listening.
All right. Well, yeah, check 2021. 2020 was a long time.
Thanks, Halo. Seneca, if you have any resources that you'd like Halo to look at, I would so appreciate you dropping them in the chat.
Look at the USDA 2021.
So, Double, the mic is yours, and then we're going to come right to you, Andrew, okay? After Double gets to speak. And then, Halo, if you can drop down. I'm trying to end the room. It's been open for a few hours, and it's been a great room, but I really need to say goodnight. So go ahead, Double. How are you, and your thoughts?
Hi. I came in late. I'm not sure about the title exactly with the crime of being white, but when I came in, people were discussing, there was this advertisement from American Eagle. It sponsored an actress. I think I've seen very little of her work, but I believe her name is Sydney Sweeney. She's a brunette actress who I guess dyes her hair blonde, and she has kind of a uncanny valley sort of look, I would say, that has helped her career. But anyway, the advertisement does a play on words with genetics, I guess, genes, and blue jeans, which they're trying to promote and trying to boost sales and so forth. Somebody mentioned that I found it a little strange, the comment about let the redheads and the blondes fight it out, and this is a white thing, and that no one else should be concerned. It's not just white people. Actually, it's actually all life on the planet. Only exists, functions at the most basic level, and is distinct from all other life because of the genetic code encoded in each cell. Even viruses, have genetics. It affects everybody very deeply, and then, of course, their offspring and their ancestors. So it does, I would say, as a topic, it is relevant to you listening. So at any rate, and another thing that's kind of funny about it too is the idea that it's white people separate from, I assume, like black people or other people. African American, I wouldn't speak for sub-Saharan Africans, but all African Americans are descended from European peoples, about 20% on average of their genetics. So even that, trying to make a genetic distinction from white people, it's like, well, you contain the same DNA or the same population of DNA from large groups, from Europe. So it also doubly applies. Whatever's going on with white genetics applies just as well, largely speaking, to African American genetics specifically. But anyway, this is a kind of a meandering thing, but I think genetics is important. Whether the American Eagle ad is kind of silly, but just as a topic, I think people should take a greater interest. We now have genetic editing technology, CRISPR. So if people are suffering from disease or need to make a modification, there's both treatments for adults to modify certain cells within their bodies. There's also germline edits that's been done to even change embryos themselves, so change someone's entire genome. Famously, there was first case of that was child. I think maybe multiple, but at least one child was cured, or it's kind of controversial whether that was a good move or not. But supposedly, given an edit that makes it impossible for them to be infected by HIV. Anyway, I find this stuff fascinating. We now have technology like polygenic embryo selection. So if you're doing IVF or that kind of thing, you can analyze.
Okay, Agent. Wait. Wrap it up, Agent.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, my point is it's important. I think it's increasingly important for people, and it shouldn't be dismissed. It affects everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Monica Beam. I just wanted to start with an apology. I did accuse the mods of oppressing me because I'm white, but in fact, they moved me down, but they did invite me back up immediately. So I just wanted to say I apologize for the false accusation. The second thing I wanted to say is I did watch the ad, and the ad basically is just using attraction that they think will sell. It'll get women to want to be, who want to be desirable, to be interested in these genes, and it'll make men, maybe potentially want to buy those genes for the women they're with, or promote them in some way. So that's what they're doing, and then it's just a play on words, saying she has good genes. So it's just trying to promote American Eagle. I'm not even sure what the controversy is. It's not like saying, it's not promoting like gene editing or anything like that. Just saying she has good genes. People have said that for quite some time. That expression's been around. If somebody has particularly desirable attributes, you might say they have good genes, right? People have been saying that for a long time. So it's not, I don't think this is any kind of eugenics or, some kind of human modification pushing ad. Now, it may be salacious or it may be capitalizing on, sex cells, principles, stuff like that. Okay, and there might be some immorality there, but it is certainly, as far as I can tell, not pushing eugenics. Last thing I wanted to say is Seneca, now that you and I and Dee are all in the same room, I made it quite clear the other day to Dee that you have given me explicitly in your room the N-word pass. And she did not believe that.
I would never believe something like that, Andrew. I don't think you're telling the truth.
Okay. Well, what I would like to do is give up the rest of my time for Seneca to be able to speak and go ahead and let everybody know. Though I didn't use it, I have several passes in my back pocket.
Oh,
and they were given by Seneca. So I'll go on mute. Go ahead, Seneca, if you would, to take my time.
My position is that if Black people can reclaim the word from their slave masters and call their brothers and sisters niggers, then white people can also reclaim it back and also call them niggers.
Are you putting Andrew in danger, Seneca? Is that what you plan to do? Is that the ultimate goal?
He knows I am.
Because it goes further than the app. You don't want someone like Andrew to feel that comfortable, because Andrew is fluid in the words that he says. And he might go out and think that the past allows him to just say it wherever he goes, and now you have put him in harm's way. I don't think that's what you want to do.
Well, I think, unlike Black men in Chicago, Andrew is not necessarily threatened by Black people, because anyone can get a gun, and so he can get one too, and he can also shoot a gun too, just like Black people can shoot each other in Chicago. And so if those Black people want to threaten his life for using the N-word, he can respond in kind.
So now you want Andrew to be equipped with a gun to shoot people for a word. Okay. That makes sense.
I'm just saying we have freedom of speech in the United States.
We definitely have freedom of speech. But I don't walk around calling women bees and don't expect for there might to be some violence to follow. It's just called being courteous.
Right. Well, I just want to say I'll accept your apology, Dee, because you thought that I said something that was false, that Seneca did not, in fact, give me the pass.
You know what, Andrew? As a Black woman who holds herself accountable, I do apologize. Right. And now it just makes me reevaluate the type of person that Seneca is.
I get you. But I just want to throw, for anybody on the stage or anybody down in the audience that's jealous, Seneca has the express right to make these transferable. So I have 60 of them. If there's anybody here that would like one, just contact me in the back channel. I'll hook you up, and we can go forward from there. They're probably only good primarily in Seneca's room, but they might work elsewhere. Just be careful. I appreciate it.
All right. So Andrew's done. Please move down. Andrew, D, the mic is yours.
Thank you.
Monica, this has been a great room. It's been very funny. I think Double didn't understand what I was saying in regards to not being concerned with people saying this is the standard of beauty. The point is that worry about yourself. Stop getting caught up in divisive techniques. If that's what you think it is, if it's such an emotional, point for you, stop worrying about what other people are doing. Focus on yourself, focus on your community, focus on building. Seneca, I'm gonna have to have a conversation with him offline. So there's that. And
go ahead.
yes, I was gonna say, Monica, I'm gonna follow you, and I like to hear people who don't have the same opinion as other people, and I will definitely come into more of your rooms, the conversation.
Well, that is my honor. Thank you so much. And I did like what you said. If it's not for you, then it shouldn't bother you. And that includes people involved in things that are truly like not their business. And people I find get themselves in a lot of trouble by intervening when it's not their job to. And then being offended by things that really is not pertaining to them. A good example is there are gender wars on the app, right? Women will hold rooms about men being trash and garbage and useless, and then the men will respond with a room about women being trollops and crazy and violent. And instead of the men focusing on holding men accountable and men acknowledging the great men that are present, they'll attack the women. And the women vice versa. Instead of lifting up the good men and the good women, they focus on the issues, the problems. And it's human nature to do that because the problems are where the danger is. But it would be so nice to lift up people without having to minimize other people. So thank you for your time. Seneca, the mic is yours again, if you'd like to make some closing comments.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, the beauty of this country is equal accountability, equal responsibility, and fairness across board, right? Say what you want about our justice system and the marginalizations. Yes, are there flaws? Yes, right. But the beauty of this country, the reason why people leave Nicaragua, leave Nigeria, leave Haiti, and all these places to come to this country, is because they know that in this country you get a better shot, right? And you get better fairness. You get more fairness in this country when it comes to the justice system. And so by that, right, I think it is really prejudice and discriminatory to suggest that white people are not allowed to use a word that black people use when we have the rights of free speech as an inalienable right in this country, meaning you are born with the right of freedom of expression, right? If a black man can say the word nigger, white people should be able to say the word nigger too. You wanted equal rights to vote, you got that. Give white people the equal right to say nigger. Thank you.
Monica, if I may.
Do you want to reply to that real quick, and then you can drop down? Sure. Please reply. Man, that word. I'm gonna get static because a black man said the black slur on my stage,
Monica,
and it's ridiculous. It's like I don't own people. I don't control their mouths. If they want to say the naughty words, they're gonna say them. But I usually don't allow them on my stage. But go ahead.
So I understand Seneca's second argument, but when we start bringing in the justice system as a way to allow to say that Black people get rights too, the justice system is what sets the precedent for rights to be established. So there were many laws, and there's still laws today that can be discriminatory. So you have to go through the justice system, and the justice is so, you can't just bottle it up into 2 sentences and then throw the N word in there. And yeah, all is fair in love and war. We can't do that. The justice system is so intense, and so many different possibilities of levels and courts and this and having a jury of your peers, which is not really people even from your area. It's so intense that to just say, oh, Black people have rights because they have a justice system, even though it may not be fair, but if you haven't been through the system and don't know how the sausage is made, you would never make the comparison. If people want to say the N word, let them say it. Have at it. If you say it in front of the wrong person, you may get insulted. If that's what if you're for that, hey, live your life. But I just think that there's so many other things in this world to do and be. And being American, to just say I can say whatever I want to, there's so much more to life. I mean, but have at it. It is what it is. But I'm gonna drop down. And Seneca, I will see you in another room. You guys have a great night.
Just a comment about the Black slur. I hear it a lot that it's a motivating factor that white people just want to say it. I don't know how accurate that is. My position is, if people want to say bad words, we should let them say them, and then that gives us really good insight on what kind of people they are. Much rather be stabbed from the front than stabbed in the back, because I can see the blow coming and I can deflect it more easily. So if people want to be jerks and racially slur people, then we should consider letting them, and then we know how to deal with them. We know how to avoid them if that's not our bag, that's not our thing. Seneca, you did have ample time on the mic. I'd like to get to Pops, unless you have a 30-second comment you'd like to make.
No, I just want to also clarify that I do not believe in using the sound at the end when it comes to nigga. I don't think that necessarily changes the word. I think that's a no true Scotsman argument to suggest that the meaning behind the word is changed by the suffix. It's not even a suffix, it's just a pronunciation, right? I think we should return to using the word nigger, and Black people should call each other nigger if they so choose, and white people should be able to call themselves nigger, call other Black people nigger if they also so choose.
Giving me a heart attack.
Let's make nigger great again.
No, Seneca, stop. Oh my God. All right. Well, it's not, like I said, that the majority of white people want to say the word. It's that there is some resentment in being said, we cannot say a word. And that's any word. Actually, I've been fussed because I said niggardly. Well, if you look up the definition of niggardly, it means small-minded and ungenerous and parsimonious. It's not anywhere near the slur, but because it sounds similar, I got fussed for using other words that they said, oh no, you can't say that because of who you are. And I'm like, I can say monkey if I want to, and I can call all people monkeys, and it shouldn't be interpreted as a racial slur if I'm calling all humans monkeys, but go ahead and be... Never mind. Okay, Pops, the mic is yours. Thank you, Seneca, for your time. Please drop down. We are almost to the first row. Hey, Pops, what are your thoughts on what you've heard tonight?
The typical clubhouse stuff, man. I will just say that I didn't see the ad, but it sounds interesting. I'm probably gonna check it out when I'm done. I'm not offended by what the ad sounds like. I have been known to fat shame. I am handsome, thankfully, and I do believe in superior genes. It is what it is. It's just with the time of the history that we're in. I don't think superior genes has anything to do with race either. This is just my thoughts. I can elaborate, but I feel like you're exhausted, and I will we'll probably circle back. But I just know I'm not offended by the article. Sydney Sweeney's hot. Obviously, she's about to be like the next Marilyn Monroe, Kim Kardashian, whatever, in my opinion. I think I don't know. Sydney gets hilarious. I think he's trolling. To be honest, I hope he's trolling. And I'll land. There was a guy. I think he's from Thailand or Philippines or something. There are healthy people, there are sick people. This guy did 11,000 push-ups in 24 hours. I'm sorry, pull-ups in 24 hours. Right? He's got superior genes. Right? I don't think anyone. I can't do 11,000 pull-ups. I'm sorry, in 24 hours. Right? You broke the world record. That's some Class A genes right there. Training, whatever. Right? I don't think anyone on the stage could do that. Y'all don't got his genes, therefore those are superior. Has nothing to do with his race, has nothing to do with his, his race, right? It has to do with his health. I think health is wealth, right? And that's just my opinion. I'll check out the ad, and that's it. I'll tell thanks.
All right, thanks, Pops. There's a bunch of links for Twitter that I added to the chat recently that have some of the ads. I think there's like 5 of them, maybe. I'm not sure. But one of them was, I'm not here to sell you American Eagle jeans. I'm not here to tell you how comfortable they are and how they make your ass look good. I'm not here to sell you to buy American Eagle jeans. I'm just here. And I'm like, well, that's kind of clever. That's kind of funny. And most of the ads were clever and funny. Right. But, haters gonna hate, and we live in such abundance that our natural urge to fight and protect is stunted because we're kind of like the apex predator, right? So our skills in fighting are honed by finding things to be aggravated and annoyed about online. That's how blessed we are in our society. All right, Pops, if you want to drop down, thank you for the time. Chi-Chi is next. Hi, Chi-Chi. How are you? Chi-Chi might not be able to say anything. Sometimes there are strong and silent force on the stage, so I'm going to move Chi-Chi down. Mojo, it's a pleasure that you've joined me in my room. I actually had planned to do this in the muff, and then I said, I don't know. So I did it in a public room. But do you have time to share any thoughts or insights with it? I'm thinking that's a no from Mojo. Io, the mic is yours.
Yeah, this commercial just reminds me of a funny story. When my parents were getting divorced, my father was like, I gave him jeans, and my mom was like, you didn't buy him any jeans, and he was like, no, and my mom was doing that just to troll my father. My first example of someone trolling somebody else was my mother trolling my father, who at the time was an alcoholic, and she was trolling him about his jeans. And so it was a double entendre, and to this day, I remember that, and now it seems more prescient than ever. But I think the whole idea of jeans, here's these jeans, there's those jeans. You can't be proud of what you have, seems to be the message that society has given everybody. No matter your jeans, don't be proud, especially if you're white. Or especially if you have blue jeans. Fuck those jeans especially. So they look good on your ass for whatever reason. So I think it's silly. It obviously did what it was supposed to do, attention. And I think most of the people who buy their stuff are like surfer type white demographics anyways. So I think they're speaking to their audience, good for them. Their audience didn't think it was racist. I think a lot of other people thought it was racist. And as Pops described, it's like, yeah, she's hot. What are you going to say? She has bad genes? That's dumb. So no matter how you take it, taking it poorly is a poor sign. So Mojo, it looks like you're on.
Oh, I had moved him down because he hadn't replied.
Oh, okay. My thing is glitching. My bad.
Okay. He's. Let's see. I think he might be away from his phone because usually Mojo's not shy at giving us his opinion. So, Io, thanks so much for contributing. I appreciate your thoughts. If you want to move down, MGK is next. MGK, you were so close to be modded in this space, and I'm like, I better ask his permission, and it might be a bad look on his profile. So I didn't mod you, but that's only because I was afraid for your comfort on the app, not because I didn't want you to be a moderator in this space. The mic is yours, sir.
All right, let's see. First, I'll start with the ad. Look, sure, we can make bigger things out of it. I don't know. I see a company that sells jeans just trying to sell more jeans. And sure, they've got a different way of doing it. It's like, I don't know. I think what I'm most disappointed about this ad are the people that are mad about it who don't own a pair of American Eagle jeans in the first place. And it's like, look, you're mad about something you don't even buy. That's I don't know. I've never been offended by a tampon commercial, you know. So it's like, and even if the offense popped up, I'd be like, this is dumb. This probably just isn't for me, and that's fine. But maybe it's for somebody else too. And I also go to look, we started getting into what we always getting to on this app, which is historical oppression, the historical wrongs and things like that. And it's just like without being too much of a jerk, I kind of want to say at some point nobody gives a fuck, and you've got to figure it the fuck out, you know. And I think that's and look, I just think that's like the price of freedom, right? That okay, now hey, whether you succeed in life or fail miserably, that's going to be completely up to you. And it's like, if you're not willing to pay that price, then one, it's just not smart to do. So I think you should do it, or don't. Right? It's like, look, it's your life. You're gonna have to live with the consequences. And what's particularly annoying about it is just that I think it sort of ignores the you know, the legacy of prominent African Americans in our society. Right? You've got someone like take Booker T. Washington for example. This is someone that was born into actual slavery, right? But if you read some of the books that he's written, it's and then you sort of hear how we talk about racism and oppression, how we think it's so defeating. You've got a guy who built institutions, you know, after being born into slavery and making it out. And it's just like, you also have Madam C.J. Walker, right? The first self-made female millionaire in the United States. And she did this in the 1800s, right? You've got public lynchings, you've got Jim Crow, right? It's as bad as it can get. But we've got these examples of people who even in these times, look, sure, you could say they're exceptional, right? But it's like, I don't know. I feel like if they could do that in that time period, there's a lot you could do where you're not born under those same conditions. And I think just with that being said, it's just like, that's sort of what I mean. At some point, you just have to embrace whatever circumstance your life is and figure it the fuck out. And sure, it sounds messed up to say that, but I have a weird suspicion that your life might be better if you just take that approach rather than pointing out all the injustices. It's like, welcome to the club, right? The world is filled with injustice. So it's sort of, get in where you fit in and figure the fuck out. And other than that, I hope, I wish you the best of luck. You can totally do it. You're capable of more than you think. You're stronger than you think. And the world will benefit if they get to see your contributions, and you could just contribute a lot more where you're complaining less.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Thanks, MGK. Who?
Can I ask MGK a question?
Sure, Adams, and then you can take your turn.
Yes, my apologies. I just wanted to add some context. So as far as, you know, American Eagle just being so much America first, where is a good source of the sourcing materials and the production occur to the United States market? Can anybody answer that question?
I'm not too sure exactly.
Got it. So Vietnam and China. right? So their direct competitor, Abercrombie and Fitch, they definitely source materials and distribution networks from the same places. So I'm trying to understand exactly how does this said campaign actually resonate to America First, right?
Let's see. Does it resonate to America First? Look, I'm not too sure how it does either. If anything, it seems like to me what it just resonates with is like, how can I put it? The people you see on X that are very big fans of Sydney Sweeney, right? It seemed to be sort of catering to that demographic, and the way I see that is just, you see a potential audience that's out there, and you're just trying to figure out ways to monetize it. So I think, sure, someone can make a connection to America First. I don't really see that. To me, I just see it as like a particular segment of Sydney Sweeney's audience, and overall, I just think it was a business decision more than anything, in trying to leverage that potential audience, right? It's sort of like when there's like trans people in a car ad where it's like, at first it's like, look, what do cars have to do with trannies, right?
Got it.
But
Got
then
it.
it's like,
So let me just let's kind of break this down for a second.
Well, actually, we both, Monica and I, have to go. I'm so sorry. The time for like a back and forth. Yeah, everybody was giving their last bits, and we're closing out. So if you can give your last bit, and then when you're done, you guys drop down. That would be great. Sorry about that.
Sure, 100%. And my points are typically to the point, and just straight down to the facts. So if you want to look at the outcry, as far as the common outcry, as far as Sydney Sweeney, being involved in this campaign, and people advocating for this to be America First, and then I see Kyrums where people on television have Sydney Sweeney side by side by Beyonce. So again, Sydney Sweeney represents American Eagle. I gave you a pathway as far as who American Eagle's direct competitor is, which is Abercrombie and Fitch. Both manufacture in China and both Vietnam. You also look at the person that they're comparing this campaign against, Beyonce. If you look at Levi's, their production and their manufacturing is in China and Vietnam. At what point are we going to wake up and understand that people are deploying this divisive racial narrative to separate us as a country, as opposed to looking at who is a factual source of this discord? So I'll just land there.
Thanks, Adams. I appreciate your time on the stage. I do want to make a couple comments, but let's go to Infinite. And Adams, if you don't mind dropping down, go ahead.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I brought it up earlier, and everybody just circles back to the genes and the divisiveness. I think this just seems kind of simple, that it was an opportunity to monetize the divisiveness. I hope we're all not fooling ourselves into being aware of the algorithm. And after this campaign launched, their stock went up quite a bit, American Eagles. It's an American-owned company. It peaked at $12, which was up 18% over the month. For the month, they sold quite a bit of jeans. So I just think it's interesting, and this room's, to whatever extent, confirmed that the divisiveness that the algorithm and marketers and large corporations and the information that they have access to, they just monetized it and that worked really well. Sometimes it's more simple than what we make it out to be, but it does make for a conversation. I'll just leave it there.
Thanks, Infinite. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you and Bima. I consider kind of you like an official mod in the space. Bima, we did it. We made it. I don't know if we had the discussion we hoped we had, but we had a discussion, and I think for the most part it was great. One of my observations is, although we were talking about the crime of being white, it seems like it always goes to other things. You know, we can't stay focused on the topic, but you know, when you put something out there, you lose the control of it because you're putting it out there and you're opening it up for contemplation. And I think it was a good room. Your closing thoughts, ma'am, and then we're gonna turn off the lights and shut the door until next time.
Oh man, yeah, great, Monica. Wonderful room. I have so much to say. I'm gonna try to keep it short. You know that I get carried away, so I always count on Monica to give me the little whoop. Okay, so first and foremost, thank you everybody for coming. I want to remind everybody, because this is my purpose in life, is just to remind you that, you're not white guilt. Don't worry about it. You cannot be responsible. You can't be responsible or feel guilty. You can't be guilty for something that you didn't do. That doesn't make sense. But you are responsible for refusing to not correct the systems that perpetuate coercion, division, control, systemic oppression, etc. Okay, so I would invite everybody, remember, every day you wake up, you only have one responsibility. That's to not aggress upon your neighbor. I don't care what you think. Hold your opinions to yourself if it comes to law. Okay, freely associate, find like minds, but be an adult. Okay, emotional maturity. If you don't like something, leave. You got to get rid of the entitlement. You got to get rid of thinking that everybody has to think your way. That's it. Respect people. Sovereignty, consent. These are the things that we need to really begin to embrace. I also wanted to say, Seneca, I'm so sorry. Listen, I have to push back on this. The N-word topic, it was bothering me. I wanted to say something so bad, but we have 100,000 English adjectives and insults and descriptions to choose from in our English language. Okay, we could build some on adjectives onto others. When you want to highlight one word that carries the weight of a very historical weight of slavery and death and murder and segregation and dehumanization and trauma, I mean, that says more about you're either intellectually just lazy because you can't think of another word, you're emotionally immature because you can't handle being excluded from one cultural boundary. I'm not going to talk about anybody specific in this room, but clearly some people do feel that way, or you're just ethically bankrupt. You know the harm and you don't care. Okay, it costs nothing to be good and kind and to perpetuate grace and love in society for us to continue to grow. You wanna even encourage the word something's wrong with you. Okay, get that looked at. The last thing I'll say, closing, I really loved the idea of the mirror of this ad. I love the ability to look at it. I loved everybody's comments too. Don't get me wrong. Adams made absolutely wonderful commentary about what's really going on. But I think that it was so interesting that what this particular conversation or this episode of America Gone Wild, the Sydney Sweeney's Jean commercial, we have language and imagery, they're not neutral, right? They they relay messages. They're vessels, and they could be vessels for whatever we deem them to be. Some people looked at this and they embraced it. Some people looked at it and were upset by it, felt excluded, felt sad, felt the pain and the trauma of historic systemic oppression. There's a bunch of different things that this will elicit depending on who you are and, just whatever, right? However you're looking at this. So whether it's however you look at the ad, this is more about you. And I'm not saying that good or bad. I'm just saying it's a good window into your own psychology about how you feel. And now all of us can leave this room tonight and just learn a little bit more about ourselves, right? What can you take about this whenever you feel some sort of strong reaction, right? If this ad if you really didn't give a fuck, you're doing great, right? You are amazing. If you didn't care either way, emotional maturity, you're right on point, okay? I'm proud of you. If you felt a strong reaction, right? If it's offense, if it's defensiveness, if it's fear, if it's pride, if it's whatever it might be, stop and ask yourself, what part of me is responding right now to that, right? And that, I think, should be able to open you up. You could learn a little bit more about yourself. I really appreciate, again, everybody coming to the conversation. Monica holds bang-ass rooms, everybody coming in. I wish it could have gone longer. I'm sorry for people that didn't get to talk next time. And hopefully this conversation can be an invitation not to argue about, bullshit, but just to become more aware, fluent in how language and how things affect each other, right? And collective healing, just all you got to do is be a decent human being. Oh shit, you know what? The ad, we fucked up. Okay, sorry. I apologize. Just be aware of it, right? Because I think what we're really, really debating is just who gets to feel like they belong. And we all just want to belong and we want to be loved, And so I love you all. Thank you for coming. Thanks, Monica.
You're welcome, Bima. So, yeah, I don't think American Eagle did anything wrong. I think they actually provided an ad that appealed to the majority. And that doesn't mean that they were slighting or insulting or oppressing or offending the minority. I think two things can be true. And I like what Infinite said about the American Eagle stock going up. I heard all the jeans were sold out, and I heard a portion of the jean sales went to domestic violence, minimizing domestic violence programs. So that's a win-win-win as far as I'm concerned. And if you haven't heard about the controversy with the Dunkin' Donuts, blue-eyed white male model ad, it's coming because people need to feel, and they like the feeling of anger and righteous indignation. So that might be a part 2 room for us, Bima. This is the crime of being white. And everyone have a great evening, and I'll see some of you around the clubhouse.
One to the student ratio is a real thing. You got to think about these things. So while Biden is leaving the border open for years, not doing nothing until the last minute, okay, here come the Republicans sweeping up after him. Well, not the Republicans, but Trump. So please stop making it seem like the Republicans are the big boogeyman and the Democrats are, come on, that don't even make sense. And you know better than that. So I'll go on mute. Thank you, Jesus.
You are the most deluded in the world, because all you did is spoken isms, and all your isms mean absolutely nothing, because I spoke to you in facts. And I will definitely bring data when I have conversations, and I literally gave you historical pieces to it. So let me give you how this looked, right? There's only been one president in the last 50 years that balanced the budget, and I said 50. I didn't say anything else because some of y'all are weird as fuck. Bill Clinton, a Democrat. And I never said anybody was a savior at all. Just like both parties have problems, and I've said that a million times, but what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to look at a party that currently is literally destroying this country and say that they're, oh, well, yeah, they got some good parts and they don't. No, because I voted for other Republicans in other situations previously because I looked at what their plans were and it made sense. And the previous Republicans that I knew were fiscally responsible. This ain't the Republican Party of yesteryear. This MAGA shit is racist, misogynistic, nasty, disgusting. They are looking to keep the rich rich and keep the poor poor. And I don't know how you don't see it, but have this conversation with me in another year and you will see exactly what I am talking about. Because again, you go in isms, I go by facts and data, sir. And the data don't look good at this juncture. When you have a man who would literally stand in front of the chair fed that he nominated, who has been his Fed chair for a while. He was kept on through the Biden administration. And literally, the Fed chair is standing there telling him, the project is not $5.5 billion, sir. You don't know what you're talking about. He's shaking his head. He's trying to get him to shut the hell up. And then he pulls out the paper, and the man looks at him and says, no, you're incorrect. The numbers show the Martin Project, which is what you're including in the numbers. The Martin Project was finished 5 years ago. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. He's the fucking Fed chair. He knows what the hell was done friggin' 5 years ago. But you want to argue with the man who is the power purse of this country because you want to prove that you're right instead of showing how fucking stupid you are as a president, that you would stand there with your unpresidential ass and argue some numbers that don't make damn sense. Give me a darn break.
Okay. So you admit that the Democrats and the Republicans have messed this country up. It's not just the Republicans. I understand you. It's hard to follow you because you're doing the bob and weave between the Republicans suck versus how Trump is terrible. Then you're going back and forth and you're saying MAGA. MAGA came onto the scene in 2015. Okay, an anti-establishment figure who wasn't going to play nice because we were being sent down the river under go along to get along politics, saying all the right things but don't get nothing done. So he was sick of it. He put the spotlight on all of the corrupt. I mean, he ran through all of them Republicans, and then he ran through Hillary Clinton and defeated her in beautiful style. But at the end of the day,
are you saying Trump and Marco Rubio and Jeffrey Epstein at the time, those people weren't establishment?
Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein in 2015. Jeffrey Epstein was even in the lexicon.
He wasn't in political circles. He wasn't establishment.
Epstein, I didn't hear about Jeffrey Epstein until like 20.
Okay.
Me personally, but anyway.
Okay. But you said not establishment, right?
Trump represented an
Is his cabinet establishment? Is his cabinet filled? Is his cabinet filled with people who are part of the establishment?
It's not filled with. There are some establishments.
Did he drain the swamp that he said he was going to drain, or did he just get a bunch of people who acquiesced to what he wanted?
He's draining the swamp better than anybody else could. That's what I understand. He's not doing it to the 100%. I can think of another person.
What's been drained?
This is dumb.
What's been drained? What's been drained?
What's been drained? What's been drained is the clog of corruption that was in the FBI.
Where's the corruption? Nobody's been arrested.
I'll tell you.
No one's been arrested. No one's been arrested.
You just wait and see. The Department
no one's been arrested.
Not yet. You just
no one's been arrested.
Wait and see. He's been in office for damn near 5 years.
Not yet.
6 months.
Who would he put in jail?
Right, nobody.
Long enough.
Nobody.
He didn't do his first term.
He didn't do his first term in jail, and what happened?
He didn't do his first term.
Nothing.
He became your president instead of going to jail. All that shit y'all was doing.
You sound
corrupt that Department
crazy.
of Justice. You tried to put his ass in jail.
This is why I say this isn't a
good faith
So I
convo.
can't
This
even
nigga
really
is
say
insane.
that.
Can't be a good faith conversation because you ain't interested in a good faith conversation.
You're not having one.
You
You're
don't
just
want
spitting
all
out
you wanna do
talking
is
points
fight.
that you're from True
Within 2
Social and
seconds of your
Twitter.
questions,
You're
call me
fucking
stupid.
goofy.
You don't know how to have a conversation.
It hurts
I
your
don't know why you
feelings
gotta
when
agree
people
with me.
call you stupid because you're unread and
No,
don't know what the
wrong
fuck
with
you're
you.
talking
Something
about.
is absolutely wrong with you.
You're
asked me 3
absolutely
questions and
ridiculous.
They call me stupid. I don't even
You
know
are.
where
You
came.
are.
Okay. According to you, who are you?
I'm someone who's not stupid on the subjects that you talk
ain't
about on a
shit.
daily
You ain't
basis.
shit.
You haven't
You
made
ain't
a
shit. You
fucking
don't know
point.
shit.
You haven't made a
know it
fucking
all.
point since you've been
You
talking.
don't
You've
know
been
it
the
all.
only
You
person
think you
talking
know
for
it
an
all,
hour.
but
You're
you
just
have
fucking
no
dumb.
idea. You ain't shit.
Stupid, bro.
And what? You don't know shit. You over here just yapping.
You've been yapping for an hour and haven't made a point.
Yep. And I'm gonna keep yapping until I need to. Yep. I was having a conversation with Rez, and here you come.
You haven't had a conversation. You've just been talking.
We were having a conversation that was not.
Rez, has he made a point?
Oh, I made a point because she was
He
saying,
hasn't made.
just
He
because
hasn't.
Jerome
He
Powell.
hasn't counted with one fact, one data, nothing. He's only counted with the normal MAGA rhetoric, the literally going around in circles and then regurgitating shit that he's heard, but he has no facts. Like I explained to him
That's
about
what you
the bill.
said. That's what happened to you.
I explained to him about how people were going to be hurt by cutting SNAP benefits, and I gave him the entire spiel. I even told him what it was in the bill. I explained to him how it was in the bill and what the effects of it was. And do you know what his response to me was? So how do you combat fraud, waste, and abuse? And you know what my response to him was? We already have laws on the books. I actually gave him a case that is currently happening in Louisiana with a young lady that literally frauded the Medicaid system, and now she's about to go to jail because she's been arrested because the laws already put in place. But as I explained to him, Womack, there's no rampant, because this was the word he used, fraud, waste, and abuse happening to some large level that 20 million people are fraud, wasting, abusing the system, and this is why you have to kick 20 million people off of the program. That's what I said to him, Womack. Am I wrong, Hold on. Am I wrong, Womack?
No, you're not. But he's
Okay.
clearly not. He's clearly not
Thank you,
engaging.
but he's
with
not
it.
listening.
You're not
He's
engaging.
not
with it.
listening.
By one of your pom poms. You got validated by a cheerleader.
A
and you think you want
pom-pom?
something.
Womack doesn't
he's
know
a
me.
pom-pom.
He doesn't know
He
me
is
from a can of
pom-pom.
paint.
You know what them cheerleaders
doesn't know.
have pom poms in their hand? You went to a pom pom, a cheerleader, and you asked him to validate you.
I asked him to validate the data.
He's a freaking.
I asked him to validate the
It's
data.
only us. Half of them don't know what the hell
I
you're
asked him
talking
to
about.
validate the data.
He don't know. He don't. You heard him before you even spoke. He was.
Did
you engage with it? No. Did you engage with any of her points?
Please.
Did you engage with any one of her Infinity? Did you engage with any one of her points? Did you engage? No. You asked for something specific. You asked for something specific. She gave it to you. Have you engaged with any one of the points that she's made since she stated what she stated? Not one.
Yes, I have.
Not one in the last fucking hour happened.
The problem is she's pancaking. That's why I was interrupting her a few times.
Now
because I wanted to address it.
What the fuck is pancaking?
She's pancaking her quote unquote points. So when I get the microphone,
pancaking if I'm giving you facts?
You're taking. Listen, ma'am. You're taking all of your points and you're putting them in one soliloquy. So then when I take the microphone, I gotta remember every 15 of the points that you try to make. That's why I wanted to go point by point. But when I cut you off, you're cutting me off. I can't remember everything that you say because you take forever, just like I take forever. Why don't we do it point by point? I've talked about the border and all the people pouring into our country. You didn't address that. You didn't talk about how the fact that Biden let all these but Biden let all these people come into the country, and he didn't think that was a big problem when everybody knew it was a big problem. So that was a rampant issue that he didn't address. That he downplayed.
The immigration.
Administration.
I can answer that question. Hold on. You keep talking. Stop talking.
I know, just like you kept talking.
That's not true.
Every administration gets to determine how they want to determine the issue. Biden looked at that porous border and said, "No, it's not a crisis." But then Trump was like, "Are you serious? Millions of people pouring into our country is an invasion." So there's the discrepancy between two perspectives. So when I say the Trump administration determines the fraud, waste, and abuse currently as rampant, that's within their realm.
I didn't think it was. Just like you don't think it was. Oh, whatever. We got laws on the books. They're being held accountable.
The numbers don't add up. There's no numbers. It's just like you guys have said that there are illegal. I've heard this MAGA conversation that there are this rampant voter fraud and abuse, and it came out literally from the IOC department, literally from the department that was built under Trump, which is so weird, that the data was so safe at one point.
What department?
I just said, sir, stop talking. Fuck.
What department?
Stop fucking talking.
You don't know the department. You're yapping.
Oh my God, sir.
You're yip yapping.
You know what?
You're yip
I'm not
yapping. You
doing
don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
This is what they always do, Wallback. They talk, they never let you finish.
He's not engaging with anything.
He's not. I'm done.
You don't know what you're talking about. I'm done too. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just repeating talking points, and you're getting lost in your own sauce. The department under Trump. What department? I don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. Yip yapping. Just came and shit all over her state with a bunch of lies and misinformation. Ridiculous.
What are you talking about? I mean, yo, I'm looking the stuff up that the lady was talking about, and she seemed to be on point. And the math and statistics say that even Donald Trump's ratings in some places are falling. I mean, brother, you got to go by statistics. You can't roll up in a dumb buck in a truck type attitude and say, well, there's no facts, but here's what I got to say. Nobody wants to hear that. You either, Manfinity, got to come with some kind of facts. And that's what that lady came with back there. You done got left in the dust like a pickup truck going down the road. You got left.
Ashton, can I finish what I was gonna say? I was gonna say this real quick. While he was cutting me off, I was saying the department CIO, which I know what I'm talking about. It's the IT department of the government. Look it up. It's called the CIO. It was developed under the Trump administration. Had the head of the Trump, because he bought in somebody from Dell who literally knew what he was doing. And then when he declared that the first election was safe as hell, Trump got mad and fired him. So let's be clear. I know what I'm talking about. All this stuff is literally, you can Google it, because y'all love friggin' Google, but you only Google what you want to Google. So again, I came with data, I came with facts. I don't know what the hell your problem is, Manfinity, but it sounds like you need a hug. You really need some serious Jesus, and somebody needs to help you get out of being brainwashed, because it's unfortunate that you are in a cult and you don't realize it. But again, the votes were safe. So the point I was trying to make in what I said is that at the end of the day, it's all these things that you guys talk about rampant. Voter fraud was supposed to be so rampant. Oh my God, it was so rampant in this country. That's not even a talking point anymore. Like that conversation went away. But we have midterm elections coming up, so I know that's going to come up again. And guess what? They went back, they recounted ballots. They recounted ballots in Michigan. They recounted ballots in Arizona. They recounted ballots in Georgia. And they found no rampant voter fraud. In fact, for the 3 people who they found actually committed fraud, guess what? They were all Republicans. They were all freaking Republicans. Y'all are fucking weird.
Bad, Manfinity, it's kind of, you kind of are sinking, and you got to find a way to make buoyancy with what you have, and that just doesn't work. The analogy will run smooth now. At the end of the day, brother, what Donald Trump does is it absolutely sucks. And it ain't helping your wallet. It ain't helping Walmart's wallet and all these other companies that are just crumbling sometimes under the weight of tariffs and have talked about it. It is just embarrassing, brother, if you cannot sit here and lean on the facts and not just what people think or what you think or what you watch on television or the old internet or whatever it is. You got to start feeling and saying, this is now affecting my life because, and then go look at the effect or the facts related to that, whether that is higher taxes or whether that is tariffs in this case. That affects you too, right? You're not, you can't avoid that, right? But people now are speaking up about it. And if you're a Republican, which you are, man, Finity, I think this stuff is going to affect you. And so at the end of the day, that lady was right, and the numbers are really, especially with the markets and stuff in some places, that's affected as well, right? I mean, my God, you have some people still getting a 15% tariff over in Europe and places like that. Well, it's better than 30%, someone said in another room I was in. It doesn't matter. This stuff is unneeded mathematically. It adds a mathematical burden on people, about $3,855 on average per working person in America, just an extra $3,000. Do you think people, some folks, not everybody, has an extra $3,000 per year to throw at tariffs on everyday items that you use every day? How stupid do the Republicans sound? I'm not trying to, I'm sorry, brother. I was going to say something else. So, whoop, God help me out. Brother, it just sounds stupid as hell. Go back to your kitchen table and go do the math. And look at our GDP and all of that other kind of stuff related to it. And I suggest you to break it down into sectors, whether that's steel, aluminum, and other things that we produce, and then get back with me. That math right there should be through as an arrow if you do it right. If you can do that right, then you'll see that tariffs are going to hurt you across the board. Got it, brother? Can you do that assignment? Can you come back and tell me what steel is going to cost under tariffs? Can you tell me what aluminum is going to cost under these tariffs and your everyday products, and then tell me you're joyful about that? Can you do that for me, brother? Any Republicans in here? Can you do that kind of math for me and get back with me? Because a lot of that stuff I certainly can do, and I have done that by telling you the extra 3,000 something dollars on average that each American would have to pay. That's some pretty good math. Infinity, find the assignment. I'm not happy. This is crap. What happened to Infinity? He just. Uh-oh. Wow, she's terrible. My God. Republicans have nothing to say at all about the horrible mess mathematically that the country is in and other countries because of tariffs. It's embarrassing. Those tariffs, aren't those global too? Not on aluminum and steel. That's not just, in Canada. The other countries are affected under that aluminum steel. And I think someone mentioned copper in here. The price of copper has jumped by a percentage. I wasn't able to catch that percentage, but if it's what is the price of copper right now, or if that's jumped? Someone told me that copper may be as much as gold in some places by price jump, but I don't know that because I'll have to go look all that up comparative. But if copper is going up by whatever percentage Donald Trump had said, even 15 to 20% is still not good for copper and steel. I just think it's bad. Miss Reyes, have you found anything? Because did you mention about copper, steel, or those prices going up? Or Somebody
I wasn't talking about tariffs in regards to the prices because I don't know what the prices is. I do know that the tariffs being imposed are having an effect, and I know some of the effect that's happening in the industry that I work in. So it's very complicated because people do not understand that tariffs are a business when a business is taxed. They put the tax back onto the consumer, and you can see it in the price gouging and the price jumps. I was talking to someone the other day. Some of our beef and our cattle, some of our beef comes from Canada, and if you go to certain parts where they import beef from Canada, you could see the prices have jumped considerably. Where a pound of beef used to be somewhere around I think like $1 and $1.50 a pound. It's probably now almost to $3-4 a pound, which is crazy.
Whoa! And we see that here in Texas, as some folks have had to sell off cattle, heads of cattle, and stuff like that, and try to plump in those cattle up to. I know that's kind of old school sounding, but we just gonna have to roll with that. Plump those cattle up to get those cattle on down to market and get those cattle sold at the value market price or the market price on the auction floor. Some cattle can be auctioned off quickly. If not, some cattle are sent to other places. It is a big deal even at the auction house. Here they have stock charts and stuff, and you do see the prices even for that record buyout. Folks will pay sometimes even at the stock shows and stuff will pay anywhere, a lot of money, $300,000, and some folks are greater. Even for the small calves, you can get $30,000 to $75,000. If your animal's branded, then that's another big deal. So I just tell people, yeah, I'm with you, ma'am. The price of meat is reflected in the market here, and we hate it here in Texas. We don't have to ship in as much, I guess, beef, but they are having to sell off their cattle and not being able to produce more baby cattle or more,
I've heard something like that. Yeah, I've heard something like that. I didn't know how true that was. I thought a lot of the cattle that they use was not necessarily for beef, but I thought that a lot of it was for, well, you have like some for beef, you have some for dairy producing, because there's dairy cows, you have your Angus cows, there's several different variations of cows. So each cow has different stuffs, but I have heard that people are having to sell off some of their cows. So
yes, in the auction floor, you go down there on that Saturday morning, you see that auction floor, and those cows come down. Those real fast numbers rumble off. Those numbers come on the big board. That big board, those numbers come down, and boom, boom, bam, bam. They slam the gavel. If your number's called, you got the money. You get that cow right now. So that's another good way to get a cow. If you don't got a farm near you, well, I don't know where everyone lives, whatever. I'm not sure. If you do not have a farm near you and you still need a cow, then you go on down to the auction yard and you can bid on a cow, and you can get it, drive that on to your house. So yeah, wherever you live, or you can drive it to the butcher and they'll cut it for you and you can put it in your deep freezer. So you still have the opportunity to get cattle, regardless, I think, of where you live, but the prices are still high even at the auction house, just due to the fact of demand and not enough being born. What Texas wants to do is supposedly create a breeding system. I don't know how to put that in there, but it's like a breeding system to have more cows if we can just keep producing. But there are some problems with that too. But that's what they're thinking, to try to maybe, I don't know, meet demand or do what they do with chickens. But cows aren't chickens, so having them all crammed into a barn or place, it just isn't going to work. So they've got to find other ways to get more cows to be born to meet the demand of the beef, so those prices hopefully can go down in that particular market. That's what I'm hoping here in Texas, that they can begin to produce more cattle and we see our prices go down. I don't know about other states or what other states are doing to kind of counter that. I'm not sure, but our state's trying to look into what we can do. Reg, you have heard, like you said, you've heard what I, kind of had talked about, but every state doesn't have, the farming industry that we have, but hopefully they can counter, with some other means. If, I don't know if cows can be everywhere, but there's got to be a way for these states to be able to counteract. I don't know how you counteract tariffs, but for us with the cattle, we're trying to essentially get more in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. Honestly, I don't, the agriculture space, I listen in to what's going on, and I kind of, I empathize. There's a lot going on with agriculture right now. It's a mess right now between half of the people not showing up. I could tell you, I just drove down from Sonoma. I want to say like 3 days ago, and there was nobody out there. Nobody out there. It's tough. People were scared to come to work because they're scared to be picked up. So there's a lot of fruit that's rotting on the trees, and yeah, we're gonna see the effects of those numbers probably in the next 2 to 3 months when you start to see that even fruit prices start to go up. So yeah.
Is there a way that any of that fruit, I know during the pandemic, what our church did, because a lot of stuff was gonna go bad, they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and asked the folks if as much as we can put on the back of 4 18-wheelers, they had everything
Agriculture
we need.
is this idiot who just said this. You are definitely stupid and you don't know what you're talking about. Agriculture is not better than ever, and robots cannot make it better because robots cannot pick fruit the way that migrant. Y'all are friggin' weird as hell. Y'all just say anything.
Oh, who said that, brother? Have your ass worked at a farm?
He's not a farmer. He is not a farmer. He need to go sit his behind us.
I've worked on, brother, it's very meticulous. You can't just go in there with robots and yanking grape stuff, breaking watermelons, falling down. Like, brother, what you talking about? Robots, they can do some stuff, but you still got to have people to go and pick the finer stuff. I've worked on a farm before. Same thing with getting bees. Robots can't do that work. The bees get out the hive. It would be an utter disaster, brother. You still need people to get them. With bees, you got to put your suit on. I had to do that. A guy told me to get some bees out of a house, and I went in there with steam, smoked them out there with steam, then brought smoke in there, all those bees huddled in the corner, and I was able to capture all those bees, but also get their honey. So I just tell people there's ways to do stuff, and brother, you don't need no robots to do this stuff. You still need people, and if you're sitting up here thinking you're gonna go on somebody's farm, talking about you gonna use a robot to pick up their watermelons here in Texas, brother, that ain't gonna work for you. So you need manual labor to do these jobs, to move this stuff, and to load it on the trucks. I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm an old school way of thinking, but we have folks and all that works at Opal East Farm. We don't have no robots working out there. So I think you might want to change the way you think and know that people still need jobs. You sit here and think that robots they're gonna take every job, but then you still need folks, brother. I don't understand the concept of. I guess it can work for some things you need on a farm, but robots can't pick grapes. They'll break the grapes or something.
Yeah. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's trolling. He's just trolling. He's weird as hell.
Down grapes will be all on the down ground, man. You may get away with an autonomous tractor or something. Fort Worth just opened up a multi-billion-dollar company to somehow build autonomous tractors. But even they said there are some skilled work that still needs people. So I don't know what that person's talking about. Maybe you should go try one of them autonomous tractors. That's probably as far as it's going to go. But you still need people to get behind that thing and pull them grapes and pick that stuff. So that's all I can tell you, dude. I done been on the farm, around equipment, John Deere and all that. there's people out there. So
I was thinking the same thing, Juicy. What the hell is he talking about? That was the stupidest link that he said. See, they always trying to make their point, and then they make it with dumb, stupid stuff. What the hell does a drone have to do with picking damn grapes? Nothing. A drone is not going to pick grapes, weirdo.
No, the black. Have you seen grapevines and you trying to fly something?
Yes, ma'am. I have. So we're not talking about fertilizing the farm. Anybody could we're talking about picking fruit. I was very clear of what I said specifically. I never said nothing about fertilizing any ground. So don't try to now turn this around. Robots cannot pick fruit. The hell?
I've seen a robot try to hold potatoes, the whole damn thing, and probably get crushed. Like what, bro? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I had enough of the MAGA weirdos. Go find another room. Go find your tribe. Go find MAGAs, and y'all can MAGA it all day long. Y'all are worrisome.
When they come up and speak, I mean, like I said, maybe I'm old school and all that, and just thought
I'm nowhere near MAGA, honey. You got the wrong person. I don't, listen, we good. Y'all don't want DEI. DEI is dead, remember? So go find your tribe. You don't want diversity. Bye.
You want diversity in this room.
When did you ever hear me say the word Mexican? I have not said anything about Mexicans in this damn room. But see, this is what I'm saying. Y'all always projecting your bullshit. Go find MAGA. Bye. I'm not hinting shit. You don't know what you're talking. Now we gonna bring up slavery. Okay, now y'all gonna have to go because I'm so over y'all with the dumb shit.
Bro, what in God? Bro, are y'all drinking? Yo, I'm dead. Like, yo, we're talking about a farm and folks working. That means people. Robots don't.
Right, that's all we said. Nobody said nothing about Mexicans. Guess what? Now they got a whole lot of jobs. So why don't you get your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, Pawpaw and Meemaw to go pick that damn fruit? How about that?
Where did they come from? Like they just y'all just came out of left field for real. A home run, a no home run. What the hell, bro? Y'all foul ball. What the? They say just. Can the folks in the chat, are they able to, can you come up and speak or something? I don't read it.
Just leave. 8 point.
UBI.
Huh?
Somebody in the chat. This is a great idea. They said that in the chat. It says UBI is a great idea.
You know what UBI is?
What I was gonna ask, what is that a name of a company? That's what I was gonna ask.
No, it's Universal Basic Income. UBI is Universal Basic Income.
Oh, basic income. What index or what bank or what universal basic income? What is that? is that something that helps everybody? Is that something that only helps a few people?
No, universal. That's what universal means, right? Universal means like when you think of universal healthcare, that means it's for everybody.
Okay.
Universal basic income is an income for everybody. So you see how it's like Social Security is for only folks that are of retirement age. Universal basic income would give income to everybody. So the tax revenue, instead of it being, you could use the tax revenue to give everybody a basic income. So like, I don't know, $500 a month for each person, each citizen.
No, mathematically it isn't working. You're not
Actually, it does work, because look what they just did, right? They just cut what $4 trillion from the top, just giving them a tax cut, when they could have allocated that. And also they also cut freaking Medicaid and all this other shit too. All of this money, right?
Yeah, man,
they just funnel that. There's a way to pay for it. There's a way to pay for it.
I get the way to pay for it, but you're saying for lawyers and doctors and folks that make good money to go to this universal income system, and that ain't gonna work. If I like my 2,000 square foot of, hold on, or where I live at, big old place there, you telling me I got to downsize because you may give me just enough to make it, brother. I don't want just enough. I want to make as much as my talent or the market. We gotta allow that to be the marketplace.
It doesn't make you not able to do other things. It just gives everybody a basic income. You can opt out of it, and also the folks that are making a whole lot of money, like you're saying, like lawyers, doctors, whatever, they pay more in taxes than they would get from universal basic income. So it would actually fund more towards the bottom. And also you can make exceptions in what they can use it for too. So there's different ways to score it, so that way it's fair. But the basic concept, there's a lot of videos on how it can be paid for. There's different ways it can be paid for. Also, there's pilot programs that a lot of people, different cities and states have implemented, and it actually improved the community. So there's a lot of positive, and actually, the United States was about to pass it during the Nixon era. They were about to pass it, but it was for some reason it was blocked. But we were about to have it, just like Social Security. Imagine if they blocked Social Security, where we would be right now, right?
So, right, I mean, when you're on these income kind of programs, whether it's Social Security or whatever, there's restrictions. You can only make this kind of money, brother. I don't know if anybody in America would want to be limited in what they can make in order to accept this program. Now, there's an opt-out button or whatever you want to call it.
Universal basic income doesn't limit you. It just gives everybody a floor.
Okay.
You can make as much money as you want. It doesn't mean that that's the only money you can make. It's just a minimum, basic income. So that way everybody has at least money for food, money for whatever. It's universal, so you can use it for whatever the fuck you want to use it for. You can use it for college. You can use it for, you got your basic needs met. Everybody.
I see what you mean.
At least lifting somebody out of poverty, right?
Well, why don't we increase the wage? I don't know about the income deal, but
you can do both. It's not exclusive. It's not exclusive to raising the wage. It's not exclusive.
Well, that's gotta happen.
You can have a minimum income, and you can still increase the wage. Go ahead.
Well, then that's gotta happen, because it can't just be the government saying, "Whoop, I'm just gonna get money to everybody, every single person." That also has to be paid for somehow. You have 63 million Americans right now receiving some kind of benefits of Social Security as well. That program talking about possibly going insolvent. So how do we make sure that if this universal income thing you're talking about, that the god doggone thing doesn't go insolvent? Okay, how to make sure.
Social Security is self-funded. It's not going to go insolvent. It's just going to decrease in the benefits by 2033, unless there's any changes to the policy. So it's just going to decrease. But there's an easy fix for that problem that could fund it for the next 70 plus years. Is if they raise the cap on the freaking income that gets taxed for Social Security. So that's an easy fix. They just don't want to do that shit because lobbyists and all this bullshit of people that don't want to vote for the people. So that's an easy fix.
Check would go to because I like doing math. How much of a percentage would someone's daily their paycheck, would have to cover to eventually pay for this program?
Let me propose something from a lot of research. A lot of research.
As hell what he's talking about.
Yeah. Just let's ask a little more elemental question. Somebody on the chat is saying, where's the money come from? I'm going to argue that in 100 years from now, people are going to wonder why there was ever a question about scarcity of money. That is one thing we don't have a scarcity of. We do have scarcity of things.
Okay.
Right? But overall, there was a time in history where if you were a smart, well-learned person, you knew that the world was flat. And to think otherwise made you crazy, right? So I probably sound crazy when I say there's no fixed amount of money. There is a choke on the supply of what we actually need for people to raise their standard of living, and how we figure all that out and all that fighting we do about different kinds of political systems. But you could ask yourself, once upon a time, us being on an app like this, no long distance charges, all of that compared to a world I grew up in as a boy, well, you could say we have incredible power right now just to be able to organize. I've done major, collaborations that have come out of Clubhouse. Lots of you have too, I'm sure, if you've been around a while. And so I would say an ordinary human being today, living today in 2025, has more power to get things done than the 1% had 20 years ago, an ordinary person of today. Now, when we ask from that standpoint, is it only possible to come up with an economic model in which universal income works that's only paid for by government? I don't think so. I think there's other business models that can work in which universal income can work. And it only really has one, and you look at basicincome.org, which I posted in the chat, that people can look at all these examples, whether it comes from government or not. But I'll argue that there's already attempts right now I can give you links to of people attempting to establish basic income without it coming from a government or taxes. And that's the first thing we ended up doing a lot of research in my organization with people throughout the United States, asking if it was possible to actually have universal income that didn't come out of your taxes. Would you be okay with a world in which you don't have to work for a living? Now that sounds foreign to people worrying about people just sleeping on a couch and just being subsidized by everybody else. But if they're not being subsidized by everybody else, but they're actually part of a working economic system that allows them to make whatever decision they want to make with what they want to do with their time, who am I to say that somebody just pattering in their garden for their whole lifetime is wasting their life on what we would call basic income? That's their life, right? I do other things. And like somebody said, and you look at those examples on basicincome.org, you will see that for the most part, lovely news to share with you about human nature, it seems better than we think, is that most people, when they get basic income, they actually do something with it. Like the guy said, they start a business, go to school. I know, was that Dan, you were saying that? Jeremy, that was Jeremy. Thank you. It turns out that more often than not, sure, there are some loafers and people who do drugs and sit on the couch, but what's considered one of the earliest demonstrations of the power of universal income is actually not cash, but it's known as the Medicine Hat. 1977 it starts. The Medicine Hat, experiment or something like that, where they gave like almost 500 homeless people apartments. And I'm not saying they put them up in apartments, they gave them to them outright. They own it. Here it is. And 83% of those people, within a year and a half had full-time jobs. And then there's all sorts of like social science that's gone into building on that concept and trying to see, like, when you give people buying power, agency, and capability, do they tend to make the most of it, or do they just waste because they didn't have the work ethic? Turns out that most of the time people make really good use of it. And I'll just land my plane on, you can make an economic model to invest into people by giving them buying power, so that when they buy goods and services, the people who buy goods and services are able to get good, hard money out of that buying power. Just like you make good, hard money out of a loan coming out of the Federal Reserve, which is not the kind of debt we all think it is. We don't actually have the money you send into your tax dollars go into a bank account to then pay for other things the government does. When you send your money into the government, they destroy it. What we think money is nothing like what money is. I form it for a living. I am telling you, we could end, and I know no one will agree with me that this is true, but I'm going to prove this. So you heard it here first, that we can end the U.S. debt in 8 years. No shit. I am going to prove that. And I'm saying, like, we do not understand where the money is and what to make use of it and what to do with it. And there are people figuring out how to do that, and I'm helping them.
Yeah. When Trump brought on Elon, because Elon's a proponent of UBI, because he knows where technology is going. Also, Barack Obama's in favor of it. Also, since it's proven and it's backed by fact, a lot of people on both sides are in favor of it. So it's easy for it to be passed. But when Elon was in the Trump administration and they're going to be gutting shit, I thought that's what they were going to go for. They're going to try to gut everything and implement UBI, and actually it would actually make Trump the most popular president in the history of the United States. Well, if he did that.
We'll see.
But he fucked it up, right? Elon's no longer there. They didn't gut it enough, and they still gave these billionaires a tax break. They should have just kept that shit, like raised the taxes and implement UBI, and they would have saved all this fucking all these people. So
I'm very public on how much I agree with you. I'll simply say that we're going to make it out alive, so to speak. We're going to figure this out because the real wealth is in the real human beings, in the real economy, not in the monetary economy. And that's part of the issue. And I could explain what I'm about to say to a 5-year-old. I really think I could. There is a monetary economy, and there's a real economy. And the monetary economy is much larger than the real economy. The monetary economy has Jeremy just got a call. He needed to hear this. All right.
Well, question while we're waiting for him to come back.
That's all right. Let me finish this. Hold on, Alan. I'm just going to finish the thought I'm making, and you can respond. There is a monetary economy and a real economy. The monetary economy is larger than the real economy. The monetary economy has zero tax on it. And the real economy has way too much tax on it. And if you change the tax from the real economy to the monetary economy, you can wipe out the debt in 8 years. Jeremy just came back, so I'll finish and then let it go to you, Alan. Jeremy, what I just said is, let it go. Go ahead, Alan. You got my proposition.
Well, there's a lot of things I think that can suck the air out of the room. But one of the things that could probably back up what you were talking about earlier was the example of Finland with the Housing First initiative that they put in place that almost eliminated homelessness from their country and really helped to solve problems that were symptoms, the cause of the homelessness, would you, any kind of drugs or crime only, or alcoholism. So the Housing First Initiative basically put people in a home and then worked on those other factors, and by removing that, essentially what you were saying earlier, right? So it does work, and it's been tested in England, UK, and several other places. But even in New York, they're starting to become more, it's growing more and more, I hear, that there's a housing first type of approach.
I have been watching American politics since a long time. I've lived half my life in the States. I'm a Canadian, and I'm interested in helping in the U.S. debt, and I have reasons for that, but I won't go into that. But I was really, really shocked, I gotta tell you, that the whole proposal of the down payments and getting people into homes and their own businesses and all that didn't have more reception. And I wonder if she'd had more time, she would have been able to make that case. Because it's so obvious that wealth, security, safety, like everything that we consider standard of living is that why doesn't everybody have a home? It's just ridiculous that you have to earn a home, as if it's a prize. That just makes no sense. Not even to society does it make sense. None.
So I see a lot of proposals and a lot of community reinvestment kind of projects and stuff like that. And one of the interesting ones I saw was it was a research study done, right? And it was it basically derived what was called a closed form condition under which all the AI generated capital gains alone can finance a UBI, right? Which is 11% of the GDP without any taxes or job creation. And that was pretty outstanding, I doubt that it'll get off the ground in America. But you never know.
There's a guy like me working on a bank, investment bank devoted to moonshot kind of things like that. And we specifically focus on all the ways that we can get out there that have anything to do with UBI and what can we do to move them forward. So
is there any way that maybe churches can use what they have? I mean, ours have. We've put people in homes and stuff like that, working with Habitat for Humanity programs like that. The home ownership program of America is what it used to be called here, but I think it's now called the home ownership program. Those kinds of programs need to have an infusion of funds, money to fortify those so that more people can get off. Waiting lists in some states are 4 years long for people to get on even basic housing, Section 8, some of that kind of stuff. So it can't just be a government take on. It's got to be private and public. I'm sorry?
At this point, because, I'm sorry, but government has been destroyed.
Well, it's got to be everyone to help. It's got to be private, public, and even some religious sectors to try to help.
Yes, I didn't mean to object that. But I'm agreeing with you, for sure. Everybody needs to participate. And the key thing about this participation is there isn't a limitation. People do not need to go around saying that there isn't any money to pay for anything. This is a false limitation. There is a limitation on how much the economy can absorb. That's where inflation happens when you can't match that up. When you put money into people's hands, that does not cause inflation. What causes inflation is the actual goods and services that are in the supply chain. That's what causes inflation. If you put the adequate amount of money in people's hands so they have buying power, they can go out and buy goods and services. That allows the economy to hum, and everybody grows. And you get a bigger return on investment than the investment in